The tale begins with a group of men in white uniforms working hard to till the soil. A shout echoes through the air, demanding someone to bring water. Next they lay down the straw. Several men stand in a line, carrying buckets of water, while another man perched on the edge of a small cliff berates them as slaves, barking orders to speed up their efforts. Nearby, a goblin scribbles notes into a log carried by one of the men. Meanwhile, one man cannot escape the agony of the relentless lashes tearing into his shoulders, nor the mixture of blood and sweat saturating his body. He grumbles about the excruciatingly harsh existence of lifelong servitude. In a completely different context, the strongest man alive had claimed the title of champion at the young age of 27 and maintained his position as the world's top fighter for 2 consecutive years. During a decisive fight, the referee declared the match over when the towel was thrown in. The victor, with an unbroken record of 23 wins and 0 losses, had secured his place as the heavyweight champion of the largest MMA league in the world. He even wrapped up his career with an undefeated title defense before retiring. That man is Choi Hyun-suk, a celebrated athlete from the Republic of South Korea, and he is the central figure of this story. Not long after his retirement, fate dealt him an unexpected hand in the form of the infamous truck Kun. As you might guess, the truck collided with him, cutting his life short. Hyun-suk found himself bitterly lamenting the loss of all the money he had painstakingly saved for his retirement. After all, fighting was the only thing he had ever known in life. Adding to his woes, he was a single man with no romantic experiences to his name. Even half an hour after his death, Hyun-suk remained melodramatic, though his perspective slowly began to shift. He started to see the silver lining. No more grueling training sessions, no more championship matches to defend. He even took solace in his lack of family or close friends, realizing there was no one to grieve his passing. While drifting in this ethereal space, an arm appeared out of nowhere. It belonged to a stunning angel who apologized for her tardiness. She referred to Hyun-suk as an SSS-class hero and introduced herself as Rachel. Her role? She was a recruiter tasked with finding individuals whose earthly lives had ended. Hyun-suk, overwhelmed and confused, blushed at her appearance, particularly at her chest. He flushed even deeper when Rachel grabbed his hand. Hyun-suk requested an explanation, and Rachel presented him with 2 choices. The first option was to embrace death and await reincarnation, likely as an unlucky old bachelor. The second was to be resurrected immediately as a hero destined to save a world desperately in need of him. Rachel made the second choice especially alluring, surrounding Hyun-suk with visions of beautiful women. Feeling unprepared and overwhelmed, Hyun-suk responded that he needed time to think, as the situation was both sudden and lacking in detail. Rachel gently pressed him, asking if he truly intended to pass up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She painted a vivid picture of the rewards awaiting him: wealth, fame, gorgeous women, and even exclusive privileges. Yet, as Rachel continued her pitch, Hyun-suk had already started tuning her out. He pondered his options. Choosing to become a hero meant fighting once more, a path he had just retired from. The alternative, peacefully awaiting reincarnation, seemed far more appealing. Rachel, noticing his lack of enthusiasm, decided to amplify her efforts. She described how, in the other world, the village chief would run to him barefoot, offering food and hospitality from the very start. Hyun-suk would be warmly welcomed and would easily complete any quests given to him. Rachel went on to say that the chief might even offer his daughter, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the village, to Hyun-suk. However, Hyun-suk's stoic expression remained unchanged, much to Rachel's growing concern for her recruitment bonus. Switching tactics, Rachel feigned defeat, suggesting Hyun-suk simply accept his fate as a lonely bachelor. This caught his attention. To seal the deal, Rachel introduced a chilling thought: there was no guarantee that his next life would even be as a human. This realization struck a chord in Hyun-suk's mind. As Rachel began to leave, he grabbed her leg, announcing his decision to accept her offer. Feigning indifference, Rachel coyly asked him to repeat himself. Hyun-suk tightened his grip, shouting that he would indeed take on the role of a hero. Satisfied, Rachel grinned and suggested they begin immediately. Bewildered, Hyun-suk asked what she meant. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath him, signaling the start of his journey. Protesting his lack of preparation, Hyun-suk realized there was no stopping what had already begun. Rachel insisted that the breathtaking world awaiting Hyun-suk was already prepared for his arrival. She wished him an incredible adventure, though she couldn't help but complain about how difficult he made things, even though he ultimately agreed to go. Suddenly Rachel received a call. She picked up and reported that the prospective hero, Nong 137,421 Hyunsuk, had just completed his transmigration. Meanwhile, Hyunsuk drifted into unconsciousness, only to awaken to someone telling him to open his eyes. He wondered if this could be the village chief Rachel had mentioned, the one with the most beautiful daughter. The story seemed to be unfolding as expected, until an unexpected punch landed in his stomach, jolting him awake. Irritated, Hyunsuk lashed out, asking if the person had a death wish, but he stopped mid-sentence. The figure before him didn't look human, it was wearing a wild boar skull adorned with horns. This strange creature was fuming, accusing Hyunsuk of slacking off in the slave dormitory. Hyunsuk, thoroughly confused, hesitated. Could this bizarre creature possibly be the village chief Rachel mentioned? The thought seemed absurd, it looked more like a monster he was supposed to fight. Timidly he introduced himself as a hero. The creature looked puzzled and approached him, mocking the idea of heroes being idiots nowadays. Hyunsuk began to suspect something had gone terribly wrong but convinced himself that Rachel wouldn't deceive him. Was this monster his first quest? Trying to remain calm, he decided to take action in true Korean fashion. But before he could think further, the creature asked what he had just said. Without hesitation, Hyunsuk kicked the creature, yelling for it to die. He briefly celebrated his successful kick, until the creature grabbed his foot. The creature smirked, asking if Hyunsuk truly thought himself a hero. With a tired tone, it grumbled about how exhausting these self-proclaimed heroes were and wondered where they kept coming from. Hyunsuk found himself immobilized as the creature clenched its fist and taunted him, saying he'd feel better after a good nap. The creature tossed Hyunsuk into an underground prison. As Hyunsuk adjusted to his dim surroundings, a loud banging sound echoed through the area. Someone outside the door screamed to open it, demanding another round with the cow-headed monster. The door creaked open to reveal an irate goblin wielding a sword. The goblin barked at the noisy prisoner, threatening to boil him into soup if he didn't shut up. Terrified, Hyunsuk promised to stay quiet. After the goblin left, Hyunsuk started complaining to himself about the so-called beautiful other world. He wondered where everything had gone wrong. His biggest concern? Dying a virgin in this life too. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from a small window in the cell. The person on the other side asked if he was a newcomer. Hyunsuk, intrigued, asked who they were. The man introduced himself as a senior hero, about to embark on his own journey. He explained that they were currently trapped in the Demon King's army fortress, where humans were enslaved. Peeking through the window, Hyunsuk was shocked to see a fellow Korean. He respectfully addressed the man as his sunbae and asked how they ended up in this dire situation. The man, amused by Hyunsuk's politeness, teased him before yelling loudly to the other prisoners, asking if the self-proclaimed heroes were still alive. Voices erupted from every direction, claiming to be heroes. The room was packed with unfortunate souls who had met similarly grim fates in this world. Hyunsuk, baffled, asked what was happening. The sunbae casually explained that there were at least 100 heroes who had fallen into the Demon King's fortress. He pointed out that the red cow-headed creature Hyunsuk had encountered earlier was Reed Run, the head of the fortress. The goblin who had just threatened Hyunsuk was Jark, a notoriously cruel prison guard. The man then revealed the truth behind their predicament. It was all because of Rachel, the so-called angel. Hyunsuk's face twisted in confusion as the man cursed Rachel, referring to her as a wicked demon. The sunbae muttered bitterly, lamenting how things could have been different if not for her mistake. Hyunsuk, growing hysterical, demanded clarification. Were they not supposed to start their journey in this nightmarish place? The man confirmed his suspicions. He explained that other heroes who had been captured in different locations told him about proper starting points. Heroes typically began their journeys in peaceful cities or rural villages, even without powers. Hyunsuk's realization hit hard. The reason he was in this hellish situation was none other than the so-called angel Rachel. He remembered the angel's face clearly. A few days later, we find ourselves observing the 2nd Slave Squad of the 3rd Battalion within the Demon King's army. Humans were forced to work under harsh conditions, with goblins supervising them closely. The humans were even made to chant, "Let's crush the humans, let's devour the humans." Hyunsuk's body shook with exhaustion as he carried an enormous log, a goblin perched lazily on top. Eventually, a bell rang, signaling the end of the day's labor. The goblin ordered them to return to their cells. Back in his prison cell, Hyunsuk reflected on how the prison conditions almost seemed better in comparison. He recalled the angel's promise about special privileges for heroes. He decided to try a popular command often used in these scenarios, status window. To his surprise, it worked and his status appeared before him. As he examined his stats, he learned some basic information about his strength and abilities. Hyun-suk muttered something about what he had discovered, catching the attention of the man in the neighboring cell. The man, overhearing him, was surprised to learn that Hyun-suk already had stamina at level 1. Hyun-suk confirmed it and mentioned his strength stat was at 28. The man, recalling Hyun-suk's reputation as a former champion, was amazed. He hadn't expected Hyun-suk to be so exceptional, especially with stats exceeding 30 at level 1. Hyun-suk, however, dismissed the praise, pointing out that he was still just a slave. The man remained optimistic, assuring Hyun-suk that someone with his potential could definitely escape and become a true hero. Hyun-suk, unconvinced, feigned sleep. In reality, he was preoccupied with his low level, doubting it would help him break free. As the night deepened and the man finally fell asleep, Hyun-suk quietly got up to check his status window again. He noticed two intriguing options: mana that could grant superhuman strength and something called hero points. Hyun-suk realized that the other so-called heroes didn't seem to know about hero points, as no one had ever earned any. Suddenly, a familiar light appeared, and the angel re-emerged, flaunting her appearance. With a teasing smile and a playful pout, she greeted him with a cheerful, "Long time no see." She provocatively asked whether she should reveal some important information about hero points. Before she could finish, Hyun-suk grabbed the diminutive Rachel in his hands, his expression dark with frustration. He told her bluntly that he didn't care about hero points or anything else she had to say. At that moment, his priority was giving her a piece of his mind. Moments later, Rachel found herself tied up and dangling like bait on a fishing line. Apologetically, she explained that her magic circles had malfunctioned due to an unfortunate accident involving spilled coffee during a snack break. During her explanation, soundproofing magic was activated to ensure privacy. Hyun-suk questioned whether she had been punished by being assigned as his manager. Rachel clarified that her role was to be his personal fairy, a guide to assist him until he defeated the Demon King. Hyun-suk made it clear that he no longer cared about being a hero. Rachel, puzzled, asked him to elaborate. He explained that he had no intention of defeating the Demon King and would prefer to live a normal life. Rachel admitted that many prospective heroes chose that path, but she emphasized his extraordinary SSS-level potential. Hyun-suk argued that his potential didn't obligate him to anything. He confessed that he never felt it was his destiny in the first place. Rachel tried to protest, but Hyun-suk interrupted, saying he didn't want to live a life filled with endless battles as he had in his past. Rachel was startled by his words. She had always seen him as a foolish warrior driven only by fighting and women, but now she worried about her own fate. When she received her assignment as a personal fairy, Rachel had vehemently protested. She felt it was unfair for someone of her status to endure such a humiliating role. Nevertheless, she was ordered to stay by Hyun-suk's side until he defeated the Demon King, and the decision was final. A personal fairy, she was told, must actively support and share both successes and failures with their assigned warrior. Despite her protest, she was teleported directly to the demon fortress. Back in the present, Hyun-suk deduced that a personal fairy was obliged to obey their warrior's commands. Using this to his advantage, he instructed Rachel to contribute to his escape plan. Reluctantly, she agreed. A sudden noise from the door made Hyun-suk act quickly, grabbing Rachel to conceal her presence. Goblins were waking the prisoners for the next day's labor. Rachel grumbled that she could use her stealth abilities without his interference. Even after roll call was complete, Hyun-suk noticed that Jark, the cruel goblin guard, was still lingering by his door. The Jark informed Hyun-suk that Raedran had summoned him to his office. Once there, Raedran brought up an unexpected topic. Apparently, Hyun-suk had been working diligently these days. Hyun-suk was utterly shocked while the Jark casually lounged on his shoulders. He couldn't believe that the foul-smelling goblin had actually complimented him. Raedran admitted that initially he had thought Hyun-suk was just another lunatic human, but seeing his recent efforts had changed his perspective. That was why Raedran proposed a new role for him, head slave. Hyun-suk was baffled and had no idea what Raedran was implying. Raedran elaborated, explaining that the workload had significantly slowed down recently, and someone needed to step up to manage the humans. Rachel anxiously hoped Hyun-suk would refuse the offer outright. She whispered furiously, pestering him to decline, even yelling that a hero should never submit to officers in the Demon King's army. Both Raedran and the Jark heard the commotion and asked what the noise was. Hyun-suk quickly shouted that he'd handle everything and ensure the humans worked harder. To distract them, he exaggeratedly bowed, slamming his head on the desk with a loud thud. Raedran was delighted. He confessed that, contrary to his first impression, he was beginning to like Hyun-suk. He even promised to write him a special recommendation letter to join the Demon King's army, if he continued to perform well. Hyun-suk was dismissed but felt despair deep down, watching his escape plans crumble. A few days later, the humans were chanting while working. Hyun-suk strutted around, smugly scolding one worker for being too slow. He mocked, "Even my grandma could run faster than that." With such an attitude, he looked perfectly suited for the Demon King's army. The system window popped up, revealing that his hidden skill, charisma, had increased. Due to his leadership experience, Hyun-suk exclaimed that being the head slave was the best. The other men exchanged worried glances, convinced he had lost his sanity. They whispered about him behind his back. Rachel, however, reprimanded him, warning that this behavior could land them in serious trouble. Hyun-suk dismissed her concerns, telling her to trust his plan. He added arrogantly, "A sparrow like you can't understand the strategies of a phoenix like me?" When a man collapsed to his knees, Hyun-suk scolded him harshly. The system window notified him that Reed-run's favorability towards him had increased. Hyun-suk saluted dramatically and thanked Reed-run, declaring his loyalty. Rachel exploded in frustration, reminding Hyun-suk of his desire for adventure and escape. Hyun-suk scratched his head, explaining sheepishly that he was simply following the system's guidance. He reasoned that obeying the system was part of being a hero. Rachel argued furiously, insisting that boosting the Demon King's army officials' favorability was absurd and completely unlike any hero quest she had ever seen. Hyun-suk stood firm, claiming it was the truth, even offering to read the quest description aloud. He read, "You who have found yourself trapped in the Demon King's fortress due to an idiot's mistake?" Rachel cut him off, arguing that the language was far too informal for a system message, which should always use neutral, precise wording. Hyun-suk shrugged, insisting that perhaps an SSS-level heroes system worked differently. The previous night, Rachel had made a scene, accusing Hyun-suk of accepting the head slave position too willingly. Hyun-suk retorted that she was the crazy one, not him. Out of nowhere, a system message had appeared, addressed to Hyun-suk. It stated, "You who have found yourself trapped in the Demon King's fortress due to an idiot's mistake might feel as frustrated as someone discovering an empty toilet paper roll. However, this is an opportunity. To become a true hero, you must gain the favor of the Demon King's officer, Red-run, and earn 100 hero points." Hyun-suk had been stunned at the time but realized this was his only viable option. Now back at work, Hyun-suk led the slaves in singing the Demon King's Third Army Corps song. Rachel was puzzled, realizing only high-ranking figures could alter quest objectives. She wondered why they would do such a thing for Hyun-suk. Suddenly, Jark approached Hyun-suk again, instructing him to follow him to Red-run's office. Red-run praised Hyun-suk for the significant increase in productivity among the slaves. Hyun-suk, feigning humility, attributed the improvement to Red-run's wise decisions. Rachel scoffed, muttering that such shallow flattery wouldn't work. But to her shock, Red-run seemed genuinely pleased, visibly flinching with satisfaction. The system window reappeared, announcing that Hyun-suk had achieved his favorability goal and successfully completed the hero quest. He earned 100 hero points, unlocking the beginner hero store with his first points. Both Hyun-suk and Rachel were astonished that the plan worked so effectively. With the favorability quest complete and everything progressing smoothly, Hyun-suk decided it was time to move on to the next phase of his strategy. He approached Red-run, asking permission to begin training the slaves. Red-run raised an eyebrow and questioned the request. Hyun-suk painted an idealistic picture, a group of slaves working in perfect harmony, trained to the point of discipline mastery, each performing the labor of 3 without slacking. He emphasized that with such efficiency, the fortress could be fully constructed within a week. Red-run, however, argued that humans were physically too weak to endure training while continuing their tasks. Unfazed, Hyun-suk added that if this plan succeeded, even the commander would heap praises on Red-run. This was enough to convince Red-run, who approved the training without much further thought. Back in his cell, Rachel was dramatically despairing over the situation. She lamented that her hero had completely lost his mind, not only submitting to the Demon King's army but now training slaves on their behalf. She felt utterly hopeless and dejected. Hyun-suk, irritated by her theatrics, snapped at her for being so noisy. He assured her he had a plan. Skeptical, Rachel asked if he was trying to make a fool of her again. Hyun-suk, quick-witted as always, retorted by asking if she thought he was her He then revealed his true intentions, using the slaves to stage a rebellion. Hyunsuk explained that the fortress housed around 3,000 human slaves, while the Demon King's army station there had only about 500 soldiers. Furthermore, a base for the Human Alliance was located nearby. In the chaos of an uprising, they could request reinforcements from the Human Alliance. Hearing this, Rachel's despair transformed into admiration, her eyes sparkling as she admitted he wasn't as foolish as she had thought. Hyunsuk then decided to check the rewards from the quest. Rachel, still skeptical, asked if he truly received hero points or if the whole quest was fabricated. Hyunsuk reassured her, explaining that everything he had been saying was true. He even shared that the hero store had been unlocked and decided to take a look. Hoping for something useful, Hyunsuk approached the store with high expectations. This, he thought, could be his lifeline and the key to gaining a real hero skill. When the status window revealed the store's offerings, Hyunsuk was shocked. The skills included Hold Your Breath, F rank, which improved breath control, and Shit-Holding, a skill to endure bowel pressure longer. Hyunsuk sarcastically mused that shit-holding should have been an SSS rank skill, especially useful in public emergencies. The other skills available were mundane, cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Confused and furious, Hyunsuk questioned how these were hero-appropriate skills. Rachel, laughing at his frustration, explained that the store was still at level 1. She assured him that collecting more points and leveling it up would eventually unlock better options. Still fuming, Hyunsuk lashed out, telling Rachel to shut up and calling her a swindling fairy. The next day, the slaves saluted the Demon King as Hyunsuk commanded them to sing the Third Army Corps song. At his signal they began. We, the great Demon King army, defeat humans, eat humans. Forget all the suffering when you catch them. Nothing under the sky compares to the Demon King's affection. Reed Run observed the performance, feeling pleased with his decision to allow Hyunsuk to train the slaves. Suddenly, the door to his quarters burst open as Jark entered with urgent news. The human army was advancing toward the fortress. The 8th Division, the largest unit in the area, had already fallen into a trap and retreated. If the 8th Division had been defeated, Jark warned, it was only a matter of time before the humans reached the fortress. Despite the dire situation, Reed Run remained calm. He acknowledged Jark's suggestion to evacuate but insisted they wait a moment. He declared that since ancient times, wars were won or lost based on supply lines. The first rule of war, he stated, was never to lose a competent supply officer. With that, he instructed Jark to leave while he took care of Hyunsuk before following. Meanwhile, Hyunsuk scolded the slaves, asking if they were prepared to follow his orders. Hearing a commotion, he sighed, suspecting that combat training might once again be interrupted by Reed Run's constant surveillance. Checking the status window, Hyunsuk noted that while his abilities had improved slightly, it wasn't enough to launch a rebellion. He muttered aloud, hoping for an unexpected event that could help him increase his power quickly. Before he could finish his thoughts, Reed Run landed abruptly beside him. Reed Run tapped Hyunsuk's shoulder and called out to him, catching him off guard. Hyunsuk turned, surprised by the sudden presence of Reed Run, who seemed to be in a hurry. We don't have time, Reed Run said urgently. You must come with me right now. Confused, Hyunsuk asked why and where they were going, but Reed Run offered no explanation. Just then, the commander of the human army bellowed an order to attack, declaring that victory was within their grasp. Human soldiers armed with spears charged forward, successfully striking several goblins in their path. Their advance, however, was halted by a terrifying sight, the Red Nightmare Reed Run. The commander shouted for the troops to retreat and let the knights handle the enemy. Despite the order, the humans continued their charge, emboldened by their momentum. As Hyunsuk watched the chaos, a thought crept into his mind. Why were human troops here? He began considering the possibility of using the situation to his advantage. Perhaps this was his chance to stab the Demon King's commander in the back and return to human society as a hero. One of the humans yelled, "Die, Red Nightmare," and lunged at Reed Run. With unsettling ease, Reed Run grabbed the man by the head and crushed it, leaving Hyunsuk frozen in shock. Reed Run then unleashed his combat arts, performing the 7th movement. He slammed the soldier's face into the ground, following it up with an area of effect attack, the explosive destruction wave. The ground shattered, sending human soldiers flying through the air. Turning back to Hyunsuk, Reed Run asked, "Are you all right?" Hyunsuk saluted reflexively, replying that he was fine and subtly adding that he'd be leaving soon. This moment reminded Hyunsuk that he was still in the company of one of the Demon King's most formidable warriors. The battlefield buzzed with activity as the humans claimed the area. They raised 2 flags at the center and began organizing the citizens of Mariot Kingdom and Drasan Empire. A soldier questioned Hyunsuk's prison mate, asking if they were warriors. The man replied affirmatively. The warriors were separated from the other captives and led down a different path. A figure appeared to greet them, Olivane Grimir, a middle-aged man with striking red hair and a beard. He was a duke of the Dresden Empire and commander of the Allied forces. A soldier approached Olivane, reporting that the evacuation had been completed. Olivane praised the soldier for his efforts. The soldier also mentioned that those claiming to be warriors had been drafted. Olivane gave the order to begin. "All soldiers to your positions," he commanded. Moments later he gave a chilling order, "Annihilate all the warriors before us." Meanwhile, a carriage traversed the forest. Inside, Hyunsuk sat in sullen silence, bidding farewell to his dreams of adventure and his imagined second life. Across from him, Reed Run sat stoically. Hyunsuk couldn't help but think about how Reed Run had effortlessly dispatched everyone chasing them. Their pursuers were no longer a concern. Rachel, attempting to cheer Hyunsuk up, remarked that moments of crisis often present opportunities. She suggested they head to the headquarters and properly assess the Demon King Army situation. Hyunsuk, unimpressed, told her to shut up. Breaking the silence, Reed Run admitted, "I must have fallen asleep for a moment." He looked at Hyunsuk and asked, "Did you say something?" Hyunsuk quickly covered, claiming he was just mumbling about how honored he was to accompany someone like Reed Run. Reed Run, seemingly touched, expressed his appreciation. He informed Hyunsuk that they were nearing the 3rd Corps headquarters and encouraged him to look forward to it. "Once we arrive," Reed Run added, "I'll officially enlist you in the Demon King's army." Hyunsuk turned pale but managed to force out, "It's an honor." Rachel too panicked silently. At the headquarters, a guard announced Reed Run's return, prompting the gates to open. Reed Run gestured for Hyunsuk to follow, stating that he would take him directly to the commander. "It's an absolute honor to meet the commander so soon," Reed Run remarked, though his body language hinted otherwise. He warned Hyunsuk to be on his best behavior in the commander's presence if he wanted to live. Recalling an old saying about surviving even in a tiger's den by keeping one's wits, Hyunsuk steeled himself and vowed not to give up. At the commander's door, Reed Run announced himself and was granted entry. As the door opened, Hyunsuk heard a woman's voice, making him wonder if the commander was human. The figure before them was striking, a woman with long ears, claw-like nails, and her eyes obscured. Her jaw and neck bore a different hue, adding to her otherworldly appearance. She lounged in her chair, wearing stilettos, exuding an aura of command. "Welcome back, Reed Run," she said with a smile. She observed that he had gained even more muscle since their last meeting. This woman was Hemis, the commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps. Reed Run responded with a compliment, remarking on how her beauty had become even more radiant. Hyunsuk felt his cheeks flush. He couldn't believe that such a stunning woman was a commander. Hemis smiled graciously and thanked Reed Run for his kind words. Meanwhile, Hyunsuk was panicking internally, unsure of how to respond. Should he also compliment her beauty? He wrestled with the thought as Reed Run shifted the conversation. Reed Run admitted his shame for failing to defend the fortress. Hemis dismissed his guilt, explaining that the blame lay with the 8th Division commander, not him. She added with a sharp tone, "I should have already made a bag out of his hide." Hyunsuk felt his breath hitch. Hemis continued, noting that the 8th Division commander had returned alive, but as a disgrace. The pressure Hyunsuk felt in her presence was overwhelming, far surpassing anything he had experienced before. He clenched his fists, doing his best to conceal his trembling. Changing the subject, Hemis turned her attention to the human Reed Run had brought. Reed Run introduced him as Hyunsuk, the individual he had reported about earlier. He announced that he had brought Hyunsuk to officially enlist him in the Demon King Army. Hemis stepped closer, inspecting him. "He's cute," she commented casually. She expressed her anticipation for his performance, especially since he had been chosen by Reed Run. Hyunsuk, though flustered, managed to stammer out that he would do his best. Hemis, however, remarked skeptically, "With that body you won't last long in the Demon Army." She turned to Reed Run, asking if he agreed. Reed Run nodded, adding, "He'll be eaten alive by the others." Reed Run then noted how rare it was for a human to join the Demon Army and requested permission to train Hyunsuk personally. Hemis's response was swift and firm. "Absolutely not," she said. She explained that Reed Run's time shouldn't be wasted on a human. Then something startling happened. Hemis began to transform. Her head morphed into something resembling a flower, but one with teeth and a long tongue. Hyunsuk's jaw dropped in disbelief as he watched her shove her arm into her own mouth. Moments later, her face returned to normal, and in her arms she held a black dog-like creature. She informed Hyunsuk that he would now be tasked with caring for her pet. The creature, though small, looked ferocious. "This is Bobo," Hemis introduced him warmly. "Isn't he adorable?" Hyunsuk, on the inside, wondered what kind of pets this could possibly be. He couldn't help but think that it looked like it had come straight from the depths of hell. Also, in his own language, the name Bobo meant stupid, which added an ironic twist to the situation. Reed Run observed the creature and remarked, "I can sense immense power in it even as a baby." Hemis beamed at the acknowledgement, clearly pleased. Hyunsuk, however, remained skeptical. Noticing his hesitation, Hemis asked pointedly about his reaction, intimidating him further. "Don't you like it?" she pressed. Hyunsuk quickly backtracked, insisting, "It's an honor to care for Bobo." Satisfied with his answer, Hemis handed Bobo over to him. She advised him, "Bobo is growing, so don't forget to feed him. He gets unpleasant when hungry." She also warned that assigning new caretakers for Bobo had become a challenge, since he had been eating them all. Rachel's voice rang out loudly, surprising everyone. She had noticed a new hero quest in the system window and couldn't contain her shock. Hyunsuk shushed her immediately, fearing she might wake Bobo. The quest details appeared before him. Survive by earning Bobo's affection and secure a better future. The reward was 200 hero points. Hyunsuk was stunned. Was he really tasked with winning over a commander's pet? Just then the door opened and a goblin entered, knocking on the frame. Hyunsuk greeted it politely, but internally he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Having a goblin as his companion made him feel like he was being treated as a snack. Curious, he asked about previous caretakers. The goblin informed him bluntly that there were none left. They were all dead. The goblin explained that from now on, it would be their job to prepare meals for Bobo. "Is that all?" Hyunsuk asked. "Yes," the goblin replied, but just as it was about to bark another order, a shadow loomed over it. It was Bobo, licking the goblin's head ominously. Terrified, the goblin clung to Hyunsuk's leg, pleading desperately. The goblin even offered Hyunsuk his food to save itself. Hyunsuk's patience snapped. "What are you doing?" he shouted. The goblin ignored him, knowing one of them wouldn't survive. Furious, Hyunsuk grabbed the goblin and hurled it toward Bobo. "You're the one who's dying," he declared as Bobo prepared to make his move. Hyunsuk handed the snack to Bobo, who seemed delighted. Without hesitation, Bobo devoured it. Hyunsuk and Rachel watched as Bobo happily enjoyed his treat. Later, Rachel found herself in a panic, running for her life. Bobo was chasing her. Desperate for help, she shouted at Hyunsuk, but he casually replied, "You better not run too long. He'll get hungry again." Hyunsuk's eyes caught something. A new item was available, an extra-large bone. This particular bone could attract Kennedy-type monsters and charm them. It was priced at 30 hero points. Acting quickly, Hyunsuk called Bobo and showed him the bone. He threw it, and Bobo's eyes lit up with excitement before dashing to fetch it. Meanwhile, Rachel, exhausted from all her flying around, grumbled, "You should have found that sooner." Hyunsuk, smug, replied, "That's why my brain doesn't miss the small stuff." He thought the quest would be smooth sailing from then on, but he was wrong. Bobo suddenly lunged at him, narrowly missing and tearing only the hem of his shirt. That's when it hit him. The bone wasn't enough. Bobo needed fresh meat. Rachel asked if he was seriously considering taking Bobo outside. Hyunsuk mulled it over, feeling the pressure as Bobo began baring his fangs. Frantically, Hyunsuk blurted out the first calming word that came to his mind. "Walk." Bobo froze and immediately changed his demeanor. The feral energy vanished, replaced by a happy, tail-wagging excitement. Bobo even hugged Hyunsuk, who sighed in relief. Now outside, Hyunsuk searched for the kitchen, but he was utterly lost. Bobo, full of energy, was pulling him in all directions, making things harder. Rachel, scanning the area, admitted she couldn't smell any food. She spotted a goblin and suggested asking it for directions. Hyunsuk approached the goblin, who looked puzzled to see a human. As Bobo reverted to his wild nature, the goblin froze in terror. Hyunsuk tried to reassure the goblin, explaining it was just Bobo's walk time. The goblin, still horrified, asked why a human was walking Bobo. Bobo licked the goblin's face and Hyunsuk firmly told him, "You can't eat him." Hyun-suk asked where the kitchen was and the goblin, trembling, pointed to the left before sprinting away. Rachel and Hyun-suk stared after him, stunned, before bursting into laughter. The goblin's terror was so over the top, it made them question if he really belonged in the demon army. Once the laughter died down, Hyun-suk refocused. He was ready to search for meat in the kitchen. Rachel, however, questioned his long-term plans, asking if he intended to care for a dog forever. Hyun-suk scoffed, replying that, of course not, he still had dreams to chase. But when he turned back, Bobo was gone. Panic hit him instantly. He turned pale and shouted, "Where the hell is that dog?" Hyun-suk felt despair creeping in. Bobo was a walking disaster, and even looking away for a moment was a mistake. Rachel scanned the surroundings and pointed toward a direction. There they spotted Bobo trotting back toward them. Hyun-suk exhaled in relief, scolding, "You scared me half to death." Bobo returned happily, but blood dripped from his mouth, and his stomach was visibly full. Suddenly they heard shouting, "Commander Regis is dead." A vow for revenge echoed through the air. Hyun-suk froze in horror. Rachel pointed accusingly at Bobo, whispering, "He's the culprit." Goblin soldiers emerged, and Hyun-suk and Rachel began running for their lives. Rachel, gasping, asked if they were about to die. Hyun-suk snapped, "Shut up and run." They reached a dead end, cornered by goblins shouting accusations. One goblin vowed to tear off Hyun-suk's arms like chicken wings. Another lamented that the commander was already digested, wondering how he would have tasted. Yet another suggested ripping both Hyun-suk and Bobo apart, dividing the spoils. Hyun-suk forced himself to stay calm and shouted back, "How dare you?" Outnumbered, he needed a plan. Thinking quickly, he lifted Bobo and asked the goblins if they knew who the brave one was. Confused, the goblins stared at Bobo, who they had assumed was just a wild beast. When Hyun-suk heard their words, his fury rose and he reprimanded the goblins. He declared that this adorable yet lethal creature was none other than Bobo. The goblins hesitated, recalling that Bobo was rumored to be Commander Hemis's pet, but they dismissed it. They assumed it was just another deceitful trick from a human. Still, some goblins began to worry that Hyun-suk might actually be telling the truth. Hyun-suk questioned how they could fail to recognize Bobo, calling it a disgrace. The goblins stared at him, baffled by his confidence. Hyun-suk, maintaining his composure, commanded Bobo to unleash his beast mode. Without hesitation, Bobo obeyed, transforming into a ferocious predator, saliva dripping as if anticipating a meal. Hyun-suk addressed the goblins again, reaffirming, "This is Bobo." He then ordered, "Bobo, bite him." Bobo let out a deafening roar and pounced on the nearest goblin. Blood splattered as Bobo's teeth tore into his target. Hyun-suk watched the grisly scene unfold, casually remarking, "A dog without a muzzle sure gets messy." When Bobo finished, only the goblin's bones remained. Turning to the others, Hyun-suk asked mockingly, "Anyone else doubt who Bobo is?" The goblins frantically apologized, claiming they had no idea it was really Bobo. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Hyun-suk. It revealed that his extraordinary charisma had subdued numerous demons, increasing his hidden charisma stat. Hyun-suk grinned, pleased with the recognition. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted him. A calm but commanding presence addressed the group, wondering aloud about the commotion. It was Commander Hemis. She surveyed the scene, amused, commenting that the cute newbie was causing quite the stir outside. Hyun-suk felt his blood run cold. Standing in her office had been nerve-wracking enough, but now facing her here was even worse. Hemis chuckled, clearly entertained by Hyun-suk's audacity in using her name and Bobo to survive. Hyun-suk bowed deeply, admitting he had committed a severe offense. Hemis raised an eyebrow, confused, as she had actually intended to compliment him. She admired his resourcefulness and wit, contrasting him with the less clever demons she often dealt with. "You've got guts too," she added with a smirk. Hyun-suk stammered out a hesitant thank you, unsure if her words were genuine praise or a veiled threat. Hemis elaborated, sharing how the demon army relied heavily on brute strength, often creating unnecessary chaos. When Hyun-suk inquired what kind of trouble she meant, she cryptically replied, "You'll find out soon enough." She shifted the conversation, once again suggesting he consider becoming an executive in the demon army. Hyun-suk was stunned, feeling entirely unqualified, but Hemis dismissed his self-doubt. "You can't keep using my name and Bobo forever," she declared. She explained that the army had a decisive duel system where one could claim their opponent's rank. She gave him 1 month to prepare for a battle. If he won, she would extend her protection for another month. If he continued to succeed, he might even rise to the rank of battalion commander and prove useful. Hyun-suk hesitantly asked what would happen if he lost. "You'll regret surviving the battle," she replied coldly, implying that failure would lead to a fate worse than death. Left with no other option, Hyun-suk accepted. Hemis even chose his opponent on the spot. Rachel, standing nearby, sighed dramatically, predicting she would be saying goodbye to him in a month. Hyun-suk glared at her, reminding her that she was the one who had claimed he had SSS rank potential. Rachel shrugged, explaining that potential only indicated possibility, not certainty. "You're a fairy," Hyun-suk snapped, "but you can't even be supportive." As he fumed, Hyun-suk noticed something unsettling. The doors ahead were streaked with blood. He wondered aloud if it was truly the kitchen. Cautiously he pushed the doors open. Inside, a towering red-skinned ogre-like figure greeted him. "You must be the human our commander mentioned," the monster said, introducing himself as Kulkin, the demon army's chef. Kulkin asked what business Hyun-suk had in the kitchen. Hyun-suk remained outside the threshold, explaining he was just there to get a snack for Bobo. Kulkin's eyes narrowed as he realized that Bobo's caretaker had changed yet again. However, he refused Hyun-suk's request outright, leaving him dumbfounded. Kulkin explained there was no reason for him to help a human. The only order from Commander Hemis was to spare Hyun-suk's life. Desperate, Hyun-suk asked if there was any way to negotiate, emphasizing that the food was for Bobo. After some thought, Kulkin proposed a solution. If Hyun-suk truly wanted meat, he would have to hunt it himself like the goblins did. Hyun-suk paled as he glanced at the goblins, who were busy chopping up what looked disturbingly like other goblins. He realized with a sinking feeling that Kulkin's idea of hunting was far more gruesome than he had anticipated. The next thing we knew, Hyun-suk found himself standing before a colossal, ferocious wild boar. He had been informed that this creature would be his dinner tonight, if he managed to kill it. As he stood there, Hyun-suk couldn't help but reflect on how he had ended up in such a precarious situation. This same boar had already claimed Morgan's life. Although they called it a hunt, the boar seemed to do nothing but charge relentlessly at its opponents. The cooks had sworn to avenge Morgan. Hyun-suk, observing the chaos, quipped that it was unclear who would ultimately be having dinner. Rachel, ever the pragmatist, asked what their next move should be and even suggested they run. Hyun-suk shook his head, pointing out that escaping from such a massive crowd wasn't an option. Still, he couldn't deny how perilous his position was. Resolving to act, Hyun-suk began to move, but Kulkin's voice stopped him. Instinctively, Hyun-suk responded, volunteering to go next. But to his surprise, Kulkin informed him that there was no need. The hunt was over. Hyun-suk was taken aback. All this time he thought they were mindlessly charging at the boar. How had they brought it down so efficiently? A goblin reported to Kulkin, tallying 12 dead and numerous injured. In Hyun-suk's mind, the cost was far too great. Kulkin, however, seemed unfazed, calling the results amazing and declaring a short break before they resumed hunting their next prey. Hyun-suk noticed how little Kulkin cared about the casualties. As the cooks busied themselves, Hyun-suk confided to Rachel that escaping was no longer an option. Rachel asked if he intended to join the monster hunts with the others. Hyun-suk replied with a firm no, explaining he had no reason to. He mulled over his predicament and concluded that the only way to increase his stats was to level up, which meant he needed experience points. Rachel agreed with his logic but asked where he planned to find such experience in their current situation. Shamelessly, Hyun-suk inquired if he would still earn experience points if he only landed the killing blow. Rachel confirmed that he would, though she called his plan disgraceful. Her confirmation fueled Hyun-suk's determination. He thanked her and told her they should get moving. Hyun-suk knew his options were limited. He had to grow stronger within a month, especially if Commander Hemis's threats were genuine. Approaching Kulkin, Hyun-suk expressed his desire to participate in the next hunt as a member of the brave demon army. Kulkin stared at him, making Hyun-suk nervous. Had he overstepped? But Kulkin grinned, declaring that he liked Hyun-suk's audacity. Hyun-suk, relieved, offered his thanks while slipping in a few compliments to appease Kulkin further. Much to his surprise, Kulkin assigned Hyun-suk the role of leading the next hunt. Kulkin explained that for their group, the leader's position was the most honorable, reserved for exceptional cases. Hyun-suk, feigning humility, protested that he couldn't possibly stand before the noble demons, adding that the other cooks might object to him taking charge. Kulkin, unbothered, simply gave him a thumbs up. Their exchange was interrupted by an urgent call for Kulkin. "What's wrong?" the chef asked. A cook reported a monster invasion. describing the sound of the monster's cry as a signal that an urn had arrived. Hyun-suk, confused, asked if they were in danger. Culkin dismissed the concern, though he added that urn meat wasn't particularly good. Drawing a knife from his back, Culkin rallied everyone to arm themselves, announcing that they would hunt the urn and add its meat to the dinner menu. Hyun-suk saw this as an opportunity. All he had to do was stay close and land the final blow. Rachel handed him something. A system notification appeared, showing a slight boost to his health and strength for 3 minutes. Rachel confidently brushed off his gratitude, but instead of thanking her, Hyun-suk bonked her on the head, grumbling about why she hadn't used it on him earlier. Motivated, Hyun-suk sprinted to position himself for the last hit. As he ran, he forced himself to focus on his goals. He pictured a noble blonde lady, no less than 5 children with bunny-like features and a peaceful retirement. He wasn't planning to die again as a defeated, loveless loser. With renewed determination, Hyun-suk leapt into the fray, punching the urn with all his might. The monster fell, and with its death came a flood of system notifications. Hyun-suk was stunned to see his level increase by 4 from a single killing blow. At this rate, he realized he could hit level 20 within a single day. Elated, Hyun-suk felt empowered. Finally, he could grow stronger. Moments later, a trembling cook approached the dead urn, raising a butcher's knife. Before the cook could act, Hyun-suk casually elbowed him, claiming his arm had slipped. He laughed maniacally, his grin wide and menacing. It was almost as if he had lost his mind when he declared that every last hit in the world was now his to claim. Time passed and more monsters were slain. Rachel, visibly drained, asked if they were finished now. Hyun-suk smirked and praised his buff-bot companion for her assistance. All the monsters had been dealt with, and it seemed like the cooks had wrapped up their butchering. But upon closer inspection, he realized the cooks were already gorging themselves on the fresh meat. One of them even shouted for a larger serving, leaving Hyun-suk utterly baffled. Culkin caught sight of him staring and called out, asking what had captured his attention. Hyun-suk questioned whether it was acceptable for the cooks to indulge in the army's food like this. Culkin responded nonchalantly, explaining that it was one of the cooks' privileges, especially since monster meat spoils quickly. He added that for common soldiers, having fresh meat was a rare and special opportunity. The chef even admitted that enjoying good food was the main thing keeping him going. A flood of questions raced through Hyun-suk's mind, like what kind of privilege this was or how they managed without a labor union. Despite his skepticism, the chef offered him a portion of the meat, saying he had earned it as a warrior. Hyun-suk hesitated, staring at the meat and contemplating how much the cooks had risked for it. Eventually he took a bite. The flavor wasn't bad, there was a strong smell that oddly enhanced the taste, but overall the meat was bland and chewy. Hyun-suk couldn't help but think that, back in South Korea, this kind of meat wouldn't sell for long. The realization struck him. These cooks were risking their lives for mediocre meat. His thoughts shifted to an idea. What if he created a dish better than this? It dawned on him that he could win their loyalty through their stomachs, earning their favor and becoming the kitchen's god. He opened the Hero Shop interface, much to Rachel's surprise. After spending points on a skill and an item, he revealed his purchases: a cooking skill ranked F costing 50 points, and a seasoning loaded with MSG for 20 points. Rachel looked at him in disbelief, scolding him for wasting points on salt. Hyun-suk dismissed her criticism, explaining that she was underestimating its potential. He demonstrated, sprinkling the seasoning over the meat. The transformation was immediate. The aroma became rich and the meat turned juicy and inviting. Hyun-suk felt triumphant, imagining himself as the god of this new culinary world. He presented the enhanced meat to Culkin, who initially declined, saying he was already full. But Hyun-suk insisted, claiming he had poured his soul into the dish and could die happy if Culkin tasted it. Reluctantly, Culkin took a bite. The flavor transported him to his childhood. He remembered his mother asking if he wanted meat for dinner, a memory so vivid it brought tears to his eyes. Afterward, Hyun-suk left with a bag of meat, a gift from the chef, who reminded him that it would stay fresh for only 2 days. When Hyun-suk returned, Bobo charged at him, startling him. Quickly, he handed over the meat, calming Bobo instantly. Hyun-suk encouraged Bobo to eat to his heart's content, pulling out every piece of meat from the bag. Bobo devoured it happily, and Hyun-suk even promised to bring more tomorrow, earning a boost in Bobo's affinity. This also completed their hero quest, awarding them 200 hero points, exactly as Hyun-suk had planned. Rachel noticed his success and pointed out an item on his screen that could enhance his stats. When she asked why he hadn't used it, Hyun-suk explained that he avoided it because he didn't know how it worked, blaming at certain idiots who had skipped the tutorial. Rachel, unfazed, reassured him that it wasn't too late. She began explaining how bonus points worked. Strength increases power. Stamina boosts endurance and resilience. Agility improves reflexes and speed. Mana corresponds to magic. When Hyunsuk asked about charisma, Rachel explained it was a hidden stat that couldn't be leveled up with bonus points, only through proper training. She advised him to balance the stats equally, but Hyunsuk disagreed, believing it would be more effective to focus solely on strength. Rachel was taken aback by his train of thought. She explained that while focusing on strength might work at the beginning, mana becomes crucial as things progress. It's clear that a body enhanced by mana far surpasses one built purely on muscle training. Hyunsuk adjusted his points and asked Rachel if the distribution was acceptable. Rachel examined it and admitted it wasn't bad. She then instructed him to visit the shop and purchase a fundamental skill for mana control. Curious, Hyunsuk asked what mana control entailed. Rachel explained that it was essentially a skill to help him manage and manipulate his mana efficiently. She estimated the cost at around 100 hero points. Hyunsuk began searching for it in the shop, only to find nothing. Rachel was shocked as it was supposed to be a common item. Disappointed, Hyunsuk muttered how he'd thought she'd finally be of use. Frustrated, he even accused her of being completely useless. Rachel defended herself, insisting it should have been there. 3 weeks later, Hyunsuk reached level 100, but the process had taken longer than he expected. Rachel remarked that the experience points required increased significantly as he leveled up. Hyunsuk pondered whether any other heroes were working as tirelessly as he was. Rachel informed him that he had already become a sinecure. Hyunsuk found that hard to believe. He berated Rachel, reminding her of the countless times he had nearly died that day. Rachel explained that most people take about 6 months to reach level 100. She added with some sadness that she wanted to get along with him, but Hyunsuk retorted that she had brought it upon herself. At that moment, the door opened and a goblin entered, informing Hyunsuk that the commander wanted to see him. When Hyunsuk arrived at Hemis's office, she greeted him warmly. She remarked that he looked healthier than before and had clearly grown stronger. She noticed that his mana had doubled. Hyunsuk explained that he had been working hard to provide the best quality meat for Bobo every day. Hemis, however, commented on how rapidly his strength was increasing. She asked if it had something to do with the hero leveling system. Hyunsuk froze, realizing that Hemis knew he was a hero. He wondered how long she had known. Hemis assured him that she had figured it out the first time they met. He asked her how she knew. She explained that she had a connection to someone who was deeply interested in heroes. Hemis then asked why he thought she had summoned him. Hyunsuk tried to guess, mentioning his recent battles. She reminded him of their promise and asked if he remembered it. When Hyunsuk affirmed that he did, she scolded him for his behavior. Suddenly, Hemis transformed into a monstrous flower-eating creature. She expressed her frustration with how quickly he was leveling and warned him to work harder if he wanted to survive. For her, it was all about entertainment. Hyunsuk recalled how crowds are most thrilled not by flashy performances or easy victories but by dramatic, unexpected twists. He realized she had set him up against an opponent he could never hope to beat. Rachel, panicked, yelled, asking what his plan was. Hyunsuk told her to stay calm and let him think. He reasoned that his best course of action was to gather as much information as possible about the opponent before the battle. Hyunsuk intended to study their strength carefully. Rachel pointed out that they only had the opponent's name, questioning how he planned to identify them. Hyunsuk revealed his plan to buy an item from the hero shop called the Combat Power Meter. The device, costing 50 hero points, would measure an individual's strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Hyunsuk intended to use it to gauge his opponent's power level and then train against someone with a similar level. Rachel sighed, teasing him for only being clever in critical moments. Hyunsuk fired back, saying it was better than always being useless. They tested the combat power meter on Rachel first. Her combat power was 375. She admitted she couldn't tell if that was high or low, so she suggested measuring Hyunsuk's. Hyunsuk handed her the device, waiting for the results. However, Rachel appeared confused. Hyunsuk asked if she had seen anything. Rachel hesitated, then claimed the device must be broken, as she couldn't comprehend why his stats were higher than hers. Hyunsuk's strength was revealed to be 1,560. He smugly asked Rachel if she was sure she wasn't the weaker one between the two of them. Rachel, feeling dejected, admitted she had a strength level of 10,000 just a month ago. Hyunsuk asked if the combat power meter had worked properly despite her doubts. They checked Bobo's combat strength, and the damn dog had an insane 47,422 strength. Rachel felt utterly humiliated knowing that both she and Hyunsuk were weaker than a dog. Hyunsuk found the situation amusing, joking that maybe Bobo's breed had received a buff. Stepping outside, he decided to survey the strength levels of other orcs. He noticed that goblins, who looked the weakest, had considerably lower stats compared to the other orcs, most of whom had numbers comparable to his own. Suddenly, someone announced Captain Bulkman's arrival, prompting everyone to salute. As the captain passed by, Hyunsuk used the combat power meter and discovered Bulkman's strength was an impressive 14,300. Hyunsuk observed that individuals with combat strength over 10,000 typically held commander-level positions. He confirmed with Rachel whether his opponent was truly a platoon leader. Rachel affirmed this, adding that the opponent's name was Kirkin. Rumor had it that Kirkin was an orc with the intelligence of a pig. Hyunsuk reasoned that a platoon leader should only have around 3,000 strength, meaning he might have a shot if he leveled up some more. Determined, he searched for Kirkin. When he found him, the combat power meter showed Kirkin's strength at 6,671. Rachel bluntly stated that the situation essentially meant Hyunsuk was being sent to die. At that moment, Hyunsuk received a hero quest. The system window displayed a notification, stating that his odds of defeating Kirkin were almost zero. However, because persevering through impossible situations was his defining trait, he was being given a chance. He needed to raise his combat strength to 3,000 within a week. The reward? 300 hero points. Hyunsuk sarcastically commented on how perfectly timed the quest was, jokingly wondering if the system was spying on him. Despite the grim odds, he accepted the challenge, realizing it was a do-or-die situation. He resolved to outwit both his observer and Hemis to survive. The next morning in the kitchen, Hyunsuk made his presence known. Kulkin greeted him and took note of the goggles Hyunsuk was wearing, finding them intriguing. He asked where Hyunsuk had gotten them. Hyunsuk casually replied that he'd seen others wearing them and decided to get a pair himself. Kulkin speculated that it must be a trend among the younger generation before quickly changing the topic. He instructed Hyunsuk to get ready for the hunt. Curious, Hyunsuk used the combat power meter on Kulkin and discovered his strength was an overwhelming 35,230. This perplexed Hyunsuk as it far exceeded the typical strength of a captain. Looking around, he realized that even the other cooks had high combat strengths due to their constant battles with demonic beasts. This gave Hyunsuk an idea. If he could spar against someone with a similar strength level to Kirkin, he could prepare himself better for the upcoming fight. Hyunsuk requested permission from Kulkin to spar with one of the cooks, explaining that it would help him improve and contribute more effectively. Kulkin initially dismissed the idea, stating that Hyunsuk was already strong enough for a human and didn't need to rush things. However, Hyunsuk subtly threatened Kulkin, saying he'd eat the high-quality meat for himself if he wasn't allowed to spar. Reluctantly, Kulkin relented and asked Hyunsuk to choose his sparring partner. Later, as the cooks prepared for the hunt, they were surprised to learn that Hyunsuk was planning to fight Golbachev, a cook with a combat strength of 2,620. Some wondered if this would be Hyunsuk's last day alive. The goblins, however, voiced their discontent, as they didn't want to lose Hyunsuk, who provided them with delicious meat. Hearing the commotion, Kulkin silenced the goblins and warned Golbachev not to kill Hyunsuk during the sparring session. He instructed him to go easy and not overdo it. Golbachev, looking rather dim-witted, agreed. However, Kulkin clearly doubted his sincerity. The spar began. Hyunsuk, brimming with determination, charged at Golbachev. Golbachev reminded himself of Kulkin's warning not to kill Hyunsuk. When he swung a punch, Hyunsuk skillfully dodged, observing that Golbachev's movements were largely instinctual. Capitalizing on this, Hyunsuk launched a counterattack. The fight felt oddly familiar to him, reminiscent of battles he had consistently won in the past. In the blink of an eye, the match concluded, with Hyunsuk declared the victor. The goblins were in disbelief. Golbachev had been taken down so quickly that some hadn't even registered what had happened. Hyunsuk, equally shocked, realized he had defeated Golbachev with a single kick. This unexpected victory sparked a newfound confidence in him, making him believe he might have a shot against Kirkin after all. At the northern edge of the Black Fortress, near the Great Forest, Hyunsuk replayed the spar in his mind. The fact that he had knocked out an orc with double his strength using just one kick reinforced his belief that combat strength was merely a number and not an absolute measure. He concluded that with a bit more improvement he could secure an easy win in his upcoming fight. Just then, a goblin approached Kulkin to report a large number of Talas appearing up ahead. Kulkin, visibly annoyed, asked if they were within Tala's territory. Hyunsuk, curious, asked what the problem was. He questioned if it was because Tala's meat tasted bad. Kulkin clarified that their meat wasn't too unpleasant. In fact, their bone marrow was considered a great delicacy. However, Talas lived in groups and had remarkably strong maternal instincts. If anyone harmed their young, it would lead to serious trouble. Hyunsuk assumed the hunt would stop there, but Kulkin, craving their flavorful meat, decided to proceed. He commanded everyone to attack, declaring that Tala's meat would be their snack for the day. He ordered them not to let any Talas escape and to slaughter them on the spot. The creatures resembled spiders with skull-like structures on their bodies. Hyunsuk slyly shoved a goblin, feigning an accident, and seized the opportunity to land final blows to rack up XP. After some time, the group had amassed a collection of slain Talas. Hyunsuk delivered the finishing blow to the last one, leveling up as a result. Rachel praised him for being a pro at stealing final hits. Accepting the compliment, Hyunsuk explained that this was precisely why he enjoyed working in the kitchen. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, catching Hyunsuk off guard. As he turned, someone screamed. The Talas queen had arrived. Her fury was palpable as she saw the pile of dead Talas. With a growl, she expressed her rage. Curious about her strength, Hyunsuk used his goggles to assess her stats, only to find her power was immeasurable. The horrifying reality was clear. They had just mercilessly killed her children. Hyunsuk spun around to ask the chef what to do, only to find him fleeing. The chef shouted for everyone to survive and meet again later. Hyunsuk thought bitterly about the chef's irresponsibility when a loud noise drew his attention. Someone barked orders for everyone to scatter. Weak goblins were being torn apart as the enraged Talas queen screamed, her cry so deafening that Hyunsuk had to cover his ears to endure it. Rachel alerted him to look behind, and when he turned, he saw hundreds of Talas charging toward him, led by the queen herself. Naturally, Hyunsuk bolted as fast as he could, with goblins in the distance screaming for help. He knew that if he paused for even a moment he'd be dead. Eventually he stumbled upon a cave and hesitated, wondering if it was safe. Rachel reassured him it was empty, claiming she had scouted it earlier. Though Hyunsuk didn't fully trust her, he figured the cave was safer than the forest, where he was vulnerable on all sides. The cave was surprisingly deep. He asked Rachel if it was a natural formation, but she didn't know. She did note how spacious it was, large enough for even the Talas queen to enter. An idea began to form in Hyunsuk's mind as he spotted a gooey substance on the wall. Rachel dismissed the possibility of it being a Talas hideout, citing the chef's claim that no Talas groups were nearby. However, the sticky residue unsettled Hyunsuk. Were these spider webs? Then he saw them eggs. Realizing the cave was a Talas nest, he knew it wasn't a safe place after all. Just as he decided to leave, glowing green eyes emerged from the shadows. A fully grown Talas charged at him. Hyunsuk sprinted as fast as he could, with Rachel frantically asking if they were heading in the right direction. Hyunsuk admitted he had no idea. This was his first time in the cave too. Suddenly he stepped on something, lost his footing and slipped. Panicked, he grabbed the first object he could find and hurled it at the Talas. The creature caught the object in midair, an egg. To Hyunsuk's surprise, the Talas stopped attacking, seemingly distracted by the egg. He turned to Rachel for an explanation. Rachel theorized that the Talas might have found the egg appealing due to its round, smooth and moist texture, noting that it resembled a Talas egg. Inspired, Hyunsuk grabbed another egg and taunted the Talas, declaring he wouldn't take any more of its nonsense. The Talas panicked, confirming that his strategy was working. Taking a firm stance, Hyunsuk hurled the egg. The Talas scrambled to catch it, reacting almost desperately. Rachel observed the Talas's impressive agility and physique, likely enhanced by its monstrous nature. She questioned Hyunsuk about his next move. Hyunsuk, exasperated, asked what options he had left when there were still over 100 eggs scattered around. Despite the situation, Hyunsuk even dared to taunt the Talas when one of the eggs cracked. He mockingly told the Talas that he could probably catch better than it could. Hyunsuk ordered Rachel to fetch him another egg, but she informed him that they were down to the last one. Panic set in as Hyunsuk turned pale, realizing he had seriously messed up. The Talas let out a furious growl and lunged at them. Hyunsuk quickly ordered Rachel to cast a buff spell. The Talas queen was seething with rage, but Hyunsuk noticed that she was already drained from chasing after the eggs. He steadied himself and focused, knowing he could seize victory. As the Talas queen charged at him, Hyunsuk prepared his ultimate attack, Paradise Reincarnation Shot. Instead of retreating, he confronted the monster head-on, delivering a powerful strike that defeated the Talas. Several system notifications popped up, confirming that Hyun-suk had leveled up. Rachel rushed over to check on him, asking if he was alright. Hyun-suk admitted he wasn't, joking that he felt like he was dying right then and there. He suggested they find a safer spot. To his surprise, Rachel revealed that she could also use healing magic. Hyun-suk praised her, remarking that investing in mana points had really paid off. Rachel, however, modestly explained that her magic wasn't very potent and could mostly just stop bleeding. Hyun-suk allocated his newly earned stat points and decided to head back. At level 108, his stats now stood at Strength 56 plus 2, Agility 53 plus 2, Stamina 55 plus 2, Mana 53 plus 2 and Charisma 27. He felt a sense of accomplishment with his now balanced stats, even though he wasn't sure how to utilize them all just yet. He considered it an investment for future endeavors. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed in the cave. It was Kulkin, delighted to see Hyun-suk alive. Hyun-suk asked why Kulkin was there. Kulkin explained that he'd found the cave while fleeing and thought they were lucky to have made it out alive. But Kulkin froze when he realized it was the Tala's nest. He spotted the scattered items on the ground. Hyun-suk revealed that they were Tala's eggs, explaining that this was where the Talas laid them. Kulkin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He excitedly mentioned that Tala's eggs were an extremely rare delicacy, reserved for high-ranking officials. Hyun-suk, irritated, yelled at Kulkin to focus since they needed to escape. Kulkin remarked that the Tala's queen was likely already in the cave and admitted that defeating her would require someone of division commander rank or higher. He resigned himself to the idea that the egg would be his final meal. Suddenly voices echoed from the entrance. The surviving goblins had arrived, along with the head chef. Kulkin acknowledged those who barely made it and offered them a taste of the precious egg. Hyun-suk silently vowed not to let this be his last meal, especially since he hadn't yet enjoyed his wife's 5-dish spread. Determined, he refused to die in such a pitiful place. Meanwhile, in Hemis's office, someone greeted the commander, commenting on his usual stiff demeanor. She inquired if he had completed his assigned mission. Reedrun reported that he had successfully captured the Holy Empire's next saintess as instructed. Impressed, Hemis praised Reedrun for infiltrating a fanatical cult in just 3 weeks. She patted his head, causing him to blush. Their moment was interrupted by a knock at the door. Annoyed, Hemis remarked on the interruption. A goblin informed her of an urgent report regarding the cooks sent to gather ingredients. Hemis dismissed it at first, assuming it was a routine issue, but the goblin clarified that the incident was severe. The Tala's queen had appeared, leaving most of the cooks, including Kulkin, dead or missing. Hemis asked about Hyun-suk, to which the goblin reported that he was also missing. Hearing this, Reedrun's expression darkened. Back in the cave, the goblins were toasting with Tala's eggs, resigned to their fate. Kulkin bid them farewell, but Hyun-suk smacked him on the head, yelling at him to snap out of it. Kulkin gave him a bewildered look as if asking, "What the hell?" Hyun-suk replied that Kulkin seemed to be under some wicked spell and claimed he used a secret weapon to wake him. With a triumphant grin, Hyun-suk pulled out a new item, the Beast Encyclopedia, Demonic Beast Edition. The encyclopedia contained detailed information on nearly all demonic beasts and required 50 hero points to acquire. He searched for information about the Talos, a spider-like demonic beast that lives in colonies and is known for its exceptionally strong legs. To defeat a Talos, one must aim for its weaker spots such as the torso and head. The bodily fluids of the Talos are extremely flammable, and its eggs contain a substance as volatile as a bomb. The caves constructed with the Talos saliva are also highly susceptible to fire, so using flame magic inside them is a dangerous gamble. Hyun-suk turned to Kulkin, asking if he could wield fire magic. Kulkin admitted he could, but only for simple attacks like shooting flames. With a resigned sigh, Kulkin advised Hyun-suk to abandon his efforts, warning that the Talos carapace was too tough for his flames to penetrate. Hyun-suk dismissed his concerns, stating that he had no intention of burning the Talos directly. Gathering the group, he unveiled his plan. He emphasized that they needed to survive so they could continue enjoying delicacies like the Talos eggs. The goblins, however, thought his plan was futile. Hyun-suk cleverly tempted them by promising an unlimited feast of premium demonic beast meat as a celebration if they made it out alive. Their eyes sparkled with renewed determination, and Kulkin, drooling at the thought, eagerly asked about the plan. Pleased with their motivation, Hyun-suk explained the details, stressing that no matter what, they must not stop running until they reached the exit. With the plan set, they moved out. Soon they encountered a swarm of Talos. Hyunsuk signaled Kulkin to prepare his flames. At the right moment, Kulkin unleashed fire, causing part of the cave to erupt in an explosion. Rachel observed the chaos and asked Hyunsuk what he had done. He explained that by allowing the fire to spread, the remaining eggs deeper in the cave would act as a distraction. This would keep the Talos occupied long enough for them to escape. Hyunsuk instructed the goblins to stay focused on surviving and to throw an egg as a diversion if needed. With only one egg left in his possession, they had to locate the exit before using it. As they pressed on, Rachel spotted light ahead. Hyunsuk guided the group toward it, urging them to keep running. Relief washed over them as they reached the light, but it was short-lived. Standing in their path was the Talos Queen. Hyunsuk's expression darkened as the massive creature blocked their way. Kulkin, equally dismayed, whispered that the queen had returned, believing their doom was imminent. But Hyunsuk refused to give up. He noticed the queen wasn't attacking them outright. Sensing an opportunity, he addressed her directly. He instructed Kulkin to ignite something, then held up the last egg, threatening to detonate it. If this explodes, Hyunsuk warned, we all die, your offspring included. The queen hesitated, her gaze fixed on the egg. Hyunsuk intensified his demand, urging her to step aside. The queen screeched loudly, causing tension to rise. Rachel anxiously asked what they should do next. Hyunsuk, out of ideas, lit the egg and hurled it toward the cave wall. The egg detonated, igniting a fire that spread rapidly. The ground trembled as the cave began to collapse. The goblins, terrified, scrambled to escape. Hyunsuk shouted for everyone to prioritize getting out alive. But as he fled, he suddenly froze, distracted by a system notification. He had leveled up. Rachel, exasperated, yelled at him to move before he was buried in the rubble. Glancing back, Hyunsuk saw the Talos Queen being crushed beneath the falling debris. More notifications flooded his vision. He had leveled up repeatedly. The realization hit him. All the Talos killed in the collapse had counted as his experience points. This was, without a doubt, speed EXP farming at its finest. Hyunsuk stood there, dumbfounded, before deciding to focus on escaping. He called out to Rachel for a buff, which she promptly provided. Emerging from the chaos, they faced one final challenge. The Queen Talos was still in their way. Kulkin, desperate to create a diversion, pulled out an egg and shouted, "This is for you, Queen." He offered the Queen an egg in exchange for a way out. Hyunsuk recognized it as an opportunity. Determined to survive, he sprinted with all his might. The Queen spat a green fluid resembling spider silk, and Hyunsuk began to wonder if this was truly the end for him. Suddenly, red hands grabbed hold of a large trunk. A familiar voice asked if he was all right. Hyunsuk realized he was being dragged. To his astonishment, it was Reed Run. Reed Run was visibly pleased to find Hyunsuk alive, just as he had anticipated. He confidently declared he would handle the situation. Reed Run wielded the massive trunk and struck the Talos Queen with a devastating blow. The Queen emitted a deafening screech as Reed Run assumed a combat stance. Hyunsuk couldn't hold back his admiration and exclaimed how incredible Reed Run was. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Later, at the Demon King's Black Castle, they discovered grim news. Out of the 105 goblin packs in the Demon King's army, only 6 had survived. 99 were either dead or missing, including Kulkin. In Bobo's room, the enormous beast whimpered and clung to Hyunsuk, straddling him like a child. Hyunsuk consoled the emotional Bobo, teasingly saying he had returned from the dead just to see him. Rachel commented on how fortunate they were to have survived, crediting the cow-headed figure. Meanwhile, Bobo kept licking Hyunsuk's face affectionately. Hyunsuk replied to Rachel, saying they should cherish their moments of peace, as the looming finals could very well get them killed. Rachel asked for clarification. Hyunsuk explained that finals were approaching fast. Rachel observed that Hyunsuk had matured significantly, and she wasn't wrong. Thanks to the collapsed cave, Hyunsuk had gained a staggering 75 levels in one fell swoop. His current level stood at 200, but Rachel remarked that it still felt inadequate. Hyunsuk shared her sentiment, especially when faced with an opponent boasting over 6,000 battle power. Rachel tested him with a question. Would attaining 6,000 battle power make him as strong as an orc? Hyunsuk replied that it wasn't solely about power level. Rachel confirmed his answer, explaining that such strength also relies on magic. She urged him to master magic if he hoped to confront such adversaries. Hyunsuk admitted it wasn't as simple as it sounded. Rachel reminded him of a moment when he had inadvertently used magic in the past. Hyunsuk, puzzled, was unaware of having done so. Rachel confessed that it was far too basic to be called magic. Hyun-suk finally understood. The surge of power he had felt back then was indeed magic. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when the door swung open. Both were caught off guard as Reed-run entered. Hyun-suk asked why someone like Reed-run would visit such a modest room. Reed-run informed him that he was there to summon him to meet the great commander at Hemis's office. When Hemis saw Reed-run, she inquired about his unusual presence. Reed-run explained that he had a personal matter to discuss. He requested permission to teach Hyun-suk the art of battle. Hyun-suk was shocked. Hemis asked for the reasoning behind this. Reed-run explained that Ork Harkin, a platoon leader, had been exhibiting extraordinary potential and seemed suited for the position of deputy battalion commander. If things continued this way, Hyun-suk was certain to lose. Reed-run expressed his belief in Hyun-suk's immense potential and his desire to witness what Hyun-suk could achieve in the future. Hyun-suk was dumbfounded, certain the commander would reject the proposal. To his surprise, Hemis approved. Reed-run expressed his gratitude and Hemis dismissed them, stating she had work to attend to. Before they left, she noted how much stronger Hyun-suk had grown since their last meeting. While she admired his rapid development, it also irritated her as it posed a threat to Kirkin. She resolved to grant Kirkin something to even the odds. Reed-run led Hyun-suk to his personal training ground, a vast space that amazed Hyun-suk. He reflected on how much respect Hemis had for Reed-run. Reed-run, observing in silence, noticed Hyun-suk's body was brimming with mana, yet he couldn't utilize any of it. He realized Hyun-suk's rapid growth left little time for mastering the basics. With the battle only 4 days away, there wasn't enough time. Reed-run concluded there was only one solution. He clenched his fist and declared that pain was an integral part of growth. Advising Hyun-suk to stay alert, he delivered a punch directly to his face. While crashing onto the ground, Hyun-suk couldn't help but question if this guy was completely out of his mind. Here he was supposedly training him, yet he was beating him to a pulp. Hyun-suk shouted at Reed-run to focus. Otherwise he'd die if he didn't learn to block with mana. Determined, Hyun-suk tried to shield himself from Reed-run's incoming kick by raising his forearm. He quickly leapt backward to create some distance. Gathering his strength, Hyun-suk launched a counterkick. Reed-run found it peculiar. Although Hyun-suk's physical strength was nothing remarkable, his reaction speed and perceptiveness rivaled those of a seasoned knight. Reed-run recognized that Hyun-suk's fighting spirit was extraordinary. It became clear to Reed-run that it wasn't by sheer luck that he couldn't dodge Hyun-suk's kick. Hyun-suk's combat instincts were refined to an astonishing degree. Deciding to trust Hyun-suk's innate sense of battle, Reed-run planned his next move. He reminded Hyun-suk of the wager with the commander, emphasizing that without mastering mana, he had no chance of defeating Kirkin. With a cold resolve, he added that it was better to die here than suffer defeat in front of everyone. Then with a powerful punch, Reed-run hurled Hyun-suk into the air. Hyun-suk realized in that moment that Reed-run wasn't bluffing. Another hit like that might actually kill him. His mind wandered to his unfulfilled dream of getting married and having adorable children. But Reed-run wasn't giving him time to reminisce. He was already pursuing Hyun-suk mid-air, leaving Hyun-suk with only two choices: die or block the attack. Praying to God, Hyun-suk clenched his fist and prepared to retaliate. The next moment, the ground trembled from the impact of someone crashing into it. That someone was Hyun-suk. The force of his landing shattered a significant portion of the terrain. Rachel, standing nearby, was visibly alarmed. Reed-run approached Hyun-suk's motionless body, observing him carefully. He declared that Hyun-suk had just managed to control his own mana for the first time and asked if he had noticed. Raising his hand weakly, Hyun-suk gave a thumbs up, joking that God had answered his prayers. His ridiculous expression made Reed-run chuckle. Reed-run reassured him, saying he'd win if he continued progressing like this. He grabbed Hyun-suk's arm and instructed him to stay still so he could heal him. But as soon as Reed-run began, Hyun-suk let out a groan of pain, clutching his neck. Reed-run had forgotten an important detail: dark mana was akin to poison for humans. Realizing his mistake, Reed-run apologized profusely, scooping Hyun-suk into his arms and urging him to stay alive. In this world, certain powers inherently counter each other. Dark mana counters regular mana. Mana counters divine power, and divine power counters dark mana. Mana was the domain of humans. Dark mana belonged to demons, while divine power was reserved for the devout followers of God. The Church of Tussis, the most influential religious institution, had waged wars to bring all other faiths under its control. Now, as the divine empire of Gatron, They anointed a chosen individual capable of hearing God's voice and revered her as the saintess. Somewhere within the Demon King's stronghold, rumors swirled about the captured saintess locked in her room. The next saintess of the Divine Empire, Abelson Marriott, was now a prisoner of the demon army. There were murmurs of doubt among the demons. She hadn't prayed in days, casting suspicion on her claim as the saintess. Still, they trusted Reed Run's judgment in capturing her. Abelson, on the other hand, saw no reason to pray. She believed her current circumstances were preferable to her time in the church. Suddenly, the door burst open and Reed Run barged in, carrying Hyun-suk in his arms. Abelson immediately chastised him for his rudeness. Ignoring her, Reed Run demanded that she heal the human. Hyun-suk's head throbbed, and he began to wonder what Reed Run had done to him. It was almost comical. His last thought was regretting that the last hand he held belonged to a man instead of Rachel. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a silver-haired beauty. His immediate thought was that he had died again and ended up in some random place. Hyun-suk began lamenting loudly, claiming he would never forgive the angel for this. He dramatically declared he'd rather become an archmage by the age of 30 than go through this again. Praying fervently, he cursed Rachel, accusing her of being a demon disguised as an angel, and demanded eternal torment for her. Finally, he muttered one last wish. If the angel insisted on making him a hero again, she should marry him first. Abelson, unimpressed, called him pathetic. Hyun-suk's eyes widened in shock. Reed Run, relieved that Hyun-suk was conscious, couldn't help but grab his shirt in excitement. Still dazed, Hyun-suk was utterly confused. Reed Run pulled him into a tight hug, but Hyun-suk immediately protested, accusing him of trying to kill him again. It was at this moment Hyun-suk realized he wasn't dead. Turning around, he glanced at Abelson, piecing together the embarrassing things he had just said in front of her. Reed Run, meanwhile, asked the saintess if Hyun-suk was fully healed. The saintess responded that Hyun-suk was not yet fully recovered, and it should be evident to Reed Run as well that the dark mana still lingered in his body. She admitted she didn't know what might happen to him. Reed Run asked if her divine power couldn't erase the dark mana. Abelson warned that any misstep could result in Hyun-suk's death. She suggested waiting, as the dark mana might dissipate over time. Apologizing sincerely, Reed Run promised to make amends by helping Hyun-suk grow stronger through training. Despite being nearly suffocated by the hug, Hyun-suk managed to remark that Reed Run didn't need to go to such lengths for someone as lowly as him. Reed Run dragged him away, but Hyun-suk protested, asking him to wait. Meanwhile, Abelson grew curious about Hyun-suk, wondering why a human was being trained by a demon. A few hours later, Hyun-suk finally made it back to his room. Bobo, as usual, was there playfully chewing on Hyun-suk's head. Hyun-suk thanked Bobo. He recalled hearing that Bobo had destroyed his home and eaten the soldier who tried to feed him. Once again, Hyun-suk thanked him, acknowledging that if it weren't for Bobo's separation anxiety, he'd still be stuck in training. Hyun-suk began venting to Bobo about everything that had happened that day. It was enough to make him cry. And to top it all off, the dark mana was still coursing through him. Looking up, he asked Rachel if he was going to die. Bobo simply kept licking Hyun-suk. Hyun-suk called for Rachel again, but she didn't respond. Rachel was crying, devastated that her hero had been ruined and corrupted. She told him that he wasn't the same hero anymore. Hyun-suk was taken aback. Shouldn't he be the one crying after everything he had just been through? Eventually, Rachel calmed down and confessed that all of the misfortunes were her fault. The dark mana in Hyun-suk's body, his near-death experience, it was all on her. With biting sarcasm, she added that it was because she was a demon wearing an angel's face, a deranged maniac destined to suffer eternal torment in hell. Hyun-suk froze, recognizing those were the very words he'd said to the saintess upon waking up. Realizing his mistake, he scrambled to console Rachel, even going as far as to claim there was no buff item in the world as amazing as her. Rachel, however, was unmoved and told him to shut up, saying he didn't mean any of it. Now all Hyun-suk could do was wait, racking his brain for a way to make amends. 3 days later, Hyun-suk felt like he was going crazy. Collapsed on the ground, he cried from the grueling training Reed Run had put him through. Abelson, who was present to heal him, tended to his injuries as usual. Hyun-suk praised her beauty as he always did. Abelson, disgusted by his behavior, couldn't believe this so-called hero. Yet she healed him anyway. Hyun-suk shyly scratched his head and asked Abelson for a favor before his battle the next day. He wanted her to pray for his survival and if possible to come watch him fight. The request caught Abelson off guard. The day of the battle finally arrived. a match that would decide Hyunsuk's fate. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Why would anyone challenge the commander, let alone a mere human? Of course, Hemis and Reed Run were in attendance. Hemis, enjoying the atmosphere, asked Reed Run who he thought would win. Reed Run confidently replied that Hyunsuk would emerge victorious. He had worked tirelessly and his talent was extraordinary. Intrigued, Hemis leaned closer and proposed a bet. If Hyunsuk won, Reed Run could continue training him. Reed Run found the wager unusual and asked what would happen if Hyunsuk lost. With a sly grin, Hemis revealed the catch. Reed Run would have to kill Hyunsuk with his own hands. It was the responsibility he would bear for his bold words. An uneasy feeling settled over Reed Run, but he had no choice but to agree. As she looked at Hyunsuk, Hemis remarked how exhilarating it had been since she felt this much excitement. The announcer began introducing the fighters. Hyunsuk stood ready, his mind clear and his body in peak condition. He wasn't nervous. When his name was announced, he stepped forward with confidence. Hyunsuk reflected on how much he'd grown. His stats had improved significantly, he'd gained a new skill and trait. The intense training had paid off. Reed Run's unique combat style, composed of 10 distinct forms, was now a part of Hyunsuk's arsenal. Though his proficiency with it was only at 8%, he believed it would suffice. Our boy was determined to win this fight and hoped that, after the battle, he could go on a date with the silver-haired saintess. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted when Rachel shouted, demanding to know what he was thinking. On the other side, his opponent was introduced. This beast, named Kurkin, was here to punish Hyunsuk for his arrogance. Both Hyunsuk and Rachel immediately noticed that something was different about Kurkin. He didn't look the same as when they had seen him before. Reed Run was also caught off guard as soon as Kurkin appeared. Hemis wasted no time in reminding Reed Run that there was no backing out of their bet now. Kurkin let out a roar so loud it sent shockwaves through the area. His combat level now stood at 10,573, which Hyunsuk confirmed with his goggles. Hyunsuk couldn't believe it. Kurkin had surpassed 10,000 in just a few days. Rachel too was in disbelief. She suspected that Kurkin must have done something underhanded to increase his strength so rapidly. However, Hyunsuk clenched his fist and muttered to himself, of course, nothing was going to be easy. As soon as the fight began, Hyunsuk charged toward Kurkin. Kurkin, already anticipating the move, raised his weapon in preparation. Hyunsuk knew that if that massive club landed even once, he was done for. Kurkin swung his weapon, but Hyunsuk managed to avoid it. The swing was large and easy to predict. Hyunsuk knew that he just had to stay calm, dodge, and wait for the right opening. Hyunsuk landed a solid blow, and the announcer remarked that it must have hurt even Kurkin. Hyunsuk readied himself for another strike, landing it once more. The impact was tremendous, but Kurkin didn't even flinch. Hyunsuk immediately realized he had messed up when he saw something blurry coming toward him. The object hit the side of his body with a powerful force. He quickly created distance between them, only to notice that his left arm had been broken by that single blow. Kurkin, however, seemed unfazed by the damage he had taken earlier. Hyunsuk observed that Kurkin appeared normal, and his movements were still predictable. In his mind, Hyunsuk reminded himself that he had endured worse before. He steeled himself, telling himself not to be afraid and remembering the lessons he had learned. Combat arts involved using mana with martial arts, allowing someone to smash the ground or break a rock with a single punch. Reed Run had explained this to him. He added that combat arts weren't just about raw strength. The crucial point was that combat arts are techniques meant to kill your opponent. Back during their training, Hyunsuk had been told he couldn't beat Kurkin with his current abilities. The reason? He lacked the intent to kill. Without a clear intention to kill, his attacks were meaningless. As the present moment unfolded, Hyunsuk recalled Reed Run's words. Kurkin was about to strike again, but this time, instead of dodging, Hyunsuk surged forward as if he was about to counter. This time his attack was fueled by killing intent. Hyunsuk's punch landed and he shouted, "Fucking die." Unlike his previous attacks, this one pierced Kurkin's muscular body. This was the first form of Reed Run's combat style, instant obliteration. And as the name suggested, the arena was obliterated in the process. As the dust clouded the arena, Abelson wondered who had won. When the dust finally settled, Kurkin's body was revealed, a massive hole torn through his chest. "Welcome to the Donut Club, ugly ass," Hyunsuk thought to himself as he raised his fist in victory. It was official, the weak human Choi Hyunsuk had won. Despite his victory, Hyunsuk's body trembled, and he realized that if he used Reed Run's technique again, it might just kill him. Meanwhile, Rachel was celebrating. She told Hyunsuk that he had pierced straight through Kurkin's heart. Hyunsuk could hardly believe they had won. But then a dark red aura surrounded Kurkin's body. Something wasn't right. The announcer too couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming that it was a miracle. But Hyunsuk knew this wasn't a miracle. He watched as a red object began to emerge from Kurkin's body, twisting in pain as something strange happens to his body. It's clear that the blow wasn't fatal enough. Kurkin remains standing, almost miraculously, despite a massive hole where his heart should be. Kurkin has now literally become a walking meat donut and will be known as Mr. Donut. Choi, surprised that Kurkin can still fight even with his heart torn apart, realizes it must be the commander's doing as he stares at Mr. Donut's gaping hole. Meanwhile, the commander watches the fight with a smile, enjoying how events are unfolding. Beside her, Reedrun wonders what she was thinking by sharing her dark mana with Mr. Donut. She also cast a curse that turned him into an undead when he reached a fatal state. The commander, impressed by Choi's quick learning and talents, smiles, though her expression carries a hint of frustration for having expected more from him. Back on the battlefield, Choi wonders if Donut is still alive as he looks at the heartless monster still standing. Rachel clarifies that he isn't, it's actually a curse causing this effect. However, she notes that the curse won't last long. Suddenly, Donut charges at the hero, preparing a strike with a murderous gaze. Choi laughs, joking that this move is already well known and easy to dodge. Famous last words. In the blink of an eye, he is struck. Donut's fist is already at his neck, and apparently the blow wasn't as avoidable as Choi had thought. Mr. Donut, holding the hero's neck in one hand, strikes multiple times with the other, only stopping when Choi, in a desperate response, grabs the monster's arm with both his arms and legs, causing a surge of energy. This prompts Donut to throw him away, sending Choi crashing into a wall. As Choi reflects on the gentle meeting between his body and the wall, he recalls the near-death sensation he experienced, comparing then to now. It seems like all the bones in his body are broken. With no time to dwell on his misery, he notices someone willing him to stand and continue. Choi then realizes Abelson's presence, gesturing encouragement, telling him he can win. The hero hesitates to believe her, but the doubt doesn't last long. He rises, realizing the fight isn't over until it's truly over. His newfound courage stems from one thing: the fear of embarrassing himself in front of a girl. That's how we do to overcome death. Even with all his bones seemingly broken, he channels mana that acts as an armor for his body. A blue aura covers him. Choi then decides to counterattack. As he moves toward Mr. Donut, the system updates displaying 2 consecutive changes. His mana control advances from F to E and then from E to D. Charging a powerful energy-infused attack, the hero shouts an invitation to Abelson for a date. Screaming while smashing a goblin's thinking box seems like the perfect time to ask a girl for a hangout. The attack drives Donut's head into the ground, but it isn't enough to neutralize him, but it was almost. Realizing his attack was highly effective, Choi continues his assault, repeatedly striking Donut's meat coconut. The audience watches in stunned silence, unable to process what's happening in the arena. Meanwhile, in the room where Reedrun and the commander are watching, she asks Reedrun if was he the one who taught the hero all those moves. Reedrun denies it. He also added, emphasizing that he's never seen anything like this in his life. Turning the attention back on the battlefield, now nearing its conclusion, Choi's thoughts are focused on his possible date. Things like 1 night, 2 days, dinner and hotel, clearly more important things to think in a situation like this. However, he knows he must remain cautious while collapses in exhaustion. As a result, the commander tells Reedrun to be careful. Choi is a monster. She reflects that having a hero serve the demon army will be fun, even though Choi's face reminds her of someone she isn't fond of. Sometime later, the hero wakes up startled in his cabin, bandaged, and in the company of Dog and Rachel standing nearby. Before he can ask where he is, Rachel informs him he's obviously in his cabin. Choi, concerned about the outcome of the fight and his experience, is quickly reassured that he won and that Abelson tended to his injuries. Eager to check the system, he looks at his stats. Hero candidate Choi, now level 212, has seen significant increases not only in his level but also in stamina, mana, charisma, and unlocked mana control skill. As he reviews his stats, Rachel mentions she could have healed him too. Choi ignores the comment, focusing solely on the absurd number of levels he gained. Noticing the mana control skill, Rachel reacts with exaggerated surprise. She defends her reaction, explaining that she's right, it's extremely rare for anyone to achieve mana control. As she tries to elaborate on how amazing this feat is, she's interrupted by Choi, who notices a strangely folded piece of paper. The scene shifts to Abelson's prison. She's gazing at the stars and muttering to herself that it was unnecessary. In her thoughts, the hero is strange. He discovered mana and learned about combat in just 3 days, which isn't normal. This hero certainly has unknown potential. Unfortunately, his personality is inversely proportional to his abilities. Abelson wonders if her prayers were answered or if Choi is simply pure talent. In the end, it doesn't matter. To her, he's the hope she needs. She then knocks on a door, seeking a favor, and Reedrun at the other side answers, offering his help. When Reedrun asks what she needs, she says she wants to take a walk. Back in Choi's room, as he reads the letter, he's surprised to find it's a positive response to his date request with Abelson. She now wants to see him at the courtyard. The hero will finally have the time of his life. Moments later, the time for the meeting finally arrives. Choi, anxious, still doesn't know how to act in this situation. He wonders if he should ask for her number, but there aren't even cell phones in this world. Rachel advises him to forget about this situation and return to his room, complaining that he always ignores her words. But she can't finish her sentence as she's suddenly grabbed fiercely by Choi, who plans to throw her aside. However, just as he prepares to do so, Abelson appears in front of him, accompanied by 2 others. Choi, clearly caught off guard, announces Abelson's arrival, questioning who the other 2 are. Abelson replies that they are her escorts. After all, she couldn't wander alone in her current condition. Choi, with sadness, quickly remembers that she's confined as a hostage of the Demon King's army. Breaking the tension, Abelson expresses her desire to start with a walk. Choi agrees, and as they walk, he thinks about how stressful it is to be under the watchful eyes of Abelson's escorts. They're eliminating any chance of intimacy between the 2, leaving him unsure of how to start a conversation. Abelson, on the other hand, knows exactly what to say. Without hesitation, she fires her question. "Are you a hero, Mr. Choi Hyun-seok?" The hero, surprised, doesn't understand how she knows or suspects this detail about him. Abelson explains that only heroes and demons have black hair in this world. Shaken by this revelation, Choi is also asked if he has any questions of his own. She encourages him to feel free to ask. Nervous but grateful, Choi timidly starts his first question. But before he can say anything coherent, they are interrupted by Reedrun. Choi is startled as he watches Reedrun approach in a hurry, frustration evident in his eyes. Reedrun delivers the message that the commander wishes to see him, exclaiming that the hero must follow. Choi panics. His meeting with Abelson ends before it even begins. Abelson also shows frustration with the situation, but it's clear their reasons differ. Observing everything, Abelson begins to wonder if Choi is truly someone trustworthy. The scene shifts to Hemi's chamber, where she explains she's been observing Choi's battle. She comments on his ability to consistently escape death with tenacity and then asks if he remembers what was offered to him. Choi cautiously confirms that he remembers she promised to protect him if he participated in a battle with an opponent of her choosing. She asks him to recall more details of the agreement. The hero recounts that he would become an executive under the commander. Hemis admits that this last part wasn't entirely intentional. She didn't think Choi would last long in his adventures. However, as events unfolded, the commander's perspective changed. Turning to Reedrun, Hemis reminds him that she mentioned Choi was a talent, a good candidate for a leadership role in the Demon King's army. She concludes that Choi is too talented to remain a mere platoon leader. Referencing significant losses among the Cook's company, the commander highlights the shortage of meat supplies, fearing they might have to resort to cannibalism. Choi, confused, understands the statement but not why he needs to hear it. Hemis then declares that he will lead the Cook's squad. Choi is now free to take any initiative needed to restore order to the kitchen. Hemis ends by asking if he will be able to accomplish this task. Hesitant, Choi responds that he will do his best. The scene changes again. Now alone with Rachel, Choi is sarcastically asked how it feels to be a Demon King squad leader despite being a hero on paper. Choi, matching her tone, declares he's so happy he could die. As he heads to his new workplace, the hero tells Rachel he notices her lingering bitterness. Rachel just grunts. Adopting a new attitude, Choi arrives at his destination and begins his duties by confronting a suspicious creature in the kitchen. The creature, one of the servants, mocks him by referring to Choi as a slave. Determined to assert his new position, Choi shouts at the servant as he approaches him. The servant looks confused and suddenly Choi strikes him with a blow to the chin, knocking him out while declaring himself the new commander. Choi then shouts for everyone to gather in the kitchen. Surveying the crowd, The hero notes the strongest one has a power level of 3,500. Still, the group is too small, prompting him to wonder where the others are. Initially numbering 300, now there are only 20. Choi realizes the gravity of the situation, knowing the difficulty of his task and the consequences of failure. Addressing his squad, he asks who knows him. Gradually, some start naming him, the barbecue master, while another dares to call him a delicious human. In a flash, that individual is kicked, becoming a wall decoration. Choi then solemnly reinforces that he is the commander. Next, he orders everyone to address him as the rightful commander of the cook squad. Choi asks why the number of cooks has dwindled. One responds that the others went hunting without permission and were killed by demon beasts. Understanding the situation, Choi asks who the best cook currently is. Someone names Galtram, who is immediately promoted to vice commander without objections. With everyone dismissed, the hero wonders how he'll gather 200 people for the squad. However, he quickly comes up with an idea. The next day, the fairy, the dog, and the hero set out to recruit cooks with a plan in mind. Searching high and low, Choi reflects on how some are easily replaceable while others are irreplaceable. Then he finds someone. With a kick as his greeting, Choi invites the individual to become a chef. The individual, irritated by the treatment, attempts a counterattack but is swiftly knocked down again by the hero, who begins persuading him with arguments. Informing him that he'll be the first of the day, Choi promises him a high-ranking position if he accepts. As a senior, he won't be bothered by many, on the contrary, he'll do the bothering. The future senior begins to waver, especially after learning that his first mission will be to recruit 5 juniors. Thus, it becomes clear what Plan A is, a pyramid scheme. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone is feasting on a large and succulent steak. His name is Doris, and he is a commander of the 3rd Battalion in the Demon King's army. As he eats, he mentions that the place is more peaceful than usual and that this elegant meal is proof of that peace. Suddenly, a goblin bursts through the door to alert Doris that they have a problem. Doris, wiping his mouth calmly, asks what it is and whether the goblin could be more elegant next time. The goblin, still catching his breath, reports that most of the battalion members have left. Doris questions whether they abandoned their posts since they have no other duty but to serve him. Terrified, the goblin clarifies that this is not the case. They have been summoned to join the army's cooking division. Still chewing on his steak, Doris mentions that the new head of the kitchen is a human whom Commander Hemis loves. He then advises them to be more careful next time. The goblin shouts, saying that this is not a situation he should let slide so easily. He adds that they have already taken 200 of his soldiers to serve as cooks. This leaves Doris stunned, as he cannot believe that his entire battalion abandoned him so quickly. Now outside, the soldiers summoned by Choi Hyun-seok are gathering. Rachel tells Choi that more than 200 people have already assembled. Choi, resting his hand on his chin, smugly declares that this is thanks to his intelligence. He then adds that they have enough culinary soldiers and that he will finish recruiting soon, but a sudden noise catches his attention, prompting him to look. The noise was caused by the goblin, who was perched on Doris's shoulder, pointing at the soldiers who had left the battalion. Choi's first thought is that this is not a good omen. Adjusting his glasses, he comments that he has no idea what's going on or who these people are, but they seem to be angry about something. After putting on his glasses, the device itself issues a warning, stating that it cannot measure power levels exceeding 50,000. This surprises Choi. The glasses also warn that if used beyond their designated limit, they might malfunction. Choi mutters that he should end this quickly and run away before getting into more trouble. Doris shouts, asking whether Choi Hyun-seok, the human who takes care of Bobo, is present. As Choi turns to flee without leaving a trace, Bobo suddenly appears and barks affectionately at Doris, leaving Choi with no escape. Choi halts his retreat, gathers his courage and introduces himself to the commander, asking what brings him there. Doris introduces himself as the commander of the separated 3rd Battalion. Then, slightly irritated, Doris demands to know who the hell Choi thinks he is to question what a commander is doing there. He points at the former battalion members and asks Choi whether he truly believes there is no reason for him to be there. This catches Choi off guard and makes him nervous, as even he had not realized that those scoundrels had brought along all their fellow unit members. Doris then invites Choi to have a conversation in his office. With no other options, Choi agrees. He has a sinking feeling that things have been going too smoothly to be true. Now in Doris's office, the commander asks whether this was really not intentional. Choi insists that he would never do such a thing. He explains that he simply selected the bravest soldiers, and it just so happened that they were all from the 3rd Battalion. Doris is surprised and thinks that the army's commander must favor this human. Deciding it is best to end the matter peacefully, he lets it go. After that, Doris changes his expression to a more amicable one and states that since things have unfolded this way, there is nothing more to be done. Choi should simply take the soldiers he selected and use them as he pleases. Hearing this excites Hyun-seok, who asks if it is really true, thinking that he has a good feeling about this. However, just after this moment of euphoria, Doris mentions that there is a condition. Choi immediately starts feeling uneasy again. As a true gentleman, Doris explains that since Choi has already taken 200 of his soldiers, there is one specific soldier he should also take. Choi becomes alert, thinking that even after taking so many soldiers, Doris still wants him to take one more. That must mean this soldier is a useless failure who will only cause trouble. Annoyed, Doris asks whether Choi is refusing and whether there is a problem, even after taking all of his 3rd Battalion soldiers. Feeling the pressure and his legs beginning to weaken, Choi insists that it is not what Doris thinks. He says he is simply overwhelmed with happiness and does not know how to properly express his gratitude. As the door opens, Doris declares that he has made his decision and will now introduce Choi to his new soldier. Then a massive hand appears, and Doris announces that the name of the new soldier is Yuzaru, adding that he is a lovable hybrid born from an ogre and an orc. Yuzaru introduces himself, speaking in the 3rd person. Yuzaru has arrived, Commander. Since Choi was still using his glasses, he realizes that Yuzaru's combat power also cannot be measured. While Choi remains paralyzed at the thought of having someone so strong as a soldier, Doris comments that Yuzaru's flaw is that he is incredibly stupid, but he is strong. He then tells Choi to make good use of him. As Yuzaru tries to enter the room, he bumps his head on the doorframe and loudly states it, making Choi wonder just how stupid he really is. Back at the recruitment site, Choi announces that he will reintroduce himself to all members. He states that his name is Choi Hyun-seok, the tamer of Bobo and the new head chef of the army. One of the soldiers comments that this is the first time he has seen Bobo. Choi, holding a bone, remarks that Bobo is a good boy. Bobo's eyes light up, and he even drools at the sight of the bone. Then, turning to the members, Choi declares that from now on, he will be organizing the unit. He puts up a list for everyone to see and explains that it is a new list, prepared by him, in which everyone must check their names and organize themselves accordingly. Rachel, surprised that he actually prepared a list, asks what criteria he used. Choi tells her that he believes everyone has the same level of intelligence, so he organized them based on combat power. He further explains that he assigned the weaker soldiers with more kitchen experience to kitchen duties. Then he asks Rachel if that was not a genius idea. After a while, one of the soldiers calls for him, stating that everything is ready and everyone has been organized. Delighted, Choi says he will check. With everyone divided into 2 large groups, Choi announces that the squad on the right is the culinary unit, while the one on the left is the combat unit. Using his experience, he acknowledges that some people might be unhappy with their assigned roles and invites anyone dissatisfied to step forward. A soldier raises his green hand, confirming that there is a problem. The goblin with a parted hairstyle, one of the weakest in the battalion, is the one who raised his hand. He states that he also wants to hunt and eat fresh meat right away. Choi gives a strange smile, admitting that this is a headache. He then calls for the goblin to come closer. The goblin cautiously approaches, contemplating what might happen. Once he is close enough, Choi suddenly kicks the poor goblin in the balls, making him scream in pain, his eyes bulging. Then Choi announces that this was his entrance exam. The poor goblin, now realizing that he will never be able to have children again, is left in agony. Without remorse, Choi declares that since he failed to withstand the kick, he has failed the test. Only then does the hero system finally appear, displaying a notification that thanks to his excellent leadership and command skills, Choi successfully organized and stabilized the unit. The system grants him the hidden skill of charisma level up, as well as an upgrade to his leadership skill level. Looking at the squad members, Choi asks if there are any other candidates with complaints. After a moment of silence, Choi clenches his fist, preparing to give a speech. Then he shouts for everyone to hear that everything is confirmed. He gives the order for the combat unit to grab their weapons because it is time to hunt. Now, in the great forest north of the Black Fortress, Choi gathers with all the members of the combat unit. Choi remarks to Rachel that, especially today, the forest seems calmer, with no sign of a single beast around. She replies that it might be due to the presence of Bobo and Yuzaru. Since they are so strong, they could be scaring the monsters away. Agreeing with her, Choi acknowledges that it is a plausible theory. Then we see Bobo and Yuzaru looking cuter than ever before. Choi grumbles, saying that those two are his best soldiers, and he simply cannot leave them behind. Rachel then suggests that they use bait to lure the monsters. Choi questions her idea, saying that if they had extra meat to use as bait, he wouldn't need to go hunting in the first place. Rachel smiles and tells him that he misunderstood. She's not talking about sophisticated bait. Pointing at all the squad members, she explains that they will serve as biological bait to attract all the demonic beasts. Choi loses his sparkle, then looks up and asks God what he did in his past life to deserve this. Then he crosses his arms and, with conviction, Choi orders the numbers 14, 3, 1, 43, and 7 from the list to step forward. Rachel, not understanding the significance of those numbers, asks him about it. He responds by saying that those were the numbers he bet on in the lottery back on Earth, lamenting that he could have been the winner. Still tearful, Choi gives the command that the operation will begin now. He then orders Yuzaru to grab member number 14, which excites the giant. After being held by Yuzaru, the poor member number 14 asks if he has lost his mind. Calling him an intercontinental ballistic goblin, Yuzaru effortlessly tosses the goblin far away. Choi, with his hand on his chin like a thinker, comments that it's a great idea, as continuing to throw weak soldiers like bait will eventually attract the attention of the monsters. He then turns to a fox soldier and orders him to light a small fire so the ones thrown as bait will have a way to return. But Rachel questions whether throwing soldiers like that wouldn't just kill them from the impact of the fall. Choi retorts, saying that he is sure 1 in every 6 will come back alive. He tells Yuzaru to keep throwing the others from the list. The rest of the battalion is in shock and whispers among themselves that the human head chef has lost his mind and that they want a long life. One of the goblin soldiers, terrified by the situation, decides to turn around and run away at that moment. As he turns to flee, he sees Bobo with his eyes sparkling with cuteness. The frightened goblin says that this is not what Bobo is thinking and that he will serve the Demon King's army for the rest of his life. But it seems Bobo doesn't believe him, as Choi mentions that the ones he threw earlier are late and should have returned by now. Meanwhile, in the background, the poor goblin is crying for help. At the same time, one of the goblins who had been thrown is running back, desperate and calling for help while being chased by several monsters. Choi smiles, saying it was about time for him to return and let the soldiers handle things now, but only if he needs to land the final blow on the monster to count for XP. But before he can finish his thought, Yuzaru takes off running ahead. He is simply too strong to leave the last hit for anyone else. As Yuzaru takes down the monsters one by one, he shouts that he loves fighting, leaving nothing for Choi. Frozen and speechless, Rachel looks at Choi and asks what last hit he's talking about, since there's no monster left alive. After everything, while Yuzaru celebrates his success with Bobo, Choi is left crying because he didn't get any XP, and worse, he can't even use the monsters as food since they were all torn apart. Rachel, shocked, points out that both Yuzaru and Bobo only need 1 hit to defeat the monsters. Still in disbelief, Choi says he needs to go back tomorrow but without those two. Rachel asks if he is sure about that, since there's only 1 more day before the main commander's duties return to normal. Back at the battalion, Choi orders a retreat, telling everyone to gather tomorrow at the same place, earlier than usual. Back in the kitchen, Rachel asks why he went there right after returning, and Choi responds that he needs to see if the mashed meat works in any way. Kicking the door open, Choi yells asking where the lazy ones are, ordering them to gather. One of the kitchen soldiers runs towards him and asks if something happened. Choi asks if he tried the meat from today's hunt. This soldier is Gallum, the vice chef. Gallum confirms that he did, but the results were not as good as expected. Choi is uncertain and says that the craftsman isn't very demanding and asks if Gallum understands. Gallum, in tears, says that he does. Mockingly, Choi asks if, despite all of his experience as a vice chef, Gallum still doesn't know how to make minced meat. Gallum responds that the main role of the kitchen army is to bring the ingredients, and he is not a personal chef for the commanders. He explains that the commanders care about taste, while the others just want to eat and don't care about flavor. Choi tells him that the members are also struggling and orders Gallum to be quicker. Gallum quickly runs off, telling the others to gather to light the firewood. Reflecting on what Gallum had just said, Choi realizes that everyone with a rank below that of commander survives on tasteless meals, so he has a good idea and smiles as things may be easier than he thought. After a while, he decides to pay a visit to an old acquaintance. He knocks on Abelson's door and introduces himself as Hyunseok. She hears him and tells the hero to come in. Feeling awkward and blushing, he says that it's nothing special, he just wanted to see her. Rachel then says that now she understands the real reason he went to the kitchen. It was to see this woman. He then pulls out the beautiful and delicious dish and asks if she has already had dinner. Choi continues speaking, saying that he only won the duel because of her support and that the meal is a symbol of his gratitude. Abelson thanks him and mentions that she will only want a little bit. The woman then cuts a small cube of the meat and brings the fork to her mouth, thinking that the smell is very good. She takes a bite and after chewing for a moment she's left without reaction. Then, like in Shokyuji no Soma, she says that it's delicious, much better than what she had eaten at the castle. An incredibly tasty flavor. After a few minutes, Choi, pleased, says that it looks like she liked the food since she finished the entire plate. Still shy, he takes the plate and says that now that she's eaten he can leave. Just as he's about to leave, she calls him by his name. Then Abelson asks what Choi's plans are when he leaves this place in the future. Choi, like a good man moved by emotion, quickly responds that it's marriage with her. Hearing this, Abelson's eyes widen. Realizing his intentions and that he didn't understand the meaning of the question, she says that now he can leave. But before he goes, he tells her that there's something else he wants to do besides marry her. This catches her attention. However, before finishing, he asks her what her plans are and what she wants to do when she leaves there. With a lifeless look, she says that she doesn't know yet because if she ever leaves there, she doesn't want to do anything. Now, in Gartran, the divine empire of the capital of Gratium, where the theocracy is governed by the Pope of the Church of Ducis. A man kneels and refers to another as Your Holiness, then he provides the information that they have discovered the location of Abelson Marriott, the next saint. He then adds that, supposedly, Abelson is imprisoned in the Black Fortress where the glutton resides. The man sitting on the throne asks how the next saint ended up in such a place. Tapping his fingers anxiously on the throne, he asks if there has been no word from the Demon King about this. The man replies that there hasn't been, as no one knows what they want since they're not demanding anything. Rising from the throne, the Pope says that in the history of wars between humans and demons, there have been only a few times when humans managed to breach the Black Fortress. Even so, on those occasions when they succeeded, the glutton Hemis was absent. So, attacking directly now would be very reckless. Opening the curtain to the window, he says that he will send a secret rescue team. Then, Pope Orvan IV gives the order for the man to summon their hero. Back in the hunting grounds, Choi organizes the kitchen battalion soldiers into 2 blocks, literally. However, something keeps nagging at him. He can't stop thinking about what the hell Abelson meant when she said that she didn't want to do anything else. Walking to a suitable spot, he stops and says that this should be enough. While rummaging through his backpack, he calls the platoon commander forward and tells him to step up. He takes something from his backpack and tells the platoon commander to eat. What he pulled out were 2 steaks of meat, and while the soldiers look on in disbelief, they think it's some new type of bribe or some kind of leftovers. Choi asks if they're not going to eat, and the soldiers apologize and quickly begin eating. After tasting the meal, the soldiers who ate it shine their eyes and enter a state of ecstasy due to the delicious flavor of the meat. The 3 platoon leaders kneel and say that from now on they will be loyal to Choi, begging for another piece of the meat. However, he pulls out more pieces of meat and says that the chance to taste it is over, meaning that from now on, Choi shouts at them to run, because only the platoon that captures the most living demon beasts will be allowed to eat with him. The 3 platoon leaders run desperately, urging their soldiers to do the same. Seeing this, Choi says that the plan was a success since they're all slaves to their appetite. The plan to bring the monsters alive was precisely so he could land the last hit and level up. Looking at the system screen and seeing his level, status and charisma increasing, Choi says that while he was cutting the monsters, he quickly leveled up 10 times. One of the platoon leaders then asks who the winner was among the 3. Choi turns to them and announces that the winner was the Wolfken platoon and that the Wolfken platoon will have an amazing meal with him. The members of the other platoons ask what they will receive, and Choi answers with boredom that they will have the leftovers. Choi also shouts at them, giving the order to gather all the slaughtered meat and take it to the kitchen. Meanwhile, beyond the Black Forest, we see several lifeless bodies of soldiers and a man in a black cloak holding a sword. Back at the headquarters, someone stands in front of a door and says that they've finally arrived. Inside, Abelson says that she shouldn't have said that to Choi. After all, she can't keep hiding this forever. The door opens and it's the man in the black hood calling Abelson by her full name. He then removes his hood and we see that it's not Choi but a blonde man with green eyes. He says that he's there to rescue her. Recognizing him, Abelson calls him Sir Guffin and asks if the Pope sent him. He replies that he thinks so but isn't sure. Leaning against a table, she apologizes and says that she can't go back now, politely asking him to leave. Surprising her, he says that he'd love to retreat as well, but a mission is a mission and must be completed. With a serious expression, she says that as he should know, the glutton Hemis lives in that fortress, and if he tries to take her, he knows what the worst outcome could be. He approaches her, smiling, and asks how she plans to do that, and Abelson says that she will use her holy power to summon Hemis there. The man then grabs Abelson by the neck and says that he's not there for games, because he's not a prince but a soldier. With a cold expression, he orders her to close her eyes, and when she wakes up, she'll already be in the capital. With his grip tightening around her neck and her almost fainting, Abelson realizes that he may use holy power and wonders how that's possible. As her eyes slowly close, she thinks that she can't go back there again. Then a sleep spell is launched toward the blonde man. It's Choi telling him to take his hands off Abelson. The punch hits his face, but it seems to have little effect. With a small trickle of blood on his face, the blonde man says that it was a punch infused with magical energy and asks what Choi is. He adds that Choi's movements are very impressive for the magic he possesses. Irritated, Choi throws another punch and asks what the hell the blonde is talking about, ordering him to get away from Abelson immediately. The man retaliated with a kick and said it wasn't part of the mission, but it's always good to have something useful, so Choi would go with him as well. The kick was so strong to Choi's stomach that he couldn't stay on his feet. While Choi and Abelson were on the ground, the blonde man said that trivial worms always irritated him. Watching all of this from afar, Rachel saw that the man had defeated the other man with a single blow, so she was unsure whether she should call Bobo for help. Then Rachel felt a frightening presence approaching the area. Inside the room, the man looked at a teleportation scroll and said that there was nothing he could do, but to bring another person with him, he needed to alter a few terms. Then someone arrived behind this man. The person asked the blonde if something wasn't going well. Was Hemis? Smiling, she asked if the man needed help. The man quickly turned around and was shocked to see Hemis in front of him. He wondered how this was possible since he had blocked the saint's powers. Hemis asked if the man could start calling her gourmet from now on. The blonde, trembling with fear, thought that he couldn't feel any magical energy coming from Hemis, and maybe this was due to the difference in their levels. Placing the contract in his mouth, the man thought that maybe the story about Hemis, the glutton devouring thousands of soldiers in a single day, could be true. Hemis emanated her power with a pink aura and said that now she would see how skilled her blonde guest was. The pressure from her magical energy was so immense that the blonde man became paralyzed. He could only think about not panicking because only then could he dodge her attacks, and when the opportunity arose, he would take the saint quickly. Then, the blonde man felt a strange dizziness and realized it was due to the punch he had received from Choi, and the dizziness effect came late. While he was distracted, Hemis launched an attack that apparently struck and ripped off the blonde man's arm. The glutton said she liked him and asked if he could entertain her a little more. The blonde man thought that, with the state of his body, it was better for him to leave on his own. Then, the blonde man declared the mission a failure, activated the teleportation power, a golden explosion occurred, and he disappeared from there. Hemis was surprised that the man fled even after she had asked him for a favor. Then, with a devilish expression, she said that it was fine because the truly fun things were about to begin now. Then, a brief description of Hemis is shown. The glutton is an ancient monster and an ageless witch. All of these were insults to Hemis, the commander of the Third Corps of the Demon King's army. Through the endless flow of time, countless demons were born and appeared. However, the Demon King and Hemis, these two remained unshaken like enormous mountains. Yet, the infinite passage of time has numbed many things, and this is too cruel for any sentient being to bear. A few days later, Choi is training and is struck in the same spot with an attack. Lying on the ground and crying, he was training with Reedrun, who tells Choi that his attacks and how he uses magic are still too direct. Reedrun says that he doesn't need to be so rigid about it and can be more flexible. Still crying, Choi says he will keep that in mind next time. In an ironic tone, Reedrun says that there's one more thing to mention. No matter how strong Choi feels or considers himself to be, there will always be someone stronger. Helping Choi up, Reedrun tells him not to forget that a fair victory is a privilege only for the truly strong. Then Reed turns to Choi Hyunseok and says that's all for today, telling him that he did a good job. Reedrun turns and leaves the area while Choi, feeling awkward, watches him walk away. The hero, nearly depressed, sits on the ground and concerned Rachel asks if he's alright. He responds that no, he's almost dying and asks her to heal him. Rachel begins the healing and Choi says that at least he can breathe now. This makes the fairy ask if she is now just a healing potion for him. While he's being healed, Choi has several thoughts in his mind. He remembers Abelson telling him to get stronger because only his belief in his own strength would protect him. Then he tells Rachel that Abelson said he needed to be stronger. Rachel gets angry because he's already talking about that woman again, and because of her, he almost lost his life. She doesn't know if she's a saint or a witch. Choi tells her that she could suffer divine punishment for saying such things. While still using the healing, Rachel remembers that the assassin used sacred power, so she questions why, if she is really a saint, he attacked her. Choi, thinking, says that she's right because the next saint should be a valuable existence, and that's not what happened. Choi becomes frustrated thinking about it and says that, in any case, he's done thinking about it. Then Rachel asks why he's so fond of her. Choi ignores her and says she's just jealous. Rachel yells that he's a woman-crazed moth and asks if he really wants to die. Shortly afterward, there was Choi, head down and sad, while Rachel and Bobo looked at him. Choi says that it's over for him and asks to be reborn as a rich family's cat in his next life, leaving their eyes confused by the situation. Rachel asks if Bobo is concerned and if he would accept someone like that as his master. Bobo still doesn't understand, so Rachel says she will tell him what happened. 30 minutes ago in Hemis's office. Hemis calls Choi Hyun-seok and tells him that she has a big dilemma. She quickly says she's been bored for a long time, which surprises both Rachel and Choi with this sudden revelation. Sitting on her throne, Hemis says that because of this she should see something fun, and Choi just agrees. Hemis then says that he will have 1 month to train and defeat the battalion commander, which leaves him incredulous and nervous, asking if she really said that. With her aura emanating from her claws, she asks if something is wrong or if he can't do it. She asks if he wants her help, like she did with Mr. Donut in their fight against him. Remembering what she did, he bows, hitting his head on the table, and says that he doesn't need it and will handle it himself. Rachel then finishes recalling the events and Choi cries in the background. The fairy tells Bobo to say goodbye as he won't be seeing him for a long time. And now, I believe Bobo understands the situation. Rachel then turns to the hero and tells him that it's about time he accepts the fact that he's a hero, asking if he intends to defeat the battalion commander with only 9,000 power. Choi says he's already crying because of it and asks if Rachel wants him to die right now. While he laments, Rachel remembers that indeed Choi became strong quickly, but it's not enough because the battalion commander is on another level. Hyun-seok remembers that the average battalion commander has a combat power of over 40,000 and he laments because there's no way to reach that number in such a short time. He looks at Bobo and thinks it would be wonderful if Bobo could replace him and fight in his place, as Bobo could fight on equal terms or even win against the battalion commander. While Bobo consoles him, Rachel says that the fight should be a duel and Choi confirms that. Only then does Choi have an idea, remembering what Hemis actually said. He then asks Rachel what Hemis had said, and Rachel replies that he has 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. He gets excited again because he realizes that at no point did Hemis mention a duel or a main fight. Rachel is left speechless, her eyes wide open. Choi then comes up with a plan because, no matter how he does it, he just needs to do it. The idea is to use anything to defeat the battalion commander, whether alone or not. Rachel asks if he's sure he should interpret it as he wishes. Biting his fingers nervously, Choi says that the only way is to lure the battalion commander out and set up an ambush with Bobo. Upon hearing this, Rachel asks what he is, as she doesn't know whether to consider him very intelligent or just a coward. Then Rachel asks how Choi will lure the commander out. She wonders if someone as careless as the hero has any way to persuade the commander. Holding a spice and smiling, Choi says yes, because he met the commander recently and knows that he enjoys savoring elegant meals. So Choi begins preparing the best recipe for grilled ribs. He selects the best ribs and goes through the entire process to make them incredible, soaking them in water with honey to remove the blood. Once the blood is removed, they should be left in a pot to cook quickly. While it's boiling, Choi chops the mushrooms and green onions, adds gushing fish, and stirs to combine the flavors. Then he adds everything into the pot with the meat and lets it boil. After at least half an hour of boiling, we see Bobo dragging Choi through the fortress corridors so fast that his body seems to separate from his soul. Upon arriving at the location, Choi can't bear it and collapses, questioning how it's possible for him to lose in terms of endurance if he's just a human. Quickly, Rachel stops the hero and tells him that it's burning, which leaves Choi terrified. Then we see the plate of ribs and stew complete and it looks delicious. Carefully, Choi places it on a plate, and with a smile he sprinkles finely chopped green onions on top, saying that the best stew, the key to unlocking the heart of Commander Doris, is ready. The table was full of delicious food, and Doris leaned back in satisfaction, a rare moment of peace washing over him. He took a deep breath, savoring the ambience, and reflected on how infrequent such refined, tranquil moments were in his position. The decision to pass Yuzaru on to Choi had been a stroke of genius, easing a burden he hadn't realized was so taxing. As he pondered this, a subordinate entered, bowing with measured respect. The air in the room shifted slightly as the servant cleared his throat before delivering a message. The cooking squadron had arrived to see him. Doris, though already sated, felt curiosity stir within him and gestured for the servant to continue. Without hesitation, Doris dismissed any possibility of returning Yuzaru, assuming that was the purpose of their visit. The subordinate hesitated before clarifying that Choi had come for a different reason. He wished to present a dish as a token of appreciation. Hearing this, Doris's eyes lit up. Whispers of Choi's extraordinary culinary skills had reached him, rumors painting him as a near-mythical figure in the kitchen. Now he would experience it firsthand. Straightening his posture, he gave his approval. A knock echoed through the room, and the doors swung open to reveal Choi making an exaggerated entrance, tray in hand, a mischievous glint in his eye, and a rose held between his teeth. Doris blinked, momentarily caught off guard before swiftly composing himself. Choi set the tray before him with a theatrical bow, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity that had led to his new title in the kitchen. Doris, unimpressed by words, expected the food to speak for itself. With a humble nod, Choi lifted the cover from the dish, revealing a steaming serving of urine ribs. A rich, tantalizing aroma filled the room, causing Doris to salivate despite himself. The presentation was impeccable, almost divine. Drawing in the fragrance, Doris found himself overwhelmed. Across from him, Choi watched knowingly, confident that one bite would send him into a world of indulgence. The moment Doris tasted it, disbelief overtook him. His widened eyes and forward-leaning posture betrayed his astonishment. The dish transcended human capability, reaching a level of perfection he had never imagined. Encouraged by the reaction, Choi suggested introducing more dishes in the future. Doris, without hesitation, accepted, willing to eat anything he prepared. As Choi exited, Rachel, standing by the door, struggled to contain her reaction. Doris, still enraptured by his meal, casually remarked on Choi's favored status. Barely making it outside, Choi gripped the doorknob, trembling. He and Rachel exchanged a glance before both succumbed to violent nausea. Rachel wiped her mouth, staring at Choi in disbelief. He acknowledged his actions, fully aware of the consequences. When pressed on his intentions, he made it clear. He would continue feeding Doris until the day came when he was nothing more than a pig fattened for slaughter. Meanwhile, inside the dining hall, Doris remained blissfully unaware, savoring each bite. A week passed. Doris sat before another grand meal, yet his appetite had noticeably waned. With a sigh, he idly prodded his food, burdened by looming concerns. An upcoming duel for the battalion commander position weighed on his mind. His growing influence had drawn unwanted attention, and failure meant forfeiting his title. Yet he accepted the stakes with a sense of dignity. Choi, realizing that a week of careful planning had failed to consider external threats, forced a smile and assured Doris of his impending victory after he invited him to watch the duel. The next day at the Grand Training Grounds, Rachel attempted to lift Choi's spirits with sarcasm. Choi, unimpressed, remained convinced that Doris stood no chance after everything he had been fed. Roger, the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps Regiment commander, initiated the duel. The challenger, a humanoid figure with a horned skull, stepped forward. Opposite him, Doris ascended the stairs, panting from the effort. Yet, upon spotting Choi, a smirk surfaced on his lips. Roger signaled the start. Doris barely reacted at first, his enthusiasm lacking, until the moment arrived. In a single motion, he seized his opponent's weapon. A shockwave erupted, forcing the audience to recoil from the impact. As the dust settled, the challenger lay motionless. Roger, stunned, acknowledged Doris's overwhelming dominance and ended the match. Spectators dispersed, leaving Choi to contemplate his next move. That night at Bobo's house, Choi analyzed the monster distribution map he had drawn. Rachel, peering over his shoulder, questioned his intentions. The plan was simple: pit monsters against each other, letting one enemy take out another. Rachel, after grasping the concept, understood the brilliance behind it. 3 days later, deep in the forest, Rachel groaned from exhaustion after memorizing endless monster entries. Choi had offered to divide the work, but she had refused, now regretting it. The dense foliage around them rustled as unseen creatures moved through the underbrush. Tension lingered in the air, each shadow carrying a hidden threat. The night was alive with distant roars and the snapping of twigs beneath massive feet. When asked about their first target, Choi pointed ahead. Rachel immediately identified it as a surfib, a massive forest worm. Despite its size, she dismissed it as useless for their plan due to its passive nature. Puffing her chest with pride over her deduction, she sought approval. Choi, unimpressed, remarked that even a fool could be useful. A soldier approached and inquired about their next hunting location. Choi told him to wait before asking Rachel about dragon-like monsters with steel-like scales. She replied that several types fit that description and that she would need to see it directly to identify it. This meant they had no choice but to face the creature head-on. Choi then announced to the cooking squadron that they would be sweeping the area clean. There was no need for captures. Everyone was free to kill to their heart's content. He even gave them permission to eat their prey immediately. The soldiers were ecstatic. They felt that their commander had finally come to his senses, celebrating the opportunity to eat their fill. They cut down monsters relentlessly, harvesting their meat until the supply piled up. Choi observed the results of their efforts but noted that the true owner of the territory had yet to reveal itself. He began to worry that their efforts had been in vain. Deciding to halt the operation, he ordered everyone to put away their weapons. The platoon commander ensured that his orders were followed. However, just as they began to settle, an unexpected sound caught Choi's attention. He immediately sensed that something had arrived. Birds scattered into the sky as a monstrous presence made itself known. A dragon's eye glared down at them from above. The creature, Nidrak, was a beast of immeasurable combat power. The soldiers panicked at the sight of the dragon and scattered in fear. In response, Nidrak set the area ablaze. Choi, however, was pleased. With a monster of this caliber, he now had a weapon strong enough to defeat Doris. At Hemis's office, she spoke to Reed Run about her growing concerns. 3 weeks had passed without any news from Choi. She speculated that Reed Run might have been training him for something extraordinary. He dismissed the notion, stating that their training was nothing out of the ordinary. Hemis then asked for his assessment of Choi's chances against the battalion commander. Without hesitation, Reed Run replied that there was no chance of victory. However, he did note that Choi had been getting close to Doris recently. This information caught Hemis off guard. She recalled how Choi had once claimed he would defeat the battalion commander, yet he seemed to be growing closer to him instead. This contradiction left her curious about his true intentions. At Doris's office, he continued eating, enjoying the grilled meat prepared by Choi. He thanked him for the meal. Choi, letting out a sigh, caught Doris's attention. Sensing something was wrong, Doris questioned him about it. Choi, putting on a pitiful act, claimed that there was a serious problem within the squadron. He hinted that this could be the last time he would be able to treat Doris to a meal. Alarmed by this statement, Doris pressed him for details. Choi then explained that the corps commander had requested a special type of monster meat, but the creature was far too powerful to handle. Choi continued his deception, reinforcing the illusion that their squadron was struggling to subdue a formidable monster. He named the creature Marbling, a name unfamiliar to Doris, who had only heard rumors of numerous injuries among the cooks. Choi reassured him of the monster's existence, emphasizing the danger it posed and the futility of sending more ordinary soldiers. Instead, he suggested that someone of Doris's strength could handle it effortlessly, promising that such a feat would not go unnoticed by the corps commander. The thought of recognition from Hemis stirred something in Doris. He imagined her regarding him fondly, her words lifting him from the status of a mere glutton to something more. The fantasy left him flustered. Choi, capitalizing on this reaction, assured him that he would relay his accomplishments personally, strengthening the illusion of camaraderie. Though Doris feigned reluctance, he ultimately agreed to help, seeing Choi as a friend. Choi expressed gratitude, but beneath his polite demeanor, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. The following day, the operation was set in motion. At the designated location, Choi gathered his forces, ensuring every step was carefully planned. Rachel confirmed whether he had memorized the terrain, to which he responded with absolute confidence, likening himself to a living navigation system. He then whispered to Bobo, subtly affirming that their true target was Doris. Yuzaru, lacking complexity in thought, simply prepared to execute his given task without question. With everything in place, the mission commenced. Deep within the great forest, the soldiers were oblivious to their true purpose. Their only knowledge was that they were being sent to hunt a dangerous monster. Doris, irritated by the harshness of the wilderness, questioned the distance to their target. Choi assured him they were approaching Marbling's territory, all the while maintaining extreme caution. He understood that Doris was more formidable than he appeared, but he had faith that Nidrak would emerge victorious. Suddenly the atmosphere shifted. Birds scattered in distress, signaling an imminent threat. Choi warned Doris that something was approaching. Doris, now alert, prepared himself. From the shadows, Nidrak emerged, its presence overwhelming. Confused, Doris questioned whether this was the marbling he had been told about, finding its appearance somewhat familiar. Choi dismissed his doubts, remarking that many monsters looked alike. Accepting this, Doris viewed it as nothing more than another beast to slay. With unwavering confidence, Doris commanded his battalion to attack, trusting that Choi would ensure his victory reached the corps commander's ears. His soldiers surged forward, engaging the dragon with reckless abandon. Doris himself lunged into battle, unleashing his formidable techniques. Despite Nidrak's immense power, Doris's sheer brutality kept him pressing forward. Choi observed with growing concern, realizing that Doris was more resourceful than anticipated. Instead of facing Nidrak directly, he used his soldiers as fodder, sacrificing them to create openings for his own attacks. Choi had intended for the battle to overwhelm Doris, but the demon's methodical approach threatened to undo his plan. Before Doris could land a decisive blow, a panicked soldier interrupted, reporting the arrival of another creature. Choi's expression darkened. He had miscalculated, this territory belonged to Nidrak alone. The presence of an additional monster disrupted his scheme. Retreat was immediately ordered, but before they could escape, a massive worm-like creature emerged. It was a Surfib, an entity Choi had initially dismissed due to its supposed non-aggressive nature. However, perceiving the ongoing battle as a territorial dispute, the Surfib prepared to fight. Doris quickly called for a full withdrawal, but Rachel realized that allowing him to escape would jeopardize everything. Choi knew he had no other choice. With a swift, decisive motion, he launched an attack. Using the read-run combat style's first form, he struck Doris, ensuring he had no time to process what had happened. His voice rang out, demanding that the retreat be cancelled. He called upon the demons to stand their ground, invoking their pride and courage. The chaos intensified as the battlefield descended into further disarray. Amidst it all, Doris registered the pain and the deafening roar of battle around him. Doris felt a surge of rage as he questioned whether he was being betrayed by a mere primitive human. Consumed by anger, he called out Choi's name, determined to risk everything to confront him. Activating his skill, Full Bloom, he unleashed a devastating attack. Choi, unaware of what was happening, found himself with no escape. Rachel urged him to run, but before he could react, he was struck by what felt like a bolt of lightning. The force nearly killed him, leaving him in shock and confusion about the nature of the attack. Through the chaos, Choi spotted Doris standing firm on the battlefield, declaring his intent to tear him apart while he was still alive. Realizing the imminent danger, Choi quickly assessed the situation, wondering about the whereabouts of Bobo and Yuzaru. Meanwhile, Rachel scanned the battlefield and noticed that Surfib's attack had caught everyone in its range. Choi felt as though he had been left alone to face Doris, who was seething with rage. Despite Doris' overwhelming fury, Choi saw him coughing up blood, recognizing that his opponent was pushing himself beyond his limits. Deciding to stall for time, Choi sprinted as fast as he could, instructing Rachel to call out the monster clusters from the map she had shown earlier. She complied, reading them aloud as she saw them. If Choi continued straight, he would reach the warhound habitat. Doris, undeterred by the surroundings, pursued him relentlessly, showing no concern for the monsters in his path. Choi knew that while most creatures would avoid the strong, a habitat with younglings would provoke an aggressive response. Doris dismissed Choi's tactics as feeble tricks, determined to ensure his demise. Channeling his strength, he unleashed a level 3 technique, Falling Flowers. His power surged, fueled by his deep belief that promotion was the greatest weapon of a demon. With confidence in his overwhelming strength, he prepared to end Choi once and for all. However, something felt off. His body wavered, and he suddenly coughed up a significant amount of blood. Choi, having stopped to observe, listened as Rachel pointed out that Doris' demonic energy was depleting rapidly. Doris realized too late that he had reached his limit. Expending excessive energy while hunting demonic beasts had left him drained. Acknowledging the situation, he turned away, unwillingly accepting that he could not continue. Choi called out to him, questioning his retreat. Doris, though displeased, admitted there was no choice but to recover first. He vowed to return and exact vengeance, declaring that he would never forget this humiliation. Before he could leave, Choi refused to let him escape so easily. Calling out to him, he taunted the demon, stating that he had entered on his own terms but would not be allowed to leave so freely. Doris dismissed his challenge, ridiculing Choi for thinking he could be defeated by mere fists. But Choi was prepared. Activating Ride-Run Combat Art 7th movement, he unleashed the explosive destruction wave. To his surprise, Doris endured the attack, proving his resilience. The demon smirked, accusing Choi of underestimating him. Before the battle could continue, an unexpected presence arrived. A voice cut through the battlefield, observing the fight with amusement. Hemis had appeared, questioning the commotion unfolding before her castle. A sudden explosion sent Choi flying into a tree, leaving him disoriented and in pain. As he cradled his head, trying to grasp the situation, Doris turned to the Corps commander, pleading for her intervention. He insisted that he had not yet lost and argued that this was not the final battle. Hemis, unimpressed, silenced him immediately. She mocked his incompetence, incredulous that a human had managed to beat him so severely. Given their ongoing war with humans, she found the thought of someone like Doris holding the rank of battalion commander utterly disgraceful. The mere idea made her shudder. She resolved to eliminate him on the spot. Choi, seizing the moment, rushed forward and boldly declared to the Corps commander that he had successfully defeated the battalion commander. Without hesitation, he kicked Doris, sending his blood splattering onto Hemis' face. Acknowledging their previous bet, she considered the outcome and extended an invitation to Choi, indicating that they had much to discuss. As they spoke, Hemis learned that even a Serphib had joined the chaos at the end. Choi admitted he had not anticipated that development either. Curious about his thought process, Hemis casually suggested that perhaps cutting open his head would provide some answers. Hemis acknowledged that Choi had manipulated the situation against her, finding his methods cunning and distasteful. Despite her disapproval, she admitted his success but warned him that such an opportunity would not come again. If he ever resorted to deceit or caused trouble in the future, the consequences would be severe. At Bobo's house, Choi lay sprawled on the floor, drained from the recent events but relieved to have survived. Still recovering, he inquired about Doris' polymorph and the concept of promotion. Rachel speculated that it might be a martial art exclusive to demons and suggested consulting the cow-headed one for answers. As Bobo barked, Choi acknowledged the hardships the creature endured amidst the chaos, recognizing that the Corps commander had resolved the situation swiftly. Reflecting on the battle, Choi admitted feeling a shred of pity for Doris, believing he was not entirely a bad opponent. However, Rachel pointed out that he had delivered the final blow intentionally to secure all the experience points. In response, Choi offered a hollow apology, but beneath the hand covering his face, a wicked grin revealed his true thoughts. Curious about his progress, Choi checked his level and discovered that he had advanced significantly. However, his status window displayed question marks, which puzzled him. Assuming it was an error, he voiced his concerns, but Rachel dismissed the idea, insisting that the hero system could not possibly malfunction. She believed he was joking, but Choi remained serious before deciding to drop the subject. To mark his achievement of reaching level 48, Rachel suggested measuring his combat power. After glancing at the readings, she revealed that his combat strength had now reached 13,936. Choi took pride in the drastic increase, recalling how not long ago, he had struggled even against a simple goblin. As a surprise, Rachel produced a beer, offering a moment of celebration. They drank, cheered, and basked in the victory. Yet, amidst the light-hearted moment, despite the calm, I could sense the impending danger and chaos. Sometime later, Choi returns to his inevitable routine, divided between sleeping, preparing, hunting, eating, cooking, training, and resting. He lives this loop of tasks daily and endlessly, regardless of how strong he becomes. While preparing for a training session, wrapping bandages around his hands, Choi wonders if he should find Abelson after training to clear up remaining doubts. Riadrun arrives, surprised that Choi showed up early for training, and they greet each other. Riadrun smiles while speaking with a tone of pride about Choi having defeated Doris and congratulates him. Choi thanks him shyly. Choi then takes advantage of the topic and decides to question Riadrun about something particular that happened during the fight against Doris. When asked if he knows anything about the technique called promote, Riadrun reflects with his hand on his chin, remembering it to be an informal style of ancient combat. The word informal makes Choi curious. Riadrun then explains that there are two forms of combat: formal, which involves movement, and informal, which is detached from formal structures. He also explains that, compared to formal combat, informal combat has significantly fewer variations. Since formal combat itself is already rare, informal is passed on more secretly. Choi then deduces that the difference is in summary something like attack damage versus skill damage. Riedrun continues, saying that despite everything, promote is a style that has been passed down for quite a long time. Any demon who uses demonic chi can learn it. However, it is an extremely dangerous ability that few dare to use. It has many side effects. Choi then asks if there is a possibility for him to learn how to use promote, since he possesses some demonic chi. Riedrun jokes about the amount of chi that Choi claims to have, emphasizing that besides being little, it is not natural to him, nor is it real demonic chi. Choi, in fact, seems to have ignored the warning that it is extremely dangerous. Choi uses the given argument that his chi is little to claim that the consequences may be mild and, in the worst case, Abelson could help. Riedrun, facing Choi's insistence, resists the idea of training such an ability. Choi, in contrast, is frustrated with the delay in giving a final answer. Desperate for approval, Choi throws himself to his knees, grabbing Riedrun by the leg. In an attempt to gain acceptance, Choi argues fiercely that without promote, he will die. He argues that all the fights are meaningless, where his life is reduced to being a tiny ant with an expiration date for the commander. Finally, he swears not to insist if a single attempt goes wrong. Riedrun, convinced, understands all the points that Choi made and agrees to the training. Riedrun confesses to being uncertain, but he made a promise, from which he cannot back out, to Choi's relief. Riedrun then announces the beginning of training and demands that Choi pay close attention. The scene changes not to the underground prison of the Empire of Gartran. There, a shackled prisoner receives a visit from a man in white robes. The man in white greets the prisoner, whose name is Geffen. Geffen replies that he was wondering who was coming, surprised that it is the Pope. Geffen then asks what the Pope wants, since he had said he had no more business with him. The Pope responds that he brings an opportunity to make peace. Geffen then asks what he needs to do. The Pope, with a malicious look, responds that the mission is to eliminate Abelson. Geffen is surprised by the mission, asking why not a rescue and why the orders suddenly changed. He also asks what the church will gain if the goddess dies. The Pope responds with irony that it is not something Geffen needs to know. Geffen shows concern as there is a glutton there. The Pope reassures Geffen. He replies that he will place 4 warriors with him and that the glutton will be out for a while. The Pope then finishes with a threat, telling Geffen to succeed, stating that failures will not be tolerated. Back at the training field, Choi agonizes as a red energy emanates from his body and foam comes out of his mouth. Abelson is beside him, worried, asking Choi to try to control himself. Riedrun just watches without reacting. Meanwhile, Abelson scolds them for practicing demonic combat techniques, saying it's a madness considering that Choi is human. Riedrun argues that at every moment Choi claimed to be fine, and after so much time training there shouldn't be much demonic QI left. Abelson, enraged, disregards Riedrun's words and retorts, asking if they are healers. There's no way they could determine that Choi was fine since they're not specialists in that. Abelson explains that she had controlled and sealed Choi's demonic QI, but during the training it was undone as they thought they could handle it. Riedrun then asks what's going to happen to Choi, and Abelson replies that she won't be able to hold the situation as it is. She says it's too late to try to seal the demonic QI. Instead of sealing it, she decides to try to make Choi's body adapt to the energy flow. Abelson tries to compress the demonic QI and suppress it with divine energy to spread it out so that it stops being concentrated, and that way Choi's body can endure it. Riedrun is surprised by the idea and questions if it's really possible. Abelson shows that she's not completely sure because she's never done anything like it before, nor has she ever heard of another deity doing it. There's even a chance that the demonic QI will rebel against the divine power and get even more out of control. Nevertheless, she decides to insist on the idea even if it results in the worst. In the end, time is passing and there's no other choice but to try. Sometime later, Choi wakes up in his room startled. He tries to get up, wondering what must have happened, as if a lot of time had suddenly passed. Suddenly he is hit by Rachel and Bobo, who throw themselves on Choi, happy that he finally woke up. Rachel doesn't hide her joy as she fervently repeats that Choi finally woke up after 3 days. Choi is shocked by how long he slept, which leads Rachel to ask if he doesn't remember anything. Choi replies that he remembers trying to learn promote and tries to check if anything changed in his system window. Upon checking, Choi notices that something has changed. He finds a new status called demonic QI accompanied by question marks in the system window. While calmly checking it, he is interrupted by someone's arrival. Riedrun and the commander enter the room, and the commander jokes, saying she knew Choi would wake up. Choi tries to get up to greet the commander, staggering. However, the commander says he doesn't need to strain himself in his current state as he can barely get on his knees. The commander then points out that she heard from Riadrun that Choi was practicing the use of demonic QI. Choi gets nervous when questioned why he didn't tell them about it. The commander approaches Choi, evaluating his condition, knowing that the goddess was the one who healed him, stating that it was worth having been revered as a saint. After all, she did a good job. Choi gets confused by the mention of the saint. The commander turns to Choi, conjuring dark energy from her mouth, saying that the demonic QI training isn't over yet. This time, she herself will give a special help. After all, as Choi himself said, he is a little ant that belongs to her. The commander strikes Choi on the neck with her magic like a snake, biting him and instantly putting him into shock. Riadrun tries to ask what's happening. The commander responds that it's nothing to worry about Choi, he will just need to rest a bit more. Choi watches them leaving for a meeting with the Demon King in his last conscious seconds. Days later at Bobo's house, the saint finishes another day of healing Choi's body. Abelson has been treating Choi since the day of the incident during training. After she finishes, Choi thanks her for always helping, and internally he's grateful for the chance to see her every day. Abelson mentions there's no need for thanks, since it was Choi's willpower that helped stabilize the crisis. She also murmurs that thanks aren't necessary because he is her hope. Choi doesn't understand Abelson's murmur and asks her to repeat it. She ignores the request and says goodbye, saying she's done everything she had to for the day. Choi is left confused, thinking about other times the saint said things he couldn't understand, and how many strange things are happening in this world, leaving many questions. The only thing left for Choi is to wait for things to unfold. Later that night, Choi and Riadrun are together, with the hero receiving lessons on the theory of demonic chi manipulation. Riadrun, however, warns Choi not to overdo it. Choi says he's fine, as it's already been 3 days since he woke up and he'll be okay as long as he doesn't use that type of magic again. Riadrun then recalls that it's been exactly 3 days since the commander left. As Choi continues talking, Riadrun gets lost in his thoughts. He reflects that even though the meeting is an annual and recurring event, this particular year feels like there's something strange involved. Choi notices Riadrun is distracted and calls his attention, prompting an apology from him. Choi mentions that Riadrun has been very busy in recent days. He offers to help if necessary, as Riadrun has been handling command duties alone. Riadrun replies that everything is fine and the commander will return soon. Even if she was summoned earlier this time, it won't change much of the routine. He ends by telling Choi to focus on himself, and Choi accepts it as an order. Riadrun observes that Choi is getting stronger over time. He also notes that now that he has demonic chi, his strength should develop even more. Choi will only need to remain stable in his current state to achieve tremendous results. As he watches Choi, Riadrun senses an unusual movement. He quickly realizes its divine power and becomes alert. Standing up, he surprises Choi with his sudden change in behavior. He then explains that he sensed the presence of someone with divine power in the castle who isn't the saint. Before Choi can process it, Riadrun confirms it's an intruder. Riadrun then orders Choi to stay quiet while he goes to investigate the situation. The scene shifts to the castle's hallways, where 4 men in black cloaks are gathered. They discuss how entering the castle was relatively easy. One of the men comments that this ease came from the commander being away. Geffen, instead of responding, demands silence. He knows and warns that even without the commander, there's still an opponent they must be wary of. When Geffen mentions the name Red Nightmare, Riadrun appears in front of the group, demanding to know how they knew about Commander Hemis's absence. Realizing they're facing the one they feared, one of the men panics, confirming it is Red Nightmare, while Geffen tells the group not to lose composure as they assume battle positions. Geffen then assigns 2 of the men to go after Abelson, while the other stays with him to fight Riadrun. Realizing their goal is the saint, Riadrun becomes concerned because the room where she is confined is not far from their current location. Clenching his fists, he becomes frustrated, knowing that dealing with all 4 would be easy, but handling 2 while the other 2 escape is much more complicated. Suddenly, a voice echoes down the corridor. Choi appears, asking if everything is alright, anxious because Riadrun had left the room with such a serious expression. Riadrun scolds Choi, saying he was very clear when he ordered him to stay in the room. But internally he is grateful that Choi showed up. He then asks Choi to pay attention to a new command. Explaining that the intruders are after Abelson, Choi must reach her before they do and escape with her. Riadrun throws his necklace to Choi, who is confused about what to do with the accessory. Geffen charges at Riadrun before he could finish the instructions, and even so, while defending himself, Riadrun explains that the necklace will serve to convince high-ranking officers of the situation. Choi promptly follows his path at full speed. Geffen, irritated, orders his companion to go after Choi and stop him. Meanwhile, Riedrun finally decides to attack, making it clear that Abelson will not leave the castle without the commander's permission by anyone's hands. Riedrun activates his combat-style 7th movement, attacking Geffen with powerful strikes. He also launches a blow called Explosive Destruction Wave, his eyes glowing red with determination. Meanwhile, Choi runs as fast as he can to reach Abelson's room. As he runs, a mission window appears. The mission this time describes that evil men are trying to kill Abelson and Choi must protect her, and who knows, maybe after that a romance might arise with a reward of 1,000 points. Knowing that the humans are actually trying to kill the saint makes Choi anxious. Another detail in the message that confuses him is the large amount of points awarded if he manages to complete the mission. Upon arriving at Abelson's room, Choi urgently announces that they need to get out of there immediately because humans are attacking. Abelson is caught by surprise and does not understand what is happening, so Choi explains that it is an attack from the same people who attacked previously. Meanwhile, in the nearby corridors, Riedrun's troops delay the intruders' advance. The comrades warn Choi not to waste time and to flee with the saint. Choi immediately grabs the saint by the hand and in a swift motion places her on his shoulder. With no time to apologize for the lack of courtesy, he runs carrying Abelson. The scene shifts to a room where a meeting is being led by the 3rd Commander Roger. He comments on Doris's defeat by a low-level human with a tone of disappointment. The memory of the commander asking him to take care of correcting everything while she's away takes over, and Roger wonders why he was chosen for such a task. Focusing on the meeting, he decides to end it as there's nothing more to be discussed and asks everyone to follow the orders. Suddenly, a goblin interrupts with an urgent report. He explains that Choi has arrived carrying Riedrun's necklace, and Roger tries to understand the situation. The goblin then explains that other humans are attacking the castle trying to find Abelson. Roger receives the message and becomes irritated with such inconvenience. Moments later, Roger encounters Choi accompanied by Abelson in a corridor, who intends to explain the situation in more detail. Choi then begins to tell that Riedrun detected divine power within the castle, and promptly went after the intruders who turned out to be humans seeking to put an end to Abelson. Roger does not believe that humans would attempt on the saint's life, and asks Choi to calm down, thinking it must be some mistake. In a brief moment, Roger senses something strange approaching, and before he can react, with only enough time to tell everyone there to protect themselves, a devastating attack hits the corridor windows, signaling the arrival of another enemy. Now, with no more doubt about the human's objective, Roger is stunned by the reality he is witnessing. Roger, seeing that the enemies are approaching the saint, casts a restriction spell to try to stop them. However, the distance is too great, being insufficient to stop both attackers. Choi decides to act, preparing to use the 7th movement of Riedrun's combat art. Before one of the enemies could reach Abelson, Choi hits him from behind with a powerful punch, knocking him out instantly. Choi shouts as he attacks, declaring that he will protect Abelson. Meanwhile, in Riedrun's battle, one of the invaders has already been defeated, while Geffen mocks the loss of his companion after having used him as a shield. Riedrun already expected Geffen to be a strong opponent, but even so, the level of Geffen's strength is surprising, equating to that of a commander. Besides strength, divine power and demonic IQ are natural enemies. Such points are essential to classify warriors like Geffen as heroes of humanity. Geffen laughs while belittling Riedrun, considering his struggle against the 2 invaders as proof that he is just another ordinary demon. Riedrun keeps his composure, questioning how someone with no chance of victory can be so arrogant. Geffen asks who could possibly stop him now that the commander is not present and Red Nightmare is not all it was believed to be. Confident in his strategy, Geffen only needs to keep Riedrun occupied while his comrades deal with the weaker henchmen. Riedrun takes on a more serious stance as the enemy has demonstrated deep knowledge of the castle's defense strategies. Determined to end the clash, Riedrun declares he no longer has time for talk and will finish this quickly. Geffen smiles and asks how Riedrun plans to end the fight quickly, considering their powers are incompatible. Riedrun responds that pure brute force can overcome any incompatibility. Meanwhile, in Choi's fight, after knocking out one of the invaders, Choi hears the other one say he didn't know there was another hero in the Demon King's army. The man laments that he didn't expect 3 corrupted humans to be on the Demon King's side. Choi ignores the enemy's concern and warns that the invasion plan has already failed and that all castle allies are on their way. Choi also declares that no matter how strong this enemy may be, there's no way to fight an entire army and the best strategy is to surrender. The man scoffs at the hero's statement, asking if he's sure the invasion has actually failed. Nearby, Roger wonders when the hero learned Riedrun's combat arts, but also feels grateful that it allowed them to capture one of the invaders. The captured invader mutters something inaudible which soon reveals itself to be an incantation, a spell to use his own body as a sacrifice and quickly spread flames. He used sacred magic to burn himself completely, creating fire as a last resort, forming a wall of fire, a blaze that creates a kind of flaming arena. These flames are capable of killing a person with just a single touch. The man, now more confident, raises his sword while stating that not even the highest-ranking demons will be able to easily pass through the wall of fire, giving the hero the only option, which is to hand over Abelson. Choi is caught in distress, desperate, not understanding why the humans are interested in killing the saint. Choi desperately wants to know why they want to attack someone who is on their side. The man does not acknowledge Choi's statement, and when he tries to explain the obvious, Abelson decides to speak for herself. The divided empire abandoned God a long time ago. Choi is caught off guard by the information, and Abelson continues explaining that the only thing the empire needs is a puppet that obeys commands. For that it doesn't matter whether it is the real saint or not. Tired of the conversation, the man strikes his sword to the ground. He declares that he no longer wants to hear drama and will give the hero a 10-second head start. Choi finds himself under pressure, with no safe strategy to withstand a direct fight for long. The only thing that comes to mind is exactly the riskiest possible option. While the man begins his 10-second countdown, Choi starts activating Promote. Upon activating the first level of the magic, Choi immediately causes concern in Abelson, because she realizes what he plans to do. The saint tries to warn him that his body won't withstand it and tries to make him stop, but time is running out. Nothing will be able to convince Choi because he already believes that everyone is going to die, so the only thing left is to fight with everything he has. Pushing the technique to its limit, reaching full stage 2, Choi still hasn't given up on evolving Promote. He recalls Riedrun's instructions, who explained that Promote has 3 stages named Bloom, Full Bloom, and Falling Flowers. Each step taken increases the risk to the user, highlighting that Choi should never think of going that far. Although he must master the previous level before moving on to the next, reaching the 3rd level is too risky. But Choi saw no choice in the face of certain death. So he decides that if he manages to do it, this will be the only time. After 7 seconds, Choi finally reaches the peak. His heart feels like it's about to explode while his body screams for him to stop this madness. Rachel, desperate, cannot believe that even with the situation so dire, using Promote is the only solution. Choi, however, is completely focused, ignoring any contradiction. He has only one step left to take, which is to act. Because Promote has already reached level 3. With his body completely transformed, crimson eyes and dark aura, Choi asks Rachel to use her buff abilities. Time is up. The man is surprised to see a human using Promote, recognizing that Choi is not just anyone. Choi ignores the dialogue and announces the start of his offensive. He then dashes forward at high speed toward the man, who decides to defend against Choi's blows. He recognizes the level 3 of the ability, opting to defend because, being human, Choi will soon run out of stamina to keep attacking. Choi once again ignores the man's words, throwing even more punches against the sword. The enemy is confident that his victory will come simply by waiting, but Choi suddenly repels the sword with his fists, leaving the enemy disarmed and open to attacks. Before the invader could even react, Choi lands a precise, powerful punch right in the enemy's chest. The blow was enough to destabilize the man, who complains about the tricks Choi used. He watches as Choi prepares, astonished at a human who allowed himself to be corrupted by demon arts. Choi knows he's reaching the limit of what his body can endure from the technique, but he cannot fall, because he is the only barrier between the assassin and Abelson. Remembering that Promote, if pushed to the limit, can bring irreversible consequences, Choi finds a reason to go even further. There's a beautiful woman crying in front of him, and that is unacceptable. Dying for her to stop crying is undoubtedly a good deal. Now, with his body doomed to perish, Choi's only option is to move forward, surpassing all limits. There is no turning back. Choi decides to give his all to protect Abelson. The saint, witnessing Choi's unshakable will in his pursuit to neutralize the threat, reflects on the danger of using holy power on Choi, who is taken over by demonic chi. That would cause Choi's body to explode immediately. All that remains is for Abelson to pray for him. Choi, determined, advances toward the enemy, activating his combat arts. The man realizes that Choi is stacking attack types and laughs, considering it self-mutilation. Choi ignores the enemy's provocation and charges a jump, attacking with his instant obliteration strike. The enemy keeps intimidating, saying Choi will regret it when facing death. As he delivers his blow, the enemy counters with his sword. Declaring it was a very weak attack, but Choi continues charging a much more powerful strike. Not just one more blow but a combo of attacks. This time there was no room for the invader to utter a single word. The overwhelming power of Choi's simultaneous strikes left him stunned. All that was left was to wait for the barrage of attacks to annihilate him. The violence of the strikes was so great that it destroyed part of the castle structure, sending a massive beam of red energy into the sky. The enemy finally perished. Choi briefly observed the damage he had done to the invader before finally freeing himself from the promote. Rachel immediately noticed that Choi had succumbed, while Abelson panicked and rushed to try and help. Before Choi collapsed unconscious, the saint held him, keeping him seated while checking the hero's shocking physical condition. Abelson noticed that Choi could barely breathe. She tried to talk to the hero to give him strength, but suddenly, a scream startled the saint. The defeated enemy stood up again, furious, declaring that Choi would become a threat to the empire. The enemy managed to gather strength just to end Choi's life. But a massive hand grabbed his head, foiling his plans. Riadrun arrived on the scene, apologizing for the delay, and finally putting an end to the invader. The saint watched while caring for Choi as Riadrun wiped ketchup from the enemy's head. Riadrun quickly noticed that Choi had used, again breaking the promise, the arts they had trained. He then asked if the saint could take care of Choi, and she promptly replied that she would once again do her very best. Worried about how far the hero went to save her, Abelson prayed that he would not perish. The scene shifts to the waiting room in the Demon King's castle. It's the 5th day of the commander's meeting. There, Hemis is complaining about the food and is promptly confronted by a woman who tells her to stop whining and eat what was given, calling Hemis a big mouth. The woman is Park Hyuna, the 4th commander of the Demon King's army. Hemis mocks Hyuna's affront, calling her disrespectful and pointing out that if it weren't for the non-aggression pact between commanders, Hyuna would have died many times already at Hemis's hands. Such a statement made the 4th commander very irritated. Before a bigger argument could break out, a humanoid hamster enters the room yelling. He brings information to Hemis, saying there's something urgent coming from the Black Fortress. Hemis asks what's going on, and the hamster replies that the Gartran Empire attacked the fortress. The attack was carried out by 4 knights, one of them at hero level. The assault resulted in many casualties and injuries. Hemis hears the details and then turns her gaze to Hyuna, smiling and sarcastically pointing out the change in the regular meeting schedule, coinciding precisely with the attack on the fortress. That attitude left Hyuna in an awkward position. While finally enjoying the food, Hemis mentions the given coincidence, thinking about the Demon King. Meanwhile, in Choi's room he wakes up again after using promote, this time surprised that he managed to recover. Rachel quickly approaches, grabbing Choi by the hair, irritated by the hero's recklessness that almost got him killed. Choi begs for mercy, saying he's still a patient. Choi jokes that, considering the pain he felt from Rachel's blow, he's definitely alive, even though he thought he had been defeated. Rachel then explains that he was indeed defeated because, even after using all the combined techniques and hitting the enemy directly, the villain still managed to remain standing in the end, while Choi was unconscious. But before the enemy could strike back, Riadrun arrived and ended the game. The cowhead guy saved everyone with just one blow. Choi listens to the explanation in awe. Rachel continues narrating the events, explaining that after the battle, Riadrun and Abelson took care of Choi, giving him the necessary treatment to recover. Finally, she and Bobo also took part in the care. No less important, both Riadrun and Abelson described it as a miracle that Choi came out alive and asked him not to repeat that recklessness, so he wouldn't make others worry again. Choi then points his finger at Rachel, who immediately gets irritated, thinking Choi is about to argue with her. However, he just gently touches her face and apologizes for making her worry, thanking her for all the care. Rachel lets her guard down and the two are fine again. A few hours later, Riadrun and Commander Hemis go visit Choi. While the commander plays with Bobo, Riadrun repeatedly says that Choi was only able to use the technique the way he did because of the demonic chi Hemis put in him. Riadrun also asks if Choi thinks he has 9 lives to keep acting recklessly, reminding him once again that he's only alive because of Hemis, and Choi states that he's already gotten the message. Hemis, while playing with Bobo, gets annoyed by the conversation. Choi asks how the meeting went, and Hemis says she doesn't care about what happened there because what matters more is taking care of the headquarters. That's why she simply abandoned the meeting and returned to the fortress. Choi is shocked by Hemis's attitude, since it was a meeting with the Demon King. Hemis smiles as she notes that the Demon King might have gotten a little upset. Meanwhile, Choi and Riadrun get chills thinking about what that could lead to. Hemis has more interesting matters at the fortress. Choi's performance after she put her own demonic chi in him behaved as if it were his own. While Riadrun and Choi fear the wrath of the Demon King, Hemis is delighted by how interesting Choi is. The scene then focuses on the moment when Hemis meets the Demon King. In the memory, she emphasizes that even during all the battles from the first to the last fought by the Demon King, she remained by his side, following his purpose. Hemis believed that all of the king's actions were with the intention of protecting. The Demon King Tigrad tries to move things along, asking what she means after all. Hemis then gets straight to the point and explains that if the Demon King's plans go against her, they will have a problem. Tigrad responds that Hemis's attitude is insolent and that what she's saying basically means she will no longer obey him. Additionally, Tigrad asks if the fact that Hemis has lived for a long time made her bored, as he sees it as a way for her to kill time. Hemis replies that she already knew that would be Tigrad's reaction and that she doesn't plan to fight him, which is why she will leave. But before going, Hemis looks at Tigrad once more and asks who is really getting bored as time goes by, and tells him to think carefully as this is her final warning as a longtime companion. And after that farewell, Hemis goes to meet Choi, and the scene returns to the moment when Hemis and Riadrun leave. Choi shows respect as the duo walks, and Hemis turns to Riadrun, congratulating him, which makes Riadrun curious about the reason for the congratulations. Hemis explains that he managed to handle a hero-class human on his own and asks if it wouldn't be time for him to evolve into a higher hierarchical position. Riadrun thanks her for the compliments but replies that he doesn't think it's the right time for that. Hemis asks why not, and Riadrun promptly responds that he's still interested in training and following Choi's growth, and with that he also wants to learn more from Hemis's own teachings. That will be good for his personal growth. Hemis briefly smiles, and after a moment she decides to go straight to the point, confirming whether the castle turned into 3 chunks due to the human invasion. Riadrun confirms that yes, and he has no excuse for it. Hemis then says she thinks everyone has gotten lazy, as she didn't even arrive at the front lines. So she gets the idea to start a tournament to select a commander for the Third Army. The scene then cuts back to Choi, who is viewing his shop through the system. He notes that even after upgrading the hero shop to the intermediate level, he still has 950 points left, and it would be a waste to let them sit unused. He wonders if there's anything interesting he could buy. Rachel questions if, since he finished another quest and gained another 1,000 points, that was to be expected. Choi focuses on browsing the shop, excited that after evolving the shop level, there are way more things to explore, seeing all kinds of items and even cosmetics. When asked by Rachel if he's actually going to buy something, Choi reflects that even though there are countless options, all of them are very basic and don't even offer bonus stats, considering their high cost. Rachel agrees, pointing out that all those items could be destroyed like paper by Hydro. Taking another look at the shop, Choi notices that some accessories have different options, but they're hard to understand. So he decides to first upgrade his combat power gauge. Before proceeding, Choi notices something and asks what this item called Wrath and Magic Creation is. Rachel then explains that it's not an item, it's more related to something like a unique skill from the creation system, where Choi can, for example, turn his kick into a skill and then level it up. Even though they're the same kicks, they'll probably hit harder. Choi reflects on Rachel's words. After proceeding, deducting 500 hero points, the system begins the creation process, analyzing the hero's mana and physical movements for a period, with the duration of the analysis being manageable by Choi himself. The countless pieces of information leave Choi confused, and as soon as he understands how the system records movements, he becomes amazed by the skill. With that, he stands up and prepares to record his new skill. While the system records the movements, Choi chooses to start with his kick, performing the motion for the recording. Once it's finished, the system will generate the alteration, optimizing his physical balance and mana control. Choi simply watches as the system operates, and suddenly, a warning message catches him by surprise, while he thinks that his life is finally becoming a real Isekai story. The system's warning message comes with a failure during the creation process and a suggestion for Choi to perform the movement correctly. Choi then gets irritated, asking what the hell is going on, since he did exactly what the system asked him to do, not knowing why the hell it's not working. Rachel speculates that the system might not be recognizing Choi because he's a bug user, since he possesses demonic chi, clarifying that the hero's security system is the most secure in that world. Therefore, it's not Choi's fault that he wasn't able to use the skill the way he did. Choi, even more annoyed, grabs Rachel with his hands and shakes her violently up and down, leaving her desperate. While he explains that he's already pissed and her explanation made it worse, something catches his attention. A new hero quest has appeared, and even before reading it, Choi gets even more irritated by a new mission, having spent a bunch of points for nothing, demanding that the system return his points. In the mission, it informs that it's too early for him to despair over the points spent, stating that he can always earn more points and now it's time to forget the past and move on. The mission is precisely to create a new skill using his strength. Sometime later at Riedrun's training field, Choi begs his master once again on his knees to help him. Riedrun confirms Choi's request, saying that he needs help to develop his personalized wrath, and Choi confirms it. Riedrun takes a moment to analyze, then responds to Choi saying he'll help him. Choi, with teary eyes, is left speechless by the answer, and Riedrun adds that he was already planning on giving Choi some training anyway. Riedrun turns and informs that the training has just begun, and Choi promptly follows him. Moments later, the two are sitting in a moment of concentration, marking the beginning of that training. The session continues with more strikes and some physical exercises, which may be the ones that leave Choi quite exhausted. At the end, Riedrun and the saint observe Choi resting in his room again, with some bandages and his feet positioned in a bizarre way. Marking day 1, Choi smiles, grateful for having completed the day, and after getting up to pull himself together, he checks the system window informing that he completed a mission. Choi's combat power increases, and he then reflects on having managed to create his personalized wrath. It's a modified version of Riedrun's martial arts style, and the name Choi gives to this new style will be Nobilis. On the day of the tournament, the host greets everyone, introducing himself as Jark, explaining that this time's event will be to select 1 company commander and 13 battalion commanders. The host also states that the number of expected tournament participants exceeds 1,000. Focusing on the image of Remus and Hyuna, who are together in a room, the host explains that the tournament will consist of 3 matches in total and that all of them will follow a battle style different from the usual in previous tournaments. All participants will have 1 hour to prepare for the beginning of the first match, and during that we already see some participants gathered, including one with a goat head and a weird smile. Right after that, we see Choi smiling as the host explains that a knife has been accidentally dropped, making a metaphor with the name of the first match, which is the Killer Run and will take place on the Outlaw of the Highway. The scene shifts to Choi, who is warming up as the 4th commander arrives and approaches him. She states that she has been observing him for some time, asking if he is human in a rhetorical tone. Choi is surprised by the presence of the woman, who is a stranger to him until now. The hero is dumbfounded by her beauty. She then begins to describe him, answering her own question by saying that the fact he has black hair and a combat power gauge suggests he is probably just an ordinary hero at first glance. Choi tries to confirm this, but the 4th commander continues her analysis, surprised that he possesses demonic chi and speculating that he might be some kind of spy. Before the conversation could progress, Riedrun arrives at the scene, asking for permission and demanding that the woman step back, until he realizes she is the 4th commander. Riedrun then states that he has a request from Hemis to deliver to the commander of the cooking squad, and Hyuna is surprised that this guy is receiving an order directly from Hemis. Riedrun confirms it, and Hyuna then decides to step aside, complying with Riedrun's request. As she looks back, she reflects on how Riedrun is standing beside Choi not as prey, but as a commander. She then becomes excited, saying that what is to come might yield more results than she expected. Riedrun then speaks with Choi, explaining that sometimes she behaves inappropriately, but she is a squad commander, clarifying that she is also a hero just like Choi. He warns that she came to observe the tournament under the Demon King's orders, but Hemis used the word surveil, so it's best for Choi to keep his distance from her. Choi quickly senses that there is something strange about the relationship between the 2 commanders. He then tells Riedrun that he understands and asks what Hemis's request was for him. Riedrun explains that Hemis said he should reach at least rank 8 in the tournament, and that if this doesn't happen he would be sent to the 2nd Material Research Squad. He also mentioned something about cost protection, which shocks Choi, who fears his fate. 2 hours later, the start of the tournament is announced, and the host explains the rules. The first race is simply a race. The goal for the participants is to reach the final destination, and there are no other rules beyond that. He adds that for today, if a competitor accidentally kills another competitor, there will be no penalties. The goat then turns to Choi, asking if he heard that correctly. In a threatening tone, he says that if he accidentally kills Choi, he'll be forgiven, so Choi shouldn't even come near him. Choi, unfazed by the threat, simply confirms that he got the message. The host then gives the command for everyone to begin, and the competitors promptly start the race, with Choi leading a small group, but still far behind the front runners. One of the competitors who can fly mocks those who cannot, and soon launches a magical attack directly at the group Choi is in, prompting Choi to ask Rachel for a shield to protect him. While running under Rachel's protection, Choi asks her to update him on the condition of the front line of runners. She then tells him that if he keeps the same pace, he'll barely be in the 100th position. Suddenly, the goat appears beside Choi, surprised that he's still alive even after the aerial attacks, and he charges an energy sphere to launch directly at the hero. Upon receiving the attack, Rachel's shield works perfectly, and Choi thanks her for it. The goat, dissatisfied, charges a stronger energy and then throws it at our hero. However, before the attack can land, the energy begins to split into countless fragments and falls like rain, hitting several other competitors. Choi doesn't understand why the attack got weaker, questioning whether it was smart to divide it into waves. The answer comes when the goat starts acting as if it was Choi who launched the attack with the intent to hit multiple other runners, leaving Choi furious at the false accusation, since now all the competitors want his head, driven by fury and resentment against our hero. The goat then picks up the pace and mocks Choi, who is falling behind. While running to escape the crowd and seeing the goat just ahead, Choi curses him, saying that as soon as he catches him, he will kill him. He then asks Rachel how many are still ahead, and Rachel informs him that he has passed 76 and there are still 24 left in front. As soon as Rachel gives the information, Choi is hit from behind by an attack strong enough to break Rachel's barrier. While feeling the attack and about to fall, a memory comes to Choi's mind about his training with Ryadrun, where he was confused about what to do regarding having multiple combined styles, where each of them was made exclusively for demons incompatible with humans. Both the Promote and Ryadrun's combat skills needed to be used as a base to create a new skill completely compatible with Choi, and thus Noblesse was born. As soon as he activates the skill back focused on the race, the system informs him that his magic power evolved from rank D to C, and also that the level of demonic chi evolved from rank E to C. The Noblesse skill then appears in the system, explaining that it was created through the merging of the two forces, thus creating a unique combat style that emanates a purple aura of magical and demonic power, with a proficiency of 0.06%. After fully charging while defending himself from the attacks of other runners, Choi then starts a fast sprint, warning everyone to get out of his way, and in moments, the only thing the runners can see is a flash of purple light passing everyone at an absurd speed. He quickly overtakes several competitors, but then the information appears that 95 runners have already reached the destination, leaving only 5 spots available for qualification. Determined, Choi accelerates even more, fast enough for Rachel to barely hold on to keep up. Suddenly, the goat looks back, noticing Choi's approach, surprised that he is already so close. As he approaches, Choi enjoys the situation, grateful for finding the goat right at the end of the race. He then activates Rachel's third combat form, charging an attack, getting even closer to the goat, and as soon as he reaches him, he hits him from behind, saying for the goat to accidentally die. The goat then flies at an absurd speed toward the wall, completely destroying the structure. Meanwhile, observing both amidst the confusion, the host explains that the 99th and 100th positions were filled by Choi and Whole Goat. Choi then sits, relieved for having qualified, while the goat is unconscious behind him. Choi gives thanks and the goat quickly gets up, enraged, cursing Choi and threatening him with death. But before anything could happen, the host intervenes, saying that the race is over. He then explains that the 100 people who passed the first round will have the second stage in 3 days, and everyone else is dismissed. Meanwhile, that night, in a forest near the Dark Fortress, Hemis and Park Hyuna are in a forest location, and the fourth commander asks Hemis if she is really going to release a certain thing inside the tournament. Without answering, Hemis only focuses on what is ahead, greeting Modem, saying how long it has been since they last saw each other. The creature, emanating a red aura, explains that indeed it has been a long time, exactly 97 years, 3 months and 11 days, and asks what can be done for Hemis. The creature is Modem, Hemis's familiar, with a strength of 198,532. Hemis then explains that what Modem needs to do is capture all the participants' flags. Modem confirms he understands, and then Hemis asks him not to be reckless with the task, because if there is a decent participant, Modem needs to go easy on him. Hyuna, hearing this, says that the big mouth is getting too soft. Hemis questions why she is being seen as soft by the fourth commander, and then asks if she knows why demons are losing to humans. Before receiving any kind of answer, Hemis justifies the question by answering it herself, saying that demons are fighting too fairly. They try to solve everything through brute force, and if they lose in strength they do not retreat, and in the end they end up dying. And this is accepted very simply. But unlike demons, if humans are at a disadvantage, they avoid the fight and manage to return later with schemes to unbalance the battlefield. And that is why the Demon King's army keeps losing to weak humans, ending the explanation with a finger pointed at Hyuna's face, who is perplexed by the situation. To break the tension of the moment, Hemis adds that the fourth commander needs to study a bit more, leaving Hyuna irritated by the provocation. Next, the rules for the next phase of the tournament are explained, detailing that groups of 4 people will be formed randomly and each group starts with 2 flags. After 48 hours, the teams with the most flags will be classified for the next round, with a limit of 10 spots. Those teams that do not have any flags will be disqualified, regardless of their position. Hearing the explanations and after the groups are formed, the GOAT is happy with the composition of his team because they are using Choi as bait to attract other participants and collect their flags. Choi is also somewhat content with the strategy, saying that it is brilliant, but deep down he is wondering what kind of bad luck made him end up on the same team as the GOAT. But in the background, with no expressions, are the other team members, one being a hawk and the other looking like Arbok. The 4 of them make up Team 9. The GOAT, still excited with the results, declares that they just need to wait because with the number of flags they currently have, they are practically already classified. But Choi watches him, reflecting on how annoying the GOAT is. It is then shown that Choi's team is in 4th position with 4 flags, but that was not the current position just moments ago. The ranking rose abruptly, and once again the team's position rises to 3rd place without them having done anything. Seeing this, everyone is surprised, wondering what is happening. Suddenly, a steel foot approaches the group, and Choi hears the sound of metal, making him look back and notice the presence of Moten with his extreme strength and intimidating presence. The GOAT notices, upon seeing several flags on Moten's back, that he is probably the cause of the mess in the ranking. The GOAT then smiles, wondering if he is a golden goblin, and then recklessly rushes toward the stranger, causing Choi to try to stop him, saying he shouldn't try to fight him. The GOAT continues the charge, calling Choi a coward. Concentrating an attack, the GOAT arrogantly declares that he is going to kill the tin monster and take his flags. With a simple movement, Moten knocks down the GOAT, and in the attack he is thrown against the hawk and against Arbok, losing the flag. While storing the newly collected flags, Moten is being watched by those who sent him. Hyuna questions if that was really necessary. Judging Moten's presence, they're useless since there is no way to win against him with only the skills of Choi's team. Hemis remains silent, just watching while the time for the end of the test runs out, and it is shown that Choi's team is now in position number 25. Later, with only 1 minute left until the end of the test, Choi already has a plan declared and asks everyone to move according to the signal, especially the GOAT head. They have just encountered Moten again, who, after the previous attack, had moved to collect other flags. And as soon as he notices their approach, Moten realizes they are going to try some kind of new primitive attack. Choi then orders the GOAT to attack, and he promptly begins channeling his magical energy, irritated by being commanded by a human. As soon as the energy hits the area where Moten is, he remains standing intact, surrounded by flames and lots of dust. Choi then gives the turn to the hawk, who is already at high altitude and ready. He begins his charge, descending toward Moten at very high speed. Moten notices the hawk's charge and realizes it is a joint attack, also noticing that this is the first team using tricks like this, as he prepares to defend against the attack. As the falcon approaches Moten, he is met with the defense of the tin monster and has his neck restrained, causing the attack to halt, leaving only the strong wind that accompanied him, which brings a certain comfort to Moten, who declares that the wind is refreshing. But he quickly notices that Choi is advancing and states that all members of the team attack in a very simple and slow way, mocking how pathetically weak the demonic chi in Choi is. From afar, Arbok approaches underground while Choi is already practically at Moten's defense. He then orders the centipede to attack and tries to dodge Moten's defense. To finish the attack with extreme determination, Choi then activates his unique skill. Surrounded by the noblesse, he advances toward Moten, and when he is just a few centimeters away from grabbing the flag, Moten stops him and compliments the team's group attack, saying it wasn't bad for an improvised plan. However, that is all they managed to do, which is not enough as Moten has already immobilized Arbok and also Choi. With only 15 seconds left before the end of the test, the 3 team members are already completely immobilized by Moten, and the tin monster then decides to ask Choi what that purple energy he just used was. Choi is not concerned with the question and only focuses on the time left to finish the test. Desperate, he then declares to Moten that he will find out what the energy is the worst way possible. Grabbing the enemy's hand, Choi then activates his new skill, Chi Explosion. The purple energy then moves toward the enemy and in an instant Choi is already out of combat, but the strength of the attack was enough to destabilize Moten. As he falls to the ground and time runs out, with both participants drifting apart, in the final second Moten stabilizes and the match ends. Moten realizes how the ability worked, wondering if it was in fact a self-explosion, although it wasn't strong enough. Choi, hearing this, gets Moten's attention by calling him Tin Can and asks him to look back. On Moten's back is the goat holding a flag, causing confusion in his mind. Choi then mocks the situation, questioning if Moten really thought he would blow himself up without a plan, explaining that everything was orchestrated so that at the moment of the explosion, the goat would be ready to capture one of the flags. Choi then ends by saying it was a great displeasure to meet him, and the ranking is presented as Choi declares that he will never see the Tin Can again, flipping the middle finger at his enemy. The system then presents Choi's new ability, Chi Explosion, with a proficiency of 0.11%. Sometime after the end of the tournament's second round, the scene shifts to a quiet but significant conversation between Hemis and Moten. Hemis asks Moten for his thoughts on Choi. Calm and composed, Moten describes Choi as a rare human possessing a hybrid of demonic ki and mana, an unusual and unprecedented combination. He states that he has never witnessed anything quite like it before in all his years. Hemis, unfazed, replies that she was already aware of this unusual trait. She presses further, asking if Moten has anything else to offer. Moten adds that Choi is not only talented but exceptionally quick on his feet. He highlights Choi's sharp, instinctive decision-making, admitting that the young human surpasses many demons Moten has known, even those considered elite. Hearing this, Hemis quietly reflects on the implications. She begins to consider that the direction of the demon army may need to evolve. She muses that, should she choose to pursue her own path, the future could unfold in unexpected, and possibly thrilling ways. The narrative then transitions to the divine empire of Gartrum, where the atmosphere is somber. The Pope mourns the loss of Geffen, a hero-level figure who perished during a mission, a warrior of great promise taken out in a vile and humiliating manner. The mood in the room is tense, laced with both grief and strategy. In the same chamber, a man seated nearby asks what will be done about Abelson. The Pope pauses in silence before coldly announcing that, despite her popularity, Abelson is merely the princess of a small, insignificant kingdom. With finality, he declares her removal as a candidate for sainthood and orders that she be publicly branded a heretic, an ally of the Demon King's forces. Next, the Pope shifts his focus. He asks if Hemis is causing trouble again. The man replies that she has begun restructuring the military command, planning to select new officers through a skill-based tournament. The Pope, ever calculating, inquires if there's any way to sabotage these plans. The man, now revealed to be Elrond, explains that he attempted to contact the Demon King for assistance, but was met with clear resistance. It seems that interfering with Hemis's efforts could risk provoking the Demon King himself. The Pope suggests sending a hero to disrupt the structure directly, proposing Kinley as a potential candidate. Elrond hesitates, reminding him that Huna, now branded a traitor, is currently stationed at the Black Fortress. With her presence, it would be nearly impossible for Kinley to face both powerful women at once. The Pope, ever perceptive, deduces that Huna's position at the fortress may suggest the Demon King is not entirely aligned with Hemis. Elrond momentarily considers canceling the sabotage plan, but the Pope raises a hand to interrupt. He asserts that the empires of Gartrum and Drasen have always thrived by embracing conflict. Their power comes from waging holy war against the evil of the demons. He continues, explaining that evil must exist so the light of righteousness can shine brighter. That light, in turn, fuels the faith of the common people, faith that strengthens the empire itself. For this reason, the war must continue regardless of the shifting tides. One of their strategies, the Pope reveals, has been feigning cooperation with the Demon King to subtly control the war's direction. However, if demons continue to evolve at this pace, they may soon grow beyond the Empire's control. He then instructs Elrond to verify whether their embedded spy has reported the next tournament's location. Elrond checks his notes and opens a map, revealing that the next match will take place in Inamazet, a remote, forested region notorious for its dangerous beasts. They both note the area's distance from the Black Fortress, interpreting the choice of location as divine will. The Pope gives his final command: summon the heroes and use this next opportunity to measure their strength. As plans unfold in the Empire, the story cuts back to Choi, now in his quarters. He sits calmly, amused by the chaotic state of his system after merging demonic ki with mana. The intricacy of energy manipulation has grown considerably. Rachel, watching him with a mix of awe and curiosity, quietly reflects that not long ago, Choi had only one ability, a skill he mastered thanks to Hydrun's relentless training. Choi focuses on the fact that Hydrun's combat style variations have now been officially registered in his skill window, with both Noblesse and Magic Explosion recorded as distinct entries. This brings the total number of unique skills in Choi's panel to 5, a significant milestone. Rachel, observing the update, asks if his leadership ranking has increased as well, noting that the new effects added to his abilities are extremely useful. She remarks on how rapidly he's advancing through the executive path within the Demon King's army, clearly impressed. While browsing through his system, Choi wonders aloud if there might be any items available that could further boost his stats. Suddenly, a voice interrupts, bluntly declaring that nothing will help him at his current level and insisting that he needs to wake up from this dream. The voice, cold and sharp, belongs to none other than Hyuna, who appears unexpectedly, startling the hero. Choi reacts instinctively, crawling backward in alarm when he realizes that the surprise visitor is none other than the fourth commander. Annoyed by his panicked scrambling, Hyuna tells him to shut up and demands that he state how many hero points he earned. Choi quickly answers that he accumulated 1,300 points. She follows up by asking about his shop's rank, and he replies that it's currently at the intermediate level. Hyuna scoffs at his progress, calling it utterly pathetic, even going so far as to label it garbage. Seeing a rare opportunity to learn, Choi timidly asks what Hyuna bought when she was at the same level, practically begging for a veteran's advice. Amused, Hyuna laughs, clearly aware that he's trying to squeeze information from someone far more experienced. She agrees to give him a tip, but only under the condition that he answer every single question she asks. Choi eagerly accepts the deal without hesitation. Hyuna then advises him that, since he already has an aura, the next step is to upgrade his shop level and purchase a dimensional pocket, a valuable inventory-like item that offers excellent utility for its cost. Choi ponders the usefulness of such an item and wonders if it will show up in the next round of shop offerings. Hyuna confirms with a nod but immediately shifts gears, announcing it's now her turn to ask questions. Her first, is Choi really a hero? He responds vaguely that, somehow yes he is. Her second, why on earth is he serving in the demon army? Again he answers that he somehow ended up there. Her third question, how can he use both demonic ki and mana simultaneously? Choi gives the same kind of answer, it just happened. Frustrated by the lack of clarity, Hyuna sarcastically sums up his story. He's somehow a hero who somehow ended up in the demon army, and somehow can use both demonic ki and mana. Choi simply nods in full agreement. Furious at his nonchalant attitude, Hyuna delivers a brutal kick to his face, launching him across the room. Dazed and annoyed, Choi retorts that Hyuna herself is also part of the demon army. The scene then shifts to some time later, with Choi lying face down and submissive, pinned under Hyuna's legs as she casually rests on top of him. When she calls out, he responds instantly. Hyuna asks if he wants to transfer to the Fourth Army and become her direct subordinate, offering to train him personally. Choi, still in pain, politely declines, thanking her nonetheless. Her mood sours again and she increases the pressure on his back, making him groan. As he struggles, she demands to know why he insists on staying. Choi, gasping through the pain, replies that his main reason is simple. If he tries to leave, Hemis might actually kill him. Hyuna then asks what Choi's next point is, whether he has any goal beyond simply staying alive to avoid being killed by Hemis. Choi, without hesitation, replies that his next grand ambition is to marry a rich blonde noblewoman and become the proud father of 5 children. The absurd honesty and randomness of the statement catches Hyuna completely off guard. She freezes for a moment before abruptly getting off of him, visibly shaken by what she just heard. With a dismissive wave, she mutters that it would be better for them both to forget the entire conversation ever happened. Trying to compose herself, Hyuna then tells Choi that he's free to pursue whatever strange dream he wants and admits, albeit begrudgingly, that he's probably right about one thing. Hemis would never let him walk away so easily. With those words, she turns to leave, tossing over her shoulder that he should take the time to rest while he still can. As her footsteps fade into the distance, Choi lies there in silence, staring up at the ceiling and reflects inwardly. He acknowledges that beyond his fear of Hemis or his ridiculous personal goals, there's another reason he chooses to stay. His growth, as a person, a fighter, and perhaps even as a hero, is inseparably tied to this unpredictable, chaotic life within the Demon King's army. And to his own surprise, that thought doesn't scare him. In fact, it makes him genuinely happy. Sometime later, the day of the third round of the tournament finally arrives. The mood in the air is tense with anticipation. Choi begins his preparations with focused determination, checking over his gear and gathering what little he needs. Before heading out, with a smile, he asks Bobo to guard the house while they're gone and promises confidently that he'll return victorious, carrying the first place prize. Bobo barks once, tail wagging as if offering his blessing. As Choi and Rachel prepare to leave, Rachel brings up the route to Animosity, asking if they plan to pass through Lee Dongjin before arriving at the arena. Choi confirms with a nod, double-checking the map one last time. With everything set, the two step through the door, the energy between them buzzing with excitement. Their hearts are set on victory, their minds sharp and ready. With unwavering resolve, they march forward, determined to bring home the top prize and carve their names into the next chapter of the tournament's history. The scene moves forward to the beginning of the third day of the tournament, where Choi is hunting monsters. He notices that he is gaining 1 level for each monster he defeats. At this point he has already leveled up 4 times and wonders if it is actually real. The monsters he is defeating are dryads, generally female individual creatures, classified as plant-type demonic beasts. These monsters typically serve to assist in the reproduction of other monsters by exchanging pollen. While holding the body of one of the defeated dryads, Choi questions why he is gaining so much experience. During this moment, a purple sphere floats above him as part of the current training round. On this third day, the challenge is for participants to survive in the demonic beast forest, and the event will continue until 10 out of the 24 participants are eliminated. Each participant has been given a magical item for the day. This item is the same purple sphere that Choi is suspicious of. The sphere is used for military tracking, made by Hemis and composed of demonic energy capable of locating individuals. Its main function is to inform the organizers of the position of everyone in the tournament, essentially acting as a GPS. Rachel approaches the sphere, astonished by the magical skills of the Demon King's army, impressed by their ability to create such complex spells. Choi decides to move on quickly before someone comes and steals the monsters he has defeated. Suddenly, he is struck on the head by an object thrown by someone, causing him to fall to the ground and lose possession of the monsters he was carrying. The attacker expresses joy at finding him and Choi tries to recover from the hit. The attacker is revealed to be the goat, who is now furious and determined to defeat Choi once and for all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the tournament host seems bored, finding the task of overseeing the event annoying. He questions why he is always assigned to jobs he compares to guarding a doghouse door, while other guards assist in watching the portal to Inamazet. One of the guards tries to motivate the host, saying he shouldn't talk like that because guarding the portal is important. It is the only one connected to the main gate, and if it breaks, something bad could happen. The host agrees but insists that it is unlikely anyone would show up in such a remote location. Far away, a presence appears, and the portal guardian quickly senses strange creatures. He channels his energy to scan them and identifies a group of humans, guessing they might be monster hunters. However, he chooses to ignore the potential threat since he doesn't sense any special magic from them. The guardian considers that it would be troublesome if he took the initiative to attack and they ended up finding the portal. He decides to wait, reasoning that Inamazet is very large and they probably won't encounter the tournament group. Despite sensing something odd, he continues with his farewell and chooses to leave the strangers alone for now. Back at the confrontation between Choi and the goat, the new enemy tries to intimidate the hero, claiming to have immense power and that Choi should beg for mercy. Noticing Choi's indifference, the goat tells him that if he won't plead, then he should run as there is no shame in fleeing. Scars on the back are not dishonorable for those who fight with their fists. Choi, annoyed, asks Rachel if it wouldn't be better to just kill the goat already. Sensing the shift in Choi's demeanor, the goat immediately changes his own behavior to one of submission, begging Choi not to kill him, warning that he would regret it. This confuses Choi, who doesn't understand the reason behind the threat of regret. The goat then reveals that he possesses very valuable information, prompting Choi to ask what it is. The goat explains that all demons currently have Choi at the top of their target list. Choi is skeptical and asks why, if that's true, they aren't all after him already, since he is supposedly the common enemy of them all. The goat suddenly begins a countdown, leaving Choi confused. As the countdown ends, all the other tournament participants approach a dominating chair, and Choi is startled, while the goat laughs at his situation. Meanwhile, at the Black Fortress, the scene is being magically transmitted to Hemis and Hyuna, who are observing the events of the tournament's third day. Hemis admits she didn't expect everyone to target Choi and laughs, calling it shameful. Hyuna reprimands her, saying this is not a moment to laugh. The transmission is abruptly interrupted by the Guardian, who reports that humans are attacking and attempting to destroy the gate. He explains that the enemy group is composed of highly equipped humans using stealth devices, and somehow they know the exact location of the gate. The transmission ends, and Hemis immediately assigns Riadrun to take action. Riadrun quickly understands the gravity of the situation and offers to act at once. Hemis notes how well prepared the attackers are and declares that information must be leaking from somewhere. As she speaks, Hyuna watches in shock. Hemis then raises her voice, demanding to know where the leak is coming from, while Hyuna reacts again, visibly shaken. Back in the forest, having escaped the other participants, Choi is distressed, questioning why the contestants are breaking tournament rules and why those monitoring the stage are doing nothing to stop it. Rachel urges him to remain silent so as not to compromise his hiding spot. 2 participants are seen nearby, searching for Choi. They briefly scout the area but soon decide the hero isn't there and leave, planning to wait for the next tracking update. Choi stays hidden a bit longer to be sure, then collapses to the ground, overwhelmed and fearful of dying. He wonders how he will survive the ordeal. Rachel tries to comfort him, reminding him that his level progression has been going well and suggesting they could defeat more monsters nearby. She asks if Choi has anything in his shop that could help. He agrees it's a good idea and starts to search, though unsure if anything there could truly help him survive. Just as he finds something possibly useful, a dark cloaked figure approaches, interrupting his search. The stranger asks if he is the rumored hero, surprising Choi. The figure then removes his hood, revealing himself as a red-haired human, and Choi is taken aback. The rest of the group reveals their faces too, all fixing their strange gazes on the hero. Though they are all human, something about them feels unusual. The leader apologizes for not introducing himself earlier and tells Choi his name is Andrew Taylor, and that he is also a hero. At that moment, Choi's system interface appears, presenting him with a mission: survive at all costs and eliminate all the villains with a reward of 1,000 hero points. Choi quickly attempts to deceive the enemy group's leader by pretending to be a rookie hero. He energetically introduces himself as Choi, the new hero, and casually asks what brings them to such a lowly place. Andrew, the leader, replies that they are hunting demons. Choi agrees, saying it's a noble mission and that eliminating demons brings justice. Choi then stands up and prepares to leave, claiming he will go crush some demons too and wishes them luck. Suddenly, Andrew draws his sword and slashes at Choi, narrowly missing. Choi is startled by the sudden attack. Andrew then declares that they are also there to eliminate the traitor human. As Andrew readies another strike, the tournament participants arrive at the scene, also searching for Choi. The goat mocks Choi, claiming there's no way he can escape. Some of the participants behind the goat notice another human nearby and speculate that Choi may have the ability to duplicate himself. Andrew becomes confused by the statement, while Choi quickly analyzes the situation and begins to unfold an emergency plan. He boldly calls on everyone to recite the chant of the Demon King's army's third command. Everyone is surprised and doesn't quite understand what Choi is doing. Andrew is also confused by his actions. Choi then loudly begins a speech, declaring they are the mighty army of the Demon King. As he speaks, a blue aura begins to radiate from him. As he continues, the goat and the other competitors are unsure of the next step and ask if they should devour the humans ahead. Choi confirms and urges everyone to eliminate the enemies of their father, the Demon King, as true warriors. At that moment, the system announces the activation of a hidden status called Charisma and Leadership, and notes that morale among allies has increased. Choi raises his voice and commands the group to charge. The participants begin discussing among themselves, and the goat comments that Choi isn't wrong. Another participant agrees, saying they are an army either way. The goat then reinforces Choi's words, proclaiming that they should all advance and destroy the humans. Empowered by Choi's blue aura, the group charges into battle. In the midst of the crowd, Choi is thrilled that his plan is working and vows to remember their bravery. As they rush forward, Choi runs in the opposite direction, joyfully declaring that they will all meet again in Valhalla. As he flees, Choi reflects that they probably won't last long and that fleeing is his only option. Suddenly, someone grabs his scarf. It's the commander who was guarding the gate. Choi recognizes him and asks what's going on. The commander explains that the gate linked to the castle was destroyed during the humans' ambush. Choi asks about the fate of the gate's guards, and the commander says they were likely wiped out, adding that he barely escaped alive himself. Choi questions how that could happen, recalling there were only about 40 enemies. The commander explains that all of them were at least battalion commander level, with 3 at regimental commander level, and 1 nearly at division commander strength. Choi then asks what they should do to survive. The commander replies that survival may not be possible. He then reveals that Choi has a tracking spell on him and that, being of high rank in the Demon King's army himself, both of them are top priority targets for the enemy. Choi then asks the commander if there is any way to remove the tracking spell. The commander replies that it would not be possible, as the process takes too long and they do not have enough time. Suddenly, the tracking spell alerts them to the presence of a nearby creature of extremely high-level demon beast class. Choi realizes that this monster might somehow be useful. He turns to the commander, who waits to hear what Choi has in mind. Choi then announces that he has an idea that might help them escape the situation. Sometime later, the invading army has already wiped out all the tournament participants and realizes that the traitor hero has fled, prompting a full pursuit using the spell to track him. Andrew notices that besides Choi, something else is being sensed and he wonders if it could be Flowclad. He explains that Flowclad is a monster with a combat power between 250,000 and 300,000, known as the top predator of Inamazit, a massive plant type being classified as high risk, which typically requires at least a fighter-class hero to subdue. Andrew comments that while defeating it is not impossible, the damage it could cause will be significant. It doesn't take long before chaos breaks out with the encounter between the monster and the invading hero group. Andrew instructs his team to keep the monster distracted while he goes after the traitor hero. At this moment, the system announces the use of an item called pheromone perfume, which mimics the scent of a demon beast. However, the wider the area of use, the weaker its effect. It simulates beast affinity towards humans at the cost of 10 hero points. Choi then combines the item with Promote to attempt his survival plan, even if it means disguising himself as a female tree. Andrew soon spots the pair's strange outfits and is visibly surprised. Without hesitation, he charges at them and Choi sees the incoming attack, calling out for the commander to intervene. The commander effectively blocks Andrew's strike, and both swordsmen reposition, preparing for battle. Andrew activates his sword's advanced form and attacks again, triggering an epic duel between 2 highly skilled fighters. As the commander is assaulted from different angles, Choi steps in and neutralizes each peripheral attacker one by one. He reassures the commander, saying he will handle the smaller threats and urges him to stick to the plan so they can hold out as long as possible. Andrew then realizes and questions whether the duo's actual plan is simply to stall for time. His question is met with complete silence. The scene then flashes back to when Choi explains the plan to the commander. The central idea is to use the demon beast as their main force against the enemies. The commander's role is to evade Andrew as much as possible, tiring him out while using the beast as a shield against his attacks. Meanwhile, Choi is to deal with the rest of the group by leveraging the presence of the demon beast. The crucial point of the strategy is to never engage in a direct fight. Choi names the operation "You Come at Me." Returning to the present battle, Andrew grows frustrated with the commander's evasive tactics, asking how long he plans to keep dodging blows. The commander remains silent, internally reflecting on the fighting style of the humans, calling it cowardly. Still, he admits that it's exactly this method that allows them to buy precious time. The focus then shifts to Choi, who now faces a cloaked enemy. Weakened but determined, the opponent rises with one goal: kill the traitor. As the man charges, Choi easily dodges each attack. However, he notes the precision and strength behind the enemy's strikes, each one powerful enough to cut him in half. Despite that, the movements are highly predictable. Without embellishment, the enemy swings his sword like a machine. Choi counters, first striking the man's leg to unbalance him. When he falls, his chin hits the ground and Choi follows up with a direct kick to the head, knocking him out instantly. The swift victory earns Choi several level-ups, leaving him surprised by how easy the fight turned out. He wonders if they are truly human given their mechanical fighting style. Suddenly, while reflecting on the extended use of Promote, and the risk of exhausting his stamina, Choi is caught off guard by a potential side effect. His forehead begins to undergo a strange mutation. The system alerts him that his demonic chi has increased from rank C to rank B. As a result, a horn begins to grow from his head. Confused by the transformation, Choi now possesses a demonic appearance. The system then informs him that his body has temporarily synchronized with demonic chi, triggering an immediate transformation. The commander, covered in armor made of intertwined plants and vines, watched his opponent from a safe distance. His eyes were fixed on the hero Andrew, who held his sword with unwavering determination. The commander could feel his energy waning. He was already near his limit, and he looked at his opponent with growing concern. The demon beast he was using as a shield, a towering creature with alabaster skin and razor-sharp claws, bore several deep wounds across its body. Its breathing was labored, its legs trembling. Neither the beast nor the commander could hold on much longer. Andrew, steady with his sword in hand, broke the silence that had settled over the forest like a heavy fog. His voice was calm but laced with contempt. He said the commander had nothing special aside from his ability to run away, and even that would end right there and then. A dark smile curled on Andrew's lips as he boasted of his imminent victory, claiming that heroes like him grew stronger every time they killed a beast or demon. He concluded with a smug tone, pointing out that his current level was 983. Once he killed the beast shielding the commander, he would easily ascend to level 1000, a milestone few had ever reached. Without further warning, Andrew lunged forward, striking at the commander with deadly precision. The commander barely managed to defend himself, using the long whip coiled at his side to parry the attack. Concern was now etched into his face. He was clearly at a great disadvantage against this overwhelming force. He knew that unless he came up with a solid plan he would be defeated right then and there. Without hesitation, the commander began touching strategic points along the massive white beast's body. His fingers moved swiftly with practiced accuracy, and from his hand, small red sparks erupted with each contact. These sparks flickered like embers, tracing cryptic markings along the beast's skin. He continued the sequence even as Andrew relentlessly pressed forward with fierce, calculated blows. The battle intensified, yet the commander stayed focused, gambling everything on the seal he was about to complete. Andrew, thirsty for victory, advanced on the commander, who kept blocking the transferred blows while clinging desperately to another part of the beast's massive body. The weight of each strike forced the commander to retreat little by little, his defense beginning to falter. After another powerful blow sent him tumbling backward, scraping against the forest floor, Andrew gripped his sword with both hands, raising it high above his head. His eyes burned with anticipation as he prepared to stab the weakened demon beast. He warned the commander, his voice dripping with arrogance, that once he killed the beast and gained a boost to his attributes, dealing with someone as weak and desperate as him would be nothing more than a formality. But before Andrew could deliver the final blow, the commander, still catching his breath, spoke firmly. He hadn't been running around for no reason. His words cut through the tension like a blade. At that moment, the intricate marks left by his hands on the beast's skin began to glow, igniting into beams of radiant red light. The symbols pulsed with energy, and from them, several thick metal chains erupted, snaking out in all directions. Red sparks danced in the air around the demon beast, crackling like fireflies caught in a storm. Then the scene revealed a new technique, an advanced movement restriction skill. The commander, ignoring his injuries, focused his energy and curled his fingers into a circle, completing the final gesture needed to activate the seal. The red glowing chains, now shimmering with intensity, surged forward and wrapped themselves around Andrew from behind, just as he was about to drive his sword into the beast once more. The narrative then shifts to a memory, showing the commander and Choi discussing the second part of their plan in a quiet moment before the battle. Choi, barely able to contain his excitement, suggested they name the plan Kill Steel. The commander raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, clearly skeptical, and asked if that was some sort of code among the heroes. Choi grinned and continued with the plan's outline, explaining that he would first take care of the rest of the group before the demon beast fell. The commander, always cautious, asked what would happen after that. With a confident smirk, Choi concluded that the commander would keep buying time, just like he was doing now, and when the right moment came Choi would return to help finish off the beast. The two shared a look that said they both understood the risks, even if they didn't speak them aloud. The commander scratches his head with an awkward laugh, accepting that they had no other options anyway, but he points out that Choi's plan has two glaring flaws. 1. Would he really be able to come back in time? 2. Even if he did, could he actually defeat that guy after leveling up? Choi, with his usual blunt honesty, admits that the chances of everything going according to plan are less than 1%. But, he adds with a sharp glint in his eyes, if they gave up now, the chances would be exactly 0. Choi clenches his fist with resolve. If those were his only options, he'd bet everything on that 1%. There was no room left for fear, only for action. The scene jumps forward to the battle's turning point, where Andrew is suddenly restrained by several glowing chains wrapping tightly around his legs, wrists, and even the sword he had just raised, now frozen mid-air. His expression twists in frustration, eyes burning with rage. He demands to know what the commander was thinking, using such a cheap trick to restrict his movement. His voice echoes through the battlefield like a growl. Unfazed, the commander keeps forming hand signs, controlling the magical chains with precision. His face remains calm, his gaze steady. He simply advises Andrew to wait and see, because they also have a hero who can level up. Suddenly, Choi appears on the scene in his awakened demonic form. His body radiates power, dark horns protrude from his head, and his muscles are tense with raw energy. The air itself seems to crackle around him. Andrew's face shifts from anger to disbelief. He can't believe what he's seeing. His voice falters as he asks what that thing is and whether Choi is actually a demon. Choi says nothing. Instead, he charges at the demon beast with nothing but his bare hands, landing a brutal blow that sends a shockwave through the battlefield. His strength is so overwhelming that the chains wrapped around both the beast and Andrew shatter instantly. The hero's system interface lights up, confirming that Choi has successfully leveled up, just as the demon beast lets out its final breath and collapses with a thunderous crash. The commander, kneeling with one fist on the ground and catching his breath, lets out a tired laugh. He jokes that there couldn't have been a better time for Choi to show up, even if the timing was clearly cutting it close. Choi, his fists still dripping with the blood of the beast he had just brought down, gives a slight nod and thanks the commander for holding the line. His tone is firm, but there's a flicker of genuine respect in his voice. Without wasting another second, Choi turns sharply and raises his arm, pointing straight at Andrew. "Now," he declares with unwavering confidence, "the hero will be defeated by me." Andrew lifts his sword, his expression darkening. He scoffs at Choi's boldness, dismissing his claim as nothing more than overconfidence. In his mind, no one could possibly defeat him just because they managed to kill a weakened demon beast. He tightens his grip on his blade and prepares to crush Choi's foolishness with overwhelming force. In the next scene, the air vibrates with tension as Andrew's newest skill is revealed, a high-level sword technique in Form 3, ominously titled Dragon Slayer. Energy flares around the blade, forming arcs of blue light as the hero steps forward, each movement heavy with the confidence of someone who has never lost a battle. Then with a roar he strikes. Choi doesn't flinch. He braces himself, raising his arms and crossing his wrists above his head. The massive blade crashes down, but he holds firm, stopping the strike with raw power. The ground cracks beneath him from the impact, yet he remains standing. Andrew's eyes narrow. In that instant he understands, this wasn't just a brute. Choi is a close-range combatant with terrifying physical strength. If he lets him close the distance again, his sword advantage might not be enough. On the other side, Choi's eyes glow with intense white light, sharp and calm, reflecting not just power but total composure. His gaze pierces through Andrew, void of fear. He's not impressed by the glowing sword or the title of hero. He's here to finish what he started. Andrew begins delivering a series of strikes with his sword skill, one after another, tirelessly forming blue beams around Choi. Yet Choi defends against all of them effortlessly. Worried that level 3 won't be enough, Andrew pushes the skill to level 7. He charges again to land another blow, but before he can finish, Choi retaliates with absurd force, releasing violet lightning that sends Andrew flying. He crashes down from atop the demon beast, stopped only by a wall of rocks that cracks under the impact. Blood drips from Andrew onto the ground. His teeth are clenched, his eyes wide in a desperate scream. He wonders what the hell Choi is, and if he truly is a demon. Choi, now standing on the forest floor, radiates a violet aura. He walks toward where Andrew fell and calmly states that every opponent he's faced until now had been stronger than him. Then, with a powerful kick to Andrew's stomach, he makes the hero gasp in pain. Suddenly, Choi grabs Andrew's face and slams him into the ground. Still holding him down, Choi speaks, his voice unwavering even as Andrew begs him to stop. As he advances on the enemy, Choi delivers each blow with brutal precision. In the brief pauses between attacks, he murmurs words almost like a mantra, as if each strike were meant to engrave a single truth into his opponent. That level in the end is just a number. With fists wrapped in energy and determination, Choi finishes his declaration with one final punch, more powerful than any of the previous ones. It is this final blow that ends the confrontation, leaving behind only the certainty that he had proven his point. At the end of the battle, Choi leveled up several times, and with that, a new hidden attribute was unlocked. The attribute is called Fighting Spirit, capable of increasing resistance to mental debilitation and adding focus during combat. Choi starts with 10 points in this new attribute. A few moments later, Choi is lying on the ground, agonizing from having used Promote once again, but this time with fewer side effects. He takes the opportunity to be dramatic, saying that he's going to die, although clearly he's not that bad. While Choi cried in his exaggerated reaction, the commander approached, asking if the hero was still alive. Choi replied that no, he was dead. Suddenly, the commander poured a red liquid over Choi's face, catching him by surprise and ordering him to drink it. Choi reacted by sitting up and complaining about the terrible taste of the potion, asking where it came from. The commander then replied that Rachel was the one who had brought a bunch of those potions. Rachel then appeared, explaining that it was a high-level potion while holding another potion bottle. She offered more of the potion, and the system informed that the potion, in addition to healing, also restores a bit of mana. Choi then turned directly to Rachel, asking where she got so many potions from. Rachel replied that she obtained them from defeated heroes, saying they drop everything they have when they die. Choi was surprised to hear this detail. Choi then looked at Andrew and declared that heroes in this world are far too strange. Rachel didn't understand the meaning behind Choi's words. He then explained that heroes are supposed to be righteous people. They should face evil and save the world. However, in this world there is no punishment for taking down another hero. On the contrary, by doing so you can gain XP and items. Choi reflected that even though he is a hero, he's been acting like a villain for some time. He does exactly what a villain would do, but suffers no kind of retaliation. The commander, after hearing Choi's words, responded. He said that this concern makes sense from a human's point of view. However, as an ally, Choi's actions are analogous to those of a good hero. After all, he saved him. Finally, the commander said that it's not worth getting too attached to human morality, as there are two sides to everything, and judging only between right and wrong doesn't work, because those points of view are not absolute. Choi carefully observes the commander's words. However, one detail catches his attention. Was the commander trying to comfort the hero? When Choi asks this, the commander responds with kicks, ordering Choi to shut up and go rest. Choi, still suffering from side effects, complains about the aggression, saying his bones hurt. The commander then stops and begins to explain that he requested help before the signal was lost due to the attack. So, it's likely that reinforcements are on the way. Choi smiles, relieved that the situation is over, but he remains defensive, bracing for more attacks from the commander. The scene then moves to the moment Riadrun appears. He is responsible for creating a portal that will be used by everyone to return. The commander gives Choi a hand to enter the portal, and it works perfectly. Everyone crosses through the portal and arrives at the Dark Fortress. Choi is delighted and announces his arrival. But as soon as he opens his eyes, he notices something catastrophic. The entire scene before him is one of destruction. The structures are in ruins, and Choi reacts with surprise upon realizing that his safe zone is no longer safe. His despair grows as he sees that his house is on fire. He becomes furious, trying to find out what caused all the destruction. Riadrun and the commander notice the calamity, and the three of them quickly realize the source of all the chaos. All the destruction came from Hemis herself, who was still there, driven by rage, her face expressionless. Hyun-na is desperate. She is the one under Hemis's wrath. The heroine tries to make Hemis see that continuing with the destruction isn't worth it, especially considering that the attack makes no sense. At this moment, it becomes clear that Hemis believes Hyun-na is the traitor, even though the heroine vehemently denies it. Hemis, at this point, no longer cares whether Hyun-na is a traitor or not. She is enraged, and that alone is enough to keep her going. Hemis is determined not to let anyone complicit with the Demon King live in peace. She smiles sadistically as she prepares another attack. Hyun-na, with no other option, prepares to defend herself. She is appalled that Hemis, even with all the evidence proving the heroine is not a traitor, still insists on destroying everything. Hemis's attack is brutal, but something strange happens, interfering with the trajectory of the attack. A massive curtain of smoke rises, and a creature slowly reveals itself amid the chaos, leaving everyone unsure of who it is. Someone with an appearance similar to Riadrun calls out to Hemis, wearing a serious and unyielding expression. He is Uzgaze, another commander of the Demon King's army. He brings a message from the king himself, ordering Hemis to stop the commotion immediately. Hemis reacts with curiosity as one detail stands out. How could Uzgaze have found out what was happening? It's nearly impossible that he had enough time to arrive at that moment, even if he had been alerted as soon as the attack began. In other words, the Demon King knew before everything started and sent Uzgaze. Hemis then realizes that Hyun-na was just a decoy, and that someone else was actually tasked with spying on the commander. When she says this, Confronting Uzgaze, he replies that Hemis is being paranoid and giving exaggerated importance to something in her own head. That response is interpreted as mockery, and Hemis prepares to give Uzgaze the attention he deserves by directing her next attack at him. Hemis hesitates for a moment and lowers her guard, descending to the ground to speak with Uzgaze. She approaches him, recognizing that she may be overreacting. Then she begins to mention that she was unjustly punished for saving Rotak from the humans and was confined for 100 years in the Dark Fortress. With this, she reveals her interpretation of Uzgaze's words, asking if he truly thinks she is arrogant and paranoid. Hemis begins casting a spell that spreads across the ground. As the magic advances, Hemis declares that perhaps saving Rotak was a mistake. Uzgaze, sensing the threat, is surprised by Hemis's offensive move. As the dark aura surrounds Uzgaze, Hemis finishes her speech by asking if he agrees with that statement. He, in turn, remains still, standing, almost as if he knows that nothing bad could happen. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the scene. It's Riadrun who shouts, drawing Hemis' attention and asking her not to proceed with the attack. Uzgaze acknowledges Riadrun's presence, showing that the two share a certain familiarity. But before any concern can arise, Hemis calmly walks forward and touches Uzgaze's shoulder, telling him that he can relax because there's no more need for confusion. Hemis says she already got everything she wanted. She then tightens her grip on the commander's shoulder, warning him to thank his nephew. It becomes clear that Riadrun is Uzgaze's nephew. Sometime later, Choi is lying in bed, still processing everything that happened. He is surprised that there is so much disorder within the Demon King's army. Abelson is once again by his side, helping with his recovery. She takes the opportunity to ask if he plans to continue in the Demon King's army, considering he is about to be promoted to commander of a battalion. Choi replies that he probably will, since there is an official war declared between the Dark Fortress and the Gartran Empire. He also adds that even if he wanted to leave, it would be practically impossible to live among humans now. Choi now has horns growing from his head and is a user of demonic chi. Abelson laughs at the hero's situation. Choi soon remembers the events during the trial, especially the appearance of the heroes. Something seemed very strange about the heroes in that group with the exception of Andrew. They had a strange appearance. All of them looked dazed, and no matter how injured or even killed they were, their expressions never changed. When asked if she knows anything about those heroes, Abelson responds to Choi that she isn't sure. She recalls that she was expelled and therefore doesn't know the internal workings of the kingdom. However, she confirms that the Empire has many strong heroes, and that most of the wars against demons are not fought by heroes of priestly rank. Amid this, it remains a mystery how the divided Empire manages to gather so many strong heroes so quickly. However, there are rumors that inhumane methods are being used to make that possible. As soon as she finishes speaking, their conversation is interrupted by someone arriving. Riadrun apologizes for interrupting and ruining the mood between the two, but he informs them that Hemis wants to see them. The scene shifts to the meeting in Hemis' office. There they are warmly welcomed by the commander. She happily announces that they have a new mission. There is a need to install a spatial interference magic shield. Choi is confused about what that is. Hemis then explains it simply, asking him to think of it like a barrier capable of preventing unauthorized teleportation. She argues that it's important so that he doesn't wake up with an assassin waiting in his room. Hemis explains that only the Second Corps can carry out such a task. Choi then understands where she is going with this, and Hemis continues by saying they will go on a work trip, under the cover of being a messenger and the messenger's personal medic. Hemis states that this is basically to protect them from humans so it won't be hard to fulfill a simple task. Moreover, she will send a trusted guide to lead the two. And that guide is, once again, Commander Roy, who reads the travel order with fire in his eyes, irritated at being dragged into another ridiculous task. The room where the group gathered was wide and imposing, bathed in the vibrant light of a flaming structure at the center, whose presence not only illuminated the space but also reinforced the grandeur of the place. On its sides, swords meticulously positioned on the walls reflected the firelight, symbolizing both the opulence and the power of those present. In front of the flame, a long solid wooden table stretched out, with 7 chairs designated for the members present, although only 5 were occupied. At the head of the table rested the most ornate chair of all, occupied by the host of the meeting, a figure of authority and command. One of the seats, however, remained empty. The absence was notable but not surprising. It was just another one of Rotaka's recurring absences. The 5th commander, named Uzgaze, who wore the head and hide of a bull, shrugged, knowing that Rotak never showed up to the meetings. Dorichigus, the 1st commander, dressed in purple armor, was irritated by Rotaka's absence, even though the meetings weren't mandatory. Hyuna, who until that point was comfortably lounging in one of the chairs, resting her arm over her bent leg, claimed carelessly that if Rotak had come, he would just be talking nonsense. Hemis, who was right in front of the fourth commander, observed the conversation without being able to add anything more to what the others were saying. Tigrid, the supreme demon king commander, had imposing, wavy horns that grew from his forehead. He had a serious expression when he finally announced to the other commanders present that they would begin the meeting. The reason for the meeting was revealed. They had gathered to talk about Commander Hemis. She had carried out a major event without reporting it. Scenes are then shown of the battle between Choi in his demonic form and Andrew. Tigrid continued explaining that the border had been left exposed, and the humans had created an ambush that resulted in severe consequences. Uzgaze then interrupted the Demon King's speech to specify that the effects of that battle were 97 dead, 100 wounded, and an even greater number missing. Tigrid had his black claws resting on the armrests of his golden throne. His expression was calm as he continued speaking about Hemis attacking the fourth commander for no apparent reason and, according to the rules, battles between commanders require prior approval. Then, with a serious look, Tigrid announced the beginning of the discussion regarding the punishment that would fall upon Hemis, based on her actions. At the moment he opened the floor for objections, Hemis promptly interrupted, wishing to express her side. She raised her hand and requested attention to object. With no resistance from the others, Hemis began to speak, aiming to defend herself against the claim that she had acted without cause. She then explained that everything happened because there was someone acting as a spy against her. She explained that the attack on the fourth commander happened because she thought he was the spy, given the circumstances. With that, Hemis raised a question, suggesting that the ideal would be to find out who was trying to harm her, not try to punish her for defending herself from something so sneaky. Tigrid's expression changed. He was irritated by the question, seeing it as an affront. He then asked if such a proposal was a way of challenging his authority. Hemis simply replied that it was nothing more than a humble suggestion. She smiled, and her bold expression spoke louder than her words. Such an attitude only raised Tigrid's indignation, who was stunned by the commander's boldness and clenched his fists on the armrest of his throne. Some time later, Uzgaze, Dorichigus, and Hyuna gathered in the corridors, in front of the meeting room, discussing what had just happened. Uzgaze pointed out how terrible the emotional outburst of both commanders had been in front of them, rendering the meeting useless. Hyuna expressed her frustration, irritated by the possibility that Rems and the Demon King would never be friends again. Dorichigus commented that he thought it impossible for them to be as united as they once were, and Hyuna declared that she didn't like the direction things were taking. In the end, the group decided to put these events aside and not give them much importance, as situations like this would probably repeat themselves frequently from then on, and the only thing left to do was to choose a side to stand on. Meanwhile, in the magical tower of the fourth command, Shai's group approaches, and the hero is soon mesmerized by what he sees. They are then received by the fourth commander's bodyguards, who immediately request everyone's identification. Roger introduces himself as the commander of the 3rd Regiment and notes that he is accompanied by 2 humans. The guard receives the referral sent by Hemis, reads the contents of the paper, and greets everyone enthusiastically, declaring that the commander is waiting for them, and then guides the group to the meeting. Meanwhile, Rotak is in his office, relaxed in his chair, reflecting on the human who can use dark mana and who, furthermore, has a body in the process of transforming into a demon. Even though he finds the situation interesting after receiving warnings from Hemis, he ultimately reminds himself that the human is still just a human. Soon, the group arrives at the room and greets Commander Rotak, who receives them and immediately jumps toward Choi, who barely has time to greet him and is caught off guard. While analyzing Choi's body, he is surprised that he doesn't feel anything and then begins the infusion of energy into one of the hero's arms, warning that it will hurt a little, but that Choi needs to endure it. Choi doesn't understand the situation, and the only option is to endure the discomfort caused by the energy emitted by Rotak, flowing through his body without understanding what is happening. As soon as it ends, Abelson expresses her concern, asking if the hero is okay, while he is on his knees trying to recover from what just happened. The saint approaches Choi, ready to help him, while Rotak declares he is impressed with Choi's evolution. As the hero raises his head, Rotak asks if he knows about the future that awaits him, and only then informs him that if Choi continues at the pace he's going, he will be dead in about 3 months. This information leaves the hero stunned, surprised by such an unexpected future. Rotak then explains what is happening in the hero's body, and that, since he is rapidly transforming into a demon, he can consider himself fortunate, as only small parts of his body will undergo alteration. However, it won't be long before, sooner or later, his organs will be corrupted by dark manhwa, and the moment Choi's heart or lungs are corrupted, he will die instantly. Choi doubts it, claiming that he doesn't feel anything, and Rotak turns his back to retrieve something, while simply warning that if Choi doubts it, he just needs to wait and see. He then picks up one of the papers on his desk and presents it to Choi, informing him that it is something called the Demon Contract, whose function is merely to reveal the truth. This surprises Choi. The Demon Contract then confirms the conversation, stating that Rotak's certainty about Choi's death in 3 months is genuine, and outlining Rotak's intention to take care of the hero Choi, foreseeing that Choi will agree to participate in Rotak's experiments, which will also be conducted using methods that will not result in Choi's death, and that the hero will not contest possible deformations during the treatment. Also, if his intelligence or ego fades during this treatment. Choi realizes the commander's intentions, and Abelson is surprised by the presentation of the contract, asking Choi not to agree, since she will take responsibility for caring for him. Rotak then intervenes, calling Abelson arrogant, warning that dark manhwa and divine power are opposites, and that her healing power only worked until now because Choi still has a mostly human side. However, in the future he will become a complete demon, and that will completely nullify the effect of divine powers on him. Abelson and Choi are surprised by Rotak's statement, and he, aiming for urgency in the contract signing, reminds them that 3 months is an optimistic estimate, urging Choi to decide quickly what he wants to do. The group then takes some time to reflect on the situation, and Rachel worries about what might happen to the hero, who apparently has a terminal illness, whose doctor capable of treating him demands that the hero give up his body to undergo psychopathic experiments. Choi explains that he is trying to buy some time before training the battalion, wondering if there is another way to get treatment without needing to be part of some kind of experiment. Rogers then questions why Choi doesn't try to seek an answer from Hemis. Choi is surprised by the suggestion, and the commander then replies that there is an unofficial ranking among the commanders, where Hemis is at the top of the hierarchy, while Rotak is at the bottom, and that she can easily exert some pressure and make the second commander yield on the conditions. The group then knocks on the door to return, requesting authorization, and Rotak promptly allows everyone to enter. Thus, Choi presents himself again, holding something covered by a cloth in his hand, asking permission and entering the room. Rotak then notices the artifact and asks what the hero is holding. Commander Rogers places the object on the table, revealing it to be a glowing purple orb, already known by everyone there, and then he begins to cast the spell to contact Hemis. Rotak becomes slightly startled and concerned by the presence of the communication orb, and it doesn't take long for Hemis to initiate contact, greeting Rotak and asking how he has been. Rotak, with a trembling voice, greets Hemis, highlighting how long it's been since they last saw each other. Hemis recalls that the last time they met was at one of the meetings with the Demon King, and Rotak, even more nervous, repeats and confirms that it is indeed true. Hemis then goes straight to the point, stating that she is there only to ask for a favor. In a threatening tone, she asks him to write a few things into the contract, starting with a demand that Rotak do his best to treat Choi. Secondly, that the hero will not suffer any harm. Rotak realizes the direction of the requests and is stunned, unable to argue. Hemis wastes no time and adds the third point, requesting that he include in the contract that nothing in Choi's body can be altered without permission, and that the hero must not die before the contract is finalized. Rotak becomes enraged with the list of changes to the contract, questioning why Hemis would care so much and why he should follow that for a human. Hemis, with a neutral expression, calmly calls Rotak's attention, and he straightens up in submission upon hearing Hemis recall the moment when she took him in and fed him after he had been abandoned by his people 350 years ago, that she also helped him win the commander selection tournament 200 years ago, and that she also saved him from being killed by humans 100 years ago. And with each reminder, Rotak's pride sank further. Hemis finishes by saying that, lastly, she ended up paying the price for having interceded for Rotak, and gives him the ultimatum. If he remembers all that, there is no other choice but to sign everything, leaving Rotak with no alternative but to obey. Sometime later, he expresses his anger, cursing the humans and Hemis, and then calls one of his subordinates to bring him a communication device, as he has something to do in retaliation for the humiliation he suffered. Time passes, and the next day Rotak receives Choi again in his laboratory, which he also uses as an office, and informs the hero that there is quite a lot to talk about. He decides to go straight to the point without much beating around the bush. Choi simply observes the seriousness in Rotak's gaze. But with a calm look, the scientist commander asks if Choi knows why demonic chi is altering his body. The question, combined with Rotaka's posture, surprises Choi, considering that this indicates that for him, something like that happening is perfectly fine. Confident that they are both aligned in the goal of preparing him, he feels free to respond to the question sincerely. And, as an answer, he says that the transformations in his body happen because it is an outrage for a human to use demonic chi. Rotak promptly declares that this answer is wrong. Then he explains that, just as Choi says, humans cannot handle demonic chi. And a normal human should explode and die as soon as demonic chi is imbued in their bodies. However, apparently fate, mixed with a bit of coincidence, made it possible for demonic chi to take root in Choi, thus becoming part of his body. And this allowed the evolution of the demonic Shin, to the point where it is causing alterations in Choi's body. It is remolding him not just physically but in his being as a whole, making him something more flexible for the demonic Shin, allowing it to root itself even deeper. Choi is surprised by the explanation and asks Rotak if there is any way to stop the changes that are happening in his body. And Rotak, once again being direct, responds that it is not possible to stop the transformation. However, he adds that Choi may be able to create a way to guide the direction the transformation is taking. And for that, Rotak is planning to transfer parts of a demon or a magical creature into Choi's body. The hero does not take the news very well, imagining how grotesque it would be to become part human and part demonic beast. Choi then asks if there is a possibility for him to say no to this idea, since all the substitution options seem bizarre. Rotak simply responds that if he does not accept the idea, the other option is to continue living like someone with a terminal illness until he dies. Furthermore, Rotak explains that there is nothing to worry about, as he intends to maintain the hero's appearance and his main organs intact, doing the transplant only with things that wouldn't be noticeable. Once the subject is closed and sometime later in the training arena, the commander and Choi gather for a noblesse demonstration. Rotak asks him to demonstrate the ability, and Choi promptly begins to focus, and it doesn't take long until the channeled energy displays a purple aura, signaling the start of the transformation. Rotak watches Choi's preparation attentively. He notices that the hero is producing an incredibly efficient output through the combined use of demonic chi and mana. Above all, he notices that Choi has obtained enough physical strength and mental sanity to overcome the result. He is surprised at how talented Choi is for achieving such an outcome. At the end of the noblesse preparation, Rotak quickly asks Choi to activate promote, and it doesn't take long before the horns grow again on the hero's head. Rotak notes that this is the only major physical difference between Choi's noblesse and promote characteristics. Rotak then reflects that Choi was perhaps lucky and confirms that this transformation was efficient in the sense that it protects his internal organs. Internally, Rotak despairs at the desire to study more about this and replicate it in his test subjects and future research. He laments that if it weren't for Hemis, he could dissect the hero to better analyze these results. He also regrets not being able to mass-produce the abilities in chimeras, which would make him an unreachable target for his enemies. But the only chance he has to make that possible is through a scroll pact. Choi notices that Rotak has entered a spiral of thoughts and brings the commander's attention back. Shortly after, he asks what he should do after using promote. Rotak refocuses and informs him that there's no need for further demonstrations today and internally, reflects that he already has all the information he wanted. Then he tells Choi that starting tomorrow he will begin working on fixing the hero's body and abilities one by one, and advises that it's best for him to get some rest. After that, the hero performed more promote demonstrations and also engaged in some physical training, pushing himself to the point of exhaustion. Once he reached that limit, he was subjected to physical interventions by Commander Rotak, causing changes and pushing him to surpass new limits with his altered body, which in turn generated more and more needs and modifications. He was always accompanied by Commander Rogers and Abelson, who monitored everything at all times. The scene then shifts back to a conversation between the hero and Rotak, and it's noticeable that Rachel is also in the room, enjoying some cookies. The system shows some improvements in the hero's status, who in turn, is so tired that he wishes for death, until he realizes he feels so bad that it's very likely he's already dead. Rotak observes the hero's drama and says that unlike someone dead, Choi's aura and body are much more stable than before, thus declaring the end of another day. The hero thanks him and leaves, his exhaustion evident. As soon as he leaves, Rotak once again activates his communication orb and starts a conversation with someone, asking that person if they can talk now. On the other end, the person asks what's going on for Rotak to suddenly open a call like that. He then asks, with a sense of urgency, what the answer is to a proposal he made earlier. The person on the other side asks which proposal, but quickly remembers something mentioned earlier. It's then revealed that Reuna is the person on the other end who brings up the proposal made by Rotak, an alliance between the two of them to overthrow the third command of Hemis. Reuna smiles, given the situation, but replies with some doubt, wondering if she really understands what all of that means, since even though she has disagreements with Hemis, she doesn't understand why Rotak would want war against the commander, given that she was the one who raised him from childhood and supported his growth to the point of making him one of King Amon's commanders, carrying him on her back. Rotak apparently responds that that time has passed and that their paths have been separate for a long while now. His tone is sharp, distant. We then see a moment in which Rotak and Hemis talk, where he expresses a desire to proceed with his chimera research, claiming that it is undoubtedly a powerful technique. Hemis scorns Rotak's project, asking how long he intends to keep clinging to cheap tricks. She says that no matter how strong his chimeras become, it's all meaningless if he, their controller, remains weak. Her words cut deep, reinforcing how individually unremarkable Rotak is without his creations. Back in the conversation, Rotak asks Reuna to answer whether or not she will ally with him. The commander pauses, considering whether it might be better for him to just keep ignoring Hemis, just as Hemis ignores him, rather than insist on dragging her down. Rotak says he wouldn't mind continuing that way. However, there's an individual in Hemis's hands who changes everything. Someone too valuable to overlook. If he could replicate that individual's abilities in others, their alliance could become something much greater than revenge. It could reshape their position entirely. Reuna quickly realizes that he's referring to Choi, but asks if it might be someone else, still questioning whether he's really worth the fall of Commander Hemis. Rotak confirms that he is. As an argument, he states that no matter how powerful Hemis is, she won't be able to handle two commanders coming at her at once. If the two of them join forces, her downfall won't just be possible, it will be certain. Reuna reflects for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she agrees to the proposal and tells him to contact her as soon as a plan is in place. The call ends with Rotak calmly saying that he'll reach out again in a few days. Rachel, who was still enjoying her cookies, overheard the entire conversation and is shocked by Rotak's plans. It doesn't take long before the team contacts Hemis to talk about the plot forming against her, but to everyone's surprise, Hemis already suspected everything. Choi asks why she isn't surprised. Hemis then asks back why she would be, since everything was already out in the open. She then questions if that was the reason the team used the communication orb. Choi replies that it wasn't, because he has something else to report. He wants to know what he should do in this situation, considering that he is just a small shrimp in the middle of a battle fought by great whales. Hemis reflects for a moment, her gaze turning distant as if measuring the weight of her next words. Then she looks back at them and asks for their opinion on an idea she just came up with. But this idea, while clever, would put Rotak in a very tight spot. Sometime later, in front of Rotak's laboratory, we see Rogers and Choi knocking out one of the guards, with Commander Rogers leading the way and locating the room where the final objective of the mission is. Choi asks if all those vials are the treasure guarded by Commander Rotak, previously mentioned by Hemis. Rogers replies that yes, they are vials of demonic chi extracted from ancient beasts, all of them extinct, which can no longer be obtained no matter what someone does. He adds that some of these were collected over centuries and stored under tight protection for a reason. And one in particular is theoretically the most powerful of all. While holding a vial with a red liquid in his hand, Rogers asks Choi to wait a bit before taking any action, and warns that if something goes wrong, he'll make sure to arrange a good funeral for the hero. Choi reacts with unpleasant surprise, saying that he's very moved, and sarcastically thanks the commander. Then, without much hesitation, the hero takes the vial from Rogers and asks if it's the right time to drink it, as he begins to consume the potion. Moments earlier, still during the call between Choi and Hemis, the detailing of the plan that would follow began, an unexpected strategy meant to help Choi take better advantage of his encounters with Commander Rotak. The instruction was short and clear, yet jarring. Hemis told Choi to hurt himself. The simplicity of the order contrasted sharply with its implications. Naturally, the plan left the hero stunned, confused, and hesitant. He couldn't help but wonder why he would do such a thing to himself, especially considering that Hemis had previously gone out of her way to force Rotak to include strict rules in their pact, rules that ensured Choi's physical integrity at all times. The contradiction unsettled him. Hemis, noticing the hesitation and fear building in Choi's expression, softened her tone slightly. She clarified with calm but firm seriousness, that this wasn't a joke or some kind of twisted training exercise. It was a direct order. A strategic one. She had learned through her own sources that Rotak had been lazy and half-hearted with Choi's treatment. From what she gathered, he was doing nothing more than the bare minimum, just enough to satisfy the conditions of their pact. Once that obligation ended, so would his efforts to keep Choi alive. Still unable to grasp how this related to harming himself, Choi asked what any of that had to do with self-inflicted injury. The very idea clashed with everything that had been set to protect him. Hemis then elaborated, informing the hero about the collection of rare and dangerous demon essences that Rotak had gathered over the years. These weren't mere specimens. They were remnants of power from ancient beings, each carrying immense, raw potential. The plan now hinged entirely on those essences. More specifically, Choi would need to absorb the most powerful ex-demonic essence in Rotaka's possession. The mere mention of absorbing such volatile energy made Choi's stomach turn. He voiced his concern, asking whether ingesting something like that wouldn't inevitably lead to death. It was a fair question, one Hemis had clearly anticipated. With the same composed authority, she reminded him of the Pact's power. Because of it, Rotak would be magically and contractually bound to do everything possible, and impossible, to keep Choi alive no matter what. That was the very leverage Hemis had counted on when she forced the terms. It was the safety net. No matter how dangerous the essence was, Rotak would be forced to use every last ounce of his knowledge and skill to save Choi from dying in the process. To calm the growing fear inside him, Hemis reassured Choi again, adding something more personal this time. She knew Rotaka's capabilities intimately. She didn't just know him, she had created him. Every facet of his medical prowess, every ounce of his talent, she was responsible for nurturing. If anyone knew what Rotak could do, it was her. She believed in this plan. The scene returned to the moment when Choi was reluctantly consuming the supposed potion. As the bitter liquid slid down his throat, Commander Reugers watched him closely, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Rachel stood nearby, concerned, and asked if everything was all right. With a sigh and a grimace, Choi remarked that nothing unusual had happened, except for the awful taste, which he couldn't help but complain about. For a fleeting second, it seemed like things would go smoothly. But then everything changed. A wave of searing pain crashed through Choi's body. It was so sudden and overwhelming that his limbs locked, and the potion vial slipped from his fingers, shattering against the floor. His vision blurred. His breath caught. The agony was unlike anything he had experienced before. Rachel's voice broke through the chaos, calling his name with urgency. Reugers, though less panicked, narrowed his eyes and murmured something about the side effects having begun. The pain intensified. Choi writhed in place, desperately trying not to black out. In a moment of delirious humor, he sarcastically berated Reugers, accusing him of withholding just how brutal the side effects would be, especially since he clearly knew what was in the potion. Reugers responded with dry indifference, saying it was common sense and didn't warrant explanation. Choi glared at him, opened his mouth to say something more, but the pain took over and he lost consciousness. Sometime later, Choi woke up groggily lying in a bed. He immediately realized it wasn't any place he recognized. The air was sterile, the light cold. He sat up slowly, his muscles sore and weak. Just as he began scanning the room for clues, Rachel appeared, smiling softly. She told him that he was in Rotaka's office. The commander had personally tended to him for 4 consecutive days, using all sorts of questionable but effective methods to keep him alive. Rachel's words were comforting, but her expression hinted at unease. Finally, she asked how Choi was feeling, but before he could answer, the door opened. Rems entered the room with theatrical flair, declaring how long it had been since they last saw each other. Behind her, Reugers and Rotak followed quietly. Rems approached Choi with a pleased smile, commenting that his power had grown noticeably. She noted that he was stronger than she'd imagined he'd become. Choi tried to deflect the praise, modestly insisting that he wasn't that strong, but she ignored him completely. Without warning, she placed her hand on his shoulder and chanted a spell. Choi's right arm turned pitch black. Pain surged through him. Whatever magic she had cast was aimed at destroying his limb entirely. And once again Choi was left stunned, unsure of why or what would come next. Rotak then explains that the demonic essence of the beast Choi ingested is slowly but surely establishing itself within his body. The beast in question was once feared throughout the demonic realms, an entity known for its near-complete invulnerability, a creature considered by many to be indestructible. Now, that same property was beginning to manifest within Choi's body, granting him the terrifying durability of that ancient being. His cells, muscles, and internal structure were starting to reflect the changes brought by the X-demonic infusion. However, even with such a remarkable result, one fact remained unaltered. The testing process had been excruciating. What Choi endured to reach this state was nothing short of brutal. The pain had been relentless. The transformation violent. His body had teetered between survival and collapse, and it had taken all of Rotaka's knowledge, along with the pack's forced intervention, to keep the hero alive through the ordeal. Still, the results were undeniable. Standing nearby, Rems took it all in. With a faint smile and an arched brow, she admitted she felt a hint of jealousy, though her tone was half playful, half serious. She questioned aloud whether this entire plan had been intentionally kept from her. Perhaps as some personal project Rotak didn't want interfered with. Rotak, for his part, didn't dignify the accusation with a real answer. He merely brushed it aside, stating curtly that the hero's treatment was complete. Then, without any visible emotion, he asked whether it was time to destroy the pact. Rems gave no resistance. She calmly began the destruction ritual, acknowledging that the pact's purpose, to ensure the completion of Choi's treatment, had now been fulfilled. As the last glyph of the contract faded into magical dust, the pact dissolved entirely. The invisible leash that had bound Rotak to his obligations was gone. With nothing holding him back, Rotak didn't waste a moment. He turned to Rems and, in a voice laced with bitterness, made it clear he hadn't forgotten her interference. In a tone more threatening than professional, he promised she would regret everything. His eyes, cold and unblinking, burned with silent fury. Rems, unfazed, merely smiled. Her voice carried a touch of amusement as she questioned if she truly would be the one to regret anything. Her answer was cryptic, a layered warning rather than a rebuttal. She suggested that regardless of how things unfolded, perhaps regret would fall on someone else entirely, and that in the end she would be waiting eagerly to see how Rotaka's threat unraveled. The scene shifted to the training grounds, where Choi and Riadrun stood amid the dust and sweat of daily drills. The sun hung high in the sky as their sparring session intensified. From the very first strike, Riadrun noticed a difference. Choi's posture, his timing, the pressure behind each attack, it had all improved. The young hero had indeed become stronger. Choi launched a fierce punch, one that Riadrun blocked with minimal effort. But the hero didn't stop there. He pressed on with a series of rapid strikes, chaining his movements together with surprising precision. Riadrun watched carefully, analyzing each blow, studying the trajectory of Choi's fists, the positioning of his feet, the way he adjusted his breathing to manage exertion. There was real progress here. And then, a breakthrough, Choi landed a solid punch to his mentor's abdomen. Riadrun didn't even try to block it. He took the blow, let it connect. The smile that flickered on Choi's face afterward said everything. For the first time, he had struck his teacher cleanly. All his pain and effort were beginning to bear fruit. But the celebration was short-lived. In a sudden motion, Riadrun brought his massive elbow down on Choi's head, knocking him flat onto the dirt with a dull thud. The world spun for a moment. Choi lay there dazed, his skull pounding, once again reminded that there were levels to power, and he still had a long way to go. Lying on his back, he reflected on what everyone had been saying. That he had grown. That he had improved. And yet, here he was, laid out once again by Riadrun's sheer strength. He sighed. Maybe progress wasn't enough. Riadrun, ever the calm and supportive mentor, knelt beside him. He said that there was no need for discouragement. Choi was unlike anyone he'd ever trained. His rate of improvement was staggering. He didn't seem to have any plateaus in his development, just an unrelenting climb. His body hadn't fully adjusted yet, but once it did, the results would be extraordinary. Choi, still skeptical, rose to his feet. He muttered that he didn't believe it. He remembered how he'd barely survived the last real fight, and that was only because others had stepped in to help. Riadrun said nothing at first, just smiled at his student's humility. At the end of the session, he extended a hand and pulled Choi back up again. With a reassuring nod, he told him not to be so impatient. The real test would come, and when it did, Choi would be ready. Encouraged by that vote of confidence, Choi promised with quiet determination that he would prove his worth. Meanwhile, back in Rotaka's domain, the atmosphere shifted. Soldiers moved with urgency, preparing for something serious. Weapons were handed out, orders were issued. In another room, cages were being locked, each one containing a chimera ready for deployment. The air was tense. In his office, Rotak received confirmation. Everything was prepared. Without hesitation, he rose. His goal was clear. They were going to retrieve the human from the dark fortress, the one Rems had stolen. With fury burning in his voice, Rotak swore that she would pay. That human wasn't hers to take. He was his experiment, and he wanted him back. Back to the moment when Hydrun and Choi finished their training, and Hydrun speaks words of encouragement to Choi, asking him not to be impatient, as the moment to prove himself is yet to come, leaving the hero with renewed confidence. A great explosion occurs, causing massive damage to the wooden structure surrounding the training grounds. The explosion catches the hero by surprise, leaving him and Hydrun alert for what is to come. The Sentinel team quickly sounds the attack alarm, informing that the Skeben tribe is attacking them. Hydrun immediately realizes it is the troops of the second commander, and with that, both are left stunned. The Skeben tribe, commanded by Rotak, are, as previously seen, rat-like beings about 1.5 meters tall, who are physically weak due to their size and physical characteristics, but are extremely cunning beings. Outside the fortress, the commanders of the Skebens order more firepower, and cannon projectiles are launched toward the fortification that protects the fortress. The scene then focuses on Ryan, who praises Rotak's firepower and had not imagined how confident he and his tribe would be, before Rotak could respond to one of his subordinates. He arrives at the location warning that the wall that was being attacked has fallen, and the speed at which they achieved this goal was thanks to the previous attack that caused delays in the repair of those walls, information that had been passed on by Ryan to Rotak's subordinates. The second commander then orders the teams to attack with the chimeras on the front line and informs Galdeo to capture Choi. Rotak, in turn, states that he will go along with Hyuna to deal with Hemis personally and thus carry out his revenge plan. The scene then focuses on Hydrun and Choi again, who are moving as the hero claims he had already imagined Rotak might pull off some scheme like this someday, but with Tom declaring he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Hydrun, noticing Choi's agitation, asks him to calm down and adds that in moments like this, more than ever, he needs to act calmly. In contrast, Choi reacts hysterically, asking what they are supposed to do now in a situation like this and also asking what he himself should do. Hydrun, with a serious expression, declares that he will gather all the troops and assigns Choi a particular mission. Choi attentively observes the instructions, which are, first, to eliminate Commander Galdeo, which leaves Choi completely stunned, as he is being assigned to deal directly with a commander. Hydrun gives more details about this commander, explaining that he is a very close confidant of Rotak and adds that in other situations he himself would take care of fighting Galdeo. However, Hydrun declares he has full confidence in Choi's strength, and this vote of confidence makes the hero even happier, feeling ready to accept the mission. Secondly comes the mission that is quickly brought into the scene, where Choi is carrying Abelson by the arm while they run through the corridors. The Saint questions whether Hydrun sent Choi directly to get her out of there, and Choi confirms that indeed that is what happened. The justification for taking care of Abelson was rooted in a simple but strategic reasoning. If she were allowed to simply wander freely, sharing her divine power without restriction, she would quickly become a significant threat to the demonic forces. Her presence alone, radiating sacred energy, would be enough to destabilize entire squads. And if such power fell into the wrong hands, or even just wandered unchecked through the battlefield, it could shift the tide in unpredictable ways. This explanation, while grave in tone, was met with a soft chuckle from the saint, who found some amusement in how seriously her power was being regarded. Choi, standing beside her with a focused gaze and unwavering seriousness, declared his intention clearly. He needed to find Galdeo. The air around him seemed to tighten with tension. But even before he could consider which path to take, the very commander he sought emerged from the shadows, appearing without warning and commanding immediate attention. The suddenness of his arrival caught both Choi and Abelson off guard. The imposing figure stepped forward, introducing himself with confidence and a hint of arrogance. This was Galdeo, the one Choi had been preparing to face. As soon as the hero caught a glimpse of Galdeo's stats, an imposing power level of 162,730, he found himself stunned. The sheer magnitude of strength displayed before him far exceeded his expectations. This wasn't just a strong opponent, this was a genuine powerhouse. The realization drew a comparison in Choi's mind. He couldn't help but recall Taylor, the enemy hero whose raw power had proven incredibly difficult for both him and Rogers in a previous battle. It was a grueling confrontation, one that tested their limits. Now, standing before Galdeo, Choi couldn't help but question whether he had the strength to emerge victorious on his own. Before he had the chance to assess his surroundings or think of a strategy, Galdeo made the first move. With a snap of command, he unleashed his hellhounds. The monstrous beasts lunged forward with ferocity, aiming directly for Choi and Abelson. Reacting instinctively, Choi placed himself between the saint and the oncoming danger. Snarls and growls filled the air as the hellhounds sank their teeth into him from every direction. The pain was sharp, but he stood firm, shielding Abelson from harm. Gildeo, observing with malicious satisfaction, claimed that he had successfully restrained the hero. He began charging what appeared to be one of his most devastating attacks, boasting that this would end the battle swiftly and leave nothing of the hero behind. However, just as he prepared to strike, Choi interrupted. His voice rang out with firm resolve. He stated that the hound's bites were insignificant, their power greatly exaggerated. As their fangs pressed against his skin, he felt nothing, not even a scratch. With that, he activated his transformation, a blinding surge of energy engulfing him as his body pulsed with raw force. In an instant he ascended directly to level 3. The sudden shift in power stunned everyone. The hellhounds, sensing the danger, instinctively backed away. Gildeo himself was caught off guard, his confidence visibly shaken. But Choi gave no pause. Wasting no time, he darted forward, his speed immense, his body a blur as he charged at the commander with everything he had. Then, with a thunderous impact, Choi's fist collided with Gildeo. The strike reverberated through the air like a shockwave. The confrontation had officially begun, a direct clash of strength. Gildeo snarled, claiming once again that he possessed the finest technology on the entire continent, and that there existed no reality in which he would be bested by a mere human. Fueled by pride and desperation, he shouted for his entire army to converge on the battlefield. The ground trembled as more enemies approached. Abelson, who had remained in the rear, now sensed the danger escalating. Her eyes widened as she witnessed the arrival of the chimeras, grotesque, powerful creatures bred for war. The threat level rose dramatically. In a moment of resolve, she dropped to her knees and began chanting. She focused all of her divine energy into a single incantation, trying to delay or, if possible, repel the monstrous advance. Within moments, the battlefield was illuminated by an immense explosion of sacred energy. Her power surged across the terrain like a tidal wave of light, radiating from her in every direction. The brilliance of the spell could be seen from every corner of the Black Fortress. It was an awe-inspiring sight. But Choi's admiration was quickly replaced with concern. He knew the toll such a spell would take. Abelson, breathing heavily, confirmed that she wouldn't be able to keep going. She had used everything she could muster to deliver a single blast. Her energy had now been spent like a sacred cannon shot. That was all she could give. But it was enough. With newfound vigor, Choi turned his attention fully to Gildeo. Channeling his strength and determination, he began to overwhelm his foe. With a fierce cry, he tore one of the mechanical arms from the commander's armored suit, ripping it free with a sound of screeching metal. Gildeo's expression contorted into one of fear. The commander, once so proud and composed, was now frightened. He couldn't understand how a human could possess such overwhelming power. But Choi didn't allow him time to process. Without hesitation, the hero surged forward once more, gathering all his strength into a single devastating blow aimed directly at the buoy that protected Gildeo's head. The punch landed with tremendous force. Metal cracked and shattered. The buoy split apart entirely, and the impact transferred directly into the commander's body, sending a tremor through him. It was a finishing blow, one that left no room for recovery. With that, the enemy is finally defeated, falling to the ground with a dull impact that echoed through the battlefield, and Choi finds himself unexpectedly disappointed with his rival's overall performance. He tilts his head slightly, observing the fallen enemy with a look of contemplation, questioning whether this individual truly carried the weight and responsibility of a commander. His tone inwardly is skeptical, claiming that the man wasn't all that impressive, at least not compared to the challenge he had imagined. However, as the adrenaline begins to settle, he starts to reconsider his initial conclusion. Perhaps Gildeo wasn't necessarily weak. Maybe, just maybe, the reason this fight felt underwhelming was because Choi himself had grown far too powerful. He reflects on his journey up until this point, training alongside warriors of immense strength, facing trials that demanded the absolute peak of his endurance. For so long he had measured himself against titans, against legends. And perhaps, being among such overwhelming figures had created a distorted image of himself in his own mind, making him feel small when in truth, he had evolved beyond what he once imagined possible. This line of thought is broken as Abelson, still visibly shaken from the recent skirmish, speaks up with a tone of concern, her eyes full of worry as she asks whether the hero is all right. Choi then turns his attention toward her, his expression softening. He answers calmly that he feels fine, still cloaked in the glowing aura of his transformation. Just as he begins to relax, the hero catches a subtle shift. Something about Abelson's posture, or perhaps her aura, catches his attention and fills him with unease. His brows furrow slightly, but before he can dwell on it, the scene transitions, cutting away to another battlefield, a different clash entirely. Now we find Hemis standing tall and firm in her own confrontation. Her eyes are locked forward, facing not one but two enemies. Before her stand Rotak and Hyuna, both exuding menace and confidence. The second commander, with a twisted smirk, asks whether Hemis is ready to face her end. His voice is laced with mockery, echoing across the scorched terrain. Hemis responds not with fear but with biting sarcasm. Her words drip with irony as she mocks their excessive preparation, noting with theatrical dread that they even saw fit to bring the fourth commander just to take her down. The absurdity of it almost amuses her, and she scoffs at what she calls cowardice taken to an entirely new level. But Rotak remains unfazed, dismissing her words with cold indifference. He makes it clear that he doesn't care what Hemis calls him, coward, weakling, dishonorable, it makes no difference. What matters is the result. And for him there is only one conclusion to this battle: her destruction. Not only that, but surpassing her as a warrior and burying her legacy in the ruins of this battlefield. With unwavering resolve, Rotak steps forward, his presence growing more intense, and prepares himself for the clash that is about to begin. Rotak then turns to Hyuna and asks if she is fully prepared and truly ready to begin the decisive battle that will at last bring an end to Hemis's reign. Hyuna reacts to his question with a sinister, almost mocking smile and a sharp, scornful gaze, as if she cannot fathom how naive and foolish Rotak has been all this time. She tilts her head slightly, her eyes glinting with mischief, and then, dripping with heavy sarcasm, she slowly and deliberately responds that she won't be able to join in because, all of a sudden, she felt an overwhelming, uncontrollable hunger deep in her core. She repeats this ironically several times, emphasizing the absurdity of her excuse, which only leaves Rotak utterly baffled and thrown off balance. Rotak, unable to contain his irritation, demands to know exactly what kind of nonsense and ridiculous excuses Hyuna is babbling about at such a critical moment. But Hyuna remains calm and composed, lightly waving her hand as she casually replies that Rotak and Hemis can go ahead and have all the fun and excitement on their own. She declares that she will be heading home instead to prepare and savor a delicious bowl of steaming hot ramen, almost as if nothing important were happening at all. Before finally turning to leave, Hyuna dramatically points her finger at Hemis and states that she has one final thing to announce before she makes her exit. It is then revealed that from the very moment Rotak first reached out to Hyuna with his plan, she had already secretly decided to betray the Demon King's army and side with Hemis instead, merely pretending and acting as if she were joining Rotaka's orchestrated attack. In exchange for taking Hemis's side, Hyuna asked for one favor in return: that all the endless disputes and conflicts between her and Hemis come to a final conclusion. With that agreement in place, Hyuna bids a rather casual and carefree farewell and walks away, leaving Hemis to focus entirely on Rotak. As Hemis turns her full attention to Rotak, she mocks him mercilessly, sarcastically asking if perhaps he has been abandoned and left behind by his strongest and most trusted ally, which stings Rotak deeply and fills him with rage. At that moment, Rotak finally begins to understand what had been obvious from the very start and demands that Hemis confirm the truth directly, whether she and Hyuna had truly conspired together to deceive and betray him. Hemis, calm and serene, gently affirms that Rotaka's guess is indeed correct. Hyuna had switched sides the very instant she learned of Rotaka's true plan, and because of this betrayal, Hemis had known every intricate detail of his schemes from the start. At last, Hemis, wearing a more peaceful expression on her face, decides to ask Rotak if even after everything that has happened, he still insists on moving forward with his foolish plan. Despite the shocking situation and betrayal, Rotak, seething with anger at what he perceives as Hemis's pity and condescension, activates a strange, hidden device embedded deep in his chest. While doing so, he fiercely declares that nothing else matters anymore and that he will finish this no matter the cost. By activating the device, he begins to generate a strange, complex technological armor that wraps and twists tightly around his arm, emitting a dark, ominous crimson energy that fully envelopes him and finalizes his transformation. Now fully armored and brimming with murderous intent, Rotak stands prepared for battle, clearly determined to demonstrate in the most brutal way possible everything he has learned and all the skills and experience he has gathered through the hundreds of years he spent living and training in Hemis's shadow, always yearning to surpass her. Meanwhile, back with Choi, it is revealed that the moment he noticed a figure was actually the moment Hyuna approached him, leaving him shocked and completely caught off guard to see her there. Hyuna calmly explains that she was merely passing by and happened to become concerned that Choi might get caught up and hurt in all the surrounding chaos. However, she quickly adds that she is relieved to see that he has obviously become much stronger, admitting that she worried for nothing and had overthought the situation. This unexpected revelation leaves Choi utterly puzzled and speechless, since she had originally been his enemy. Yet here she stands now, completely calm, asking casual questions and even showing genuine concern for his well-being. Choi then decides to ask directly if she wasn't supposed to be preparing to fight on the battlefield. Hyuna answers without hesitation that she was sent by Hemis under strict orders to stay out of any combat or direct confrontation, so she decided to simply watch from a safe distance instead. Realizing that Hyuna was faithfully following Hemis's instructions, Choi then decides to ask who she believes will emerge victorious in this critical fight. Hyuna, looking thoughtful, declares that she is truly impressed by how well-prepared and determined Rotak is for this battle. However, she calmly adds that she knows with complete certainty that Hemis is infinitely superior to any power or strategy Rotak could have possibly brought with him into the fight. As the battle ignites, several blazing energy spheres are launched directly toward Hemis, who merely stands still, patiently waiting in total composure as all of Rotak's attacks hurtle toward her. Seeing Hemis's unwavering, passive stance, Rotak grows increasingly frustrated and loudly questions why she refuses to retaliate, demanding that she take this seriously and treat it as a true fight. He reminds her that he, too, is one of the proud commanders of the Demon King's army and beyond that, the leader of an entire tribe of his people who are depending on him. Realizing that Hemis's unwavering stance would not change no matter what he said or did, Rotak decided to channel every last drop of his energy to the absolute limit, gathering all the strength he had accumulated through countless years of struggle and pain to strike at his opponent with everything he had left. Hemis, still calm and composed as if nothing in the world could shake her, questioned out loud why she should even bother to counterattack or treat this as a real battle. In her mind, it was pointless, since regardless of any effort Rotak might make, she already knew with absolute certainty and unshakable confidence that she would ultimately emerge as the sole and undeniable victor. Without any further words or hesitation, Hemis unleashed a tremendous, blinding surge of energy that roared forward like a raging storm, crashing directly toward Rotak. At the same moment, she hurled harsh words in his face, mercilessly reminding him that he had been betrayed by Hyuna, the very ally he had trusted so deeply and counted on to stand beside him in this final confrontation. Moreover, the powerful weapon he had spent so many long years carefully developing, refining, and relying upon was now completely useless, rendered worthless in an instant, as Hemis's precise attack had been aimed straight at Rotak's most critical equipment, completely destroying it beyond repair. Hemis, her voice echoing with both authority and pity, asked him once again whether even after all this crushing defeat and betrayal, he still intended to continue fighting this hopeless battle. Rotak, with very few choices remaining and no clear path forward, simply confirmed everything Hemis had just said, openly acknowledging that he had been betrayed and admitting that her words were true. But even so, with a burning fire still flickering in his eyes, he fiercely declared that he would not retreat under any circumstances, no matter how impossible victory seemed. Determined, he then activated his promote ability to channel and amplify his remaining power, charging yet another of his desperate final strikes. He fired a series of enormous radiant energy spheres at Hemis using his cannon, launching what could only be described as a truly devastating attack, meant to end everything in one final desperate act. However, Hemis simply denied the entire offensive with a single effortless shield, as if swatting away a mere insect. From Rotak's perspective, the entire wave of his energy seemed to be completely absorbed, leaving him in shocked disbelief. He briefly grew excited, a tiny flicker of hope sparking in his heart, wondering if perhaps even Hemis could not withstand such overwhelming power. But Hemis then responded with an almost amused tone that it had indeed been a good move, an attack worth acknowledging. Suddenly, a deep purple aura began to spread like a dark mist over Rotak's energy blasts, and it didn't take long before Hemis's own energy completely overwhelmed and crushed Rotak's offensive, erasing all traces of it from the battlefield. She then appeared before him, standing tall and victorious, and stated with unwavering certainty that Rotak had indeed changed dramatically compared to the weaker, lost version of himself she once knew. She even admitted that he had genuinely improved and grown stronger over the years. Nevertheless, Hemis firmly announced that it was now her turn to strike, and there would be no mercy. With a chilling grace, she slowly licked one of her fingers, her eyes locked on Rotak, and then pointed it directly at him, activating her formidable ability. Countless black claws suddenly materialized and surged forward like a pack of ravenous beasts, advancing rapidly toward Rotak with lethal intent. Rotak quickly recognized the immense danger of Hemis's conjured technique, and in an instant, all the fierce determination he had gathered was replaced by pure, paralyzing terror. He stood frozen in place, unable to react, helplessly waiting for the swarm of claws to reach him. It didn't take long before he was completely caught, wrapped up and immobilized by the relentless claws. The assault quickly intensified, growing ever more savage and merciless. With overwhelming ferocity, Rotaka's limbs were torn and separated from his body, leaving only the trembling, weakened torso of someone who had come so determined to eradicate Hemis and her people. Knowing his end had finally arrived, Rotak decided to use the last remaining moments of his life to ask something of the woman who had once been his beloved mentor. As Hemis slowly approached his broken figure, she questioned whether he was about to beg her for some form of mercy, her voice carrying a distant, cold sadness. Rotak then asked, with his last flickering strength, whether she still saw him as weak, useless, and pathetic, recalling his entire painful journey. He remembered vividly how he had once declared he would become as strong as Hemis and rise to be a true leader, a leader who would stand equal to or above all others. Yet, his path had been completely shattered and derailed by the torment of being scorned and rejected by Hemis, turning his only goal into a desperate mission to surpass her and make her pay for all the humiliation and pain. Hemis paused in heavy silence to reflect deeply on his words. Instead of giving him a direct answer, she remarked that time is cruel and unrelenting, lamenting how certain things seem as though they will last forever. But as time inevitably moves forward, people change, making choices and taking actions they later come to regret. Despite it all, she expressed her sincere gratitude to Rotak for, in the end, being able to find and enjoy at least something meaningful in his journey over the many long years, and for the destiny that his actions had helped shape. These final, heartfelt words drew a faint, peaceful smile from Rotaka's face, and at last he collapsed, his eyes closing for the final time, as Hemis softly wished that he may now rest in peace. The scene slowly transitions to the crumbling remains of the Black Fortress. Once a formidable stronghold, the structure now teeters on the edge of collapse. Its towering walls are scarred with deep cracks, and dust drifts from the ceilings with every minor tremor. The air is heavy, stale with age and decay. In the heart of this battered ruin, a tense meeting unfolds between Hemis, Choi, and Riadrun. The topic at hand is the inevitable. The fortress can no longer serve as their base of operations. Then comes the announcement, sharp and unexpected. Hemis informs them that they are preparing to relocate. The news lands like a thunderclap, catching the others off guard and momentarily silencing the room. Hemis, ever composed, elaborates on her decision. She states firmly that no matter how many repairs are attempted, no matter the effort poured into rebuilding, the fortress will remain fundamentally broken. Its integrity, both physical and symbolic, has been compromised beyond saving. Riadrun and Choi listen intently. Though neither openly argues with her reasoning, it's evident from their expressions and posture that accepting this truth does not come easily. Breaking the silence, Riadrun asks where they will go, what destination awaits the entire Third Command. He frames it as a logistical question, but beneath it lies concern for their future and safety. Without hesitation, Hemis answers. The Third Command is to be moved to the 8th Division. Their new home will be Fort Gadrick. The declaration lands heavily. Riadrun begins to object, perhaps to voice doubts or propose alternatives, but Hemis immediately shuts him down. Her tone is sharp but resolute. Her mind is already made up. She orders him to write a letter demanding the evacuation of the current commander of Fort Gadrick, making it clear the fort will now belong to them. With no room left for discussion, Choi and Riadrun exit the chamber. As they walk through the deteriorating corridors of the fortress, Riadrun falls into uneasy silence. In his mind, questions swirl. Of all the divisions, of all the fortresses available, why had she chosen the 8th? What could possibly be going through Hemis's mind? Noticing his companion's troubled expression, Choi finally speaks. He asks what it is about the 8th Division that's causing such worry. Riadrun responds after a pause. He explains that Fort Gadrick isn't just any fortress, it is the one closest to the forward outposts maintained by the human forces. In short, it is the closest thing they have to a frontline base. A dangerous, volatile position. Choi's face hardens as the implication sinks in. It's a deadly place to be stationed. And yet, he reasons, if the fort has survived this long under such pressure, then surely the one commanding it must be highly capable. Riedrun disagrees, shaking his head. He reminds Choi of Fort Hemron. The reference seems to confuse him, which visibly irritates Riedrun. That's where they first met, he says with a touch of frustration. He recalls the fierce battle that forced the command to retreat, an unforgettable moment of loss and tension. He goes on to remind Choi that Grat had been the commander of that division during those days. Choi then asks how they managed to deal with Hemis's wrath in the aftermath of the defeat. Riedrun answers soberly. Amid the chaos, Grat had somehow managed to protect Fort Gadrick, his personal base of operations. Choi gives a brief nod, commenting that Grat must be someone who knows how to protect what's his. But Riedrun doesn't agree outright. Instead, he responds carefully. Perhaps Grat truly defended it with skill, or perhaps he resorted to some other method. It's impossible to say for certain. The scene shifts to Fort Gadrick itself. Grat, seated in a dimly lit office, finishes reading Riedrun's letter. The veins on his temple twitch as his hand curls into a fist. Without warning, he slams it onto the table with a loud crack, shouting Riedrun's name in fury. The arrogance of the message enrages him. The order is clear. He is to evacuate the fort so that it can be claimed by Hemis's third command. The insult stings. He mutters bitterly under his breath, calling Hemis an old witch, and questioning what her true intentions could possibly be. Despite his outrage, Grat knows there is no escaping this order. Still, something in his expression suggests he is not finished. He stalls briefly, then reaches toward a communication orb nearby. With practiced hands he activates it, initiating a magical connection. Once it stabilizes, he announces himself. Grat, commander of the 8th Division under the Demon King's army. A voice on the other end responds with dry amusement, remarking how long it's been since Grat last reached out, and asking what he wants this time. Grat doesn't waste time. He states plainly that he has a proposal, an urgent and significant one. The narrative now cuts to the Holy Capital, where a conversation unfolds in shadowed halls. One of the Pope's subordinates speaks, visibly disheartened. He laments the failures of Jeffin and Andrew, his voice low with regret. He confesses that he had genuinely believed Andrew would emerge victorious. He then wonders aloud, was it Choi again? Was he the one who turned the tide? The man with the monocle confirms it without hesitation. He adds that Choi's progress is unlike anything they've ever seen. His power is rising far too quickly. It's a pattern that's now beginning to alarm the Pope himself. The advisor then suggests perhaps it would be wiser to deal with Choi later, to shift their focus for now toward resolving the situation with the Drajan Empire. After all, he says, despite everything, Choi is just one man. But the Pope rejects that reasoning. If Choi were merely a regular citizen, then perhaps yes, he could be ignored. But he is not. He is a hero. And that changes everything. The Pope then scolds the monocled man for brushing things aside so easily. He accuses him of failing to grasp the true nature of what a hero is, and more importantly what a hero can become. Such a decision would be incredibly dangerous and entirely indefensible, especially coming from someone in a position of such authority. The weight of such recklessness could ripple across kingdoms. The Pope, solemn and commanding, stresses the urgency of neutralizing this threat before it spreads, before it digs deep into the heart of the sacred capital itself and poisons everything from within. Turning to his aide, he asks in a quiet but heavy tone whether there has been any further communication from the spy embedded within enemy lines. The man confirms that there has. He reports that a message just arrived. According to the spy, a surprising offer was made. Support has been promised to completely wipe out all major enemy targets in a single decisive strike. Hearing this, the Pope falls silent for a moment. The offer is shocking. Completely unforeseen. Such a bold proposal leaves him visibly stunned. He narrows his gaze and, in a hushed voice, wonders aloud how the spy could even hope to carry out such a sweeping, ambitious mission. The man elaborates further. The third command is preparing to relocate. Their new destination is Fort Gadrick. The intention is clear. They seek to claim the fortress as their own and establish it as a new operational base. The suggestion is that something much larger may be unfolding there, some plan already in motion. As the room grows tenser, the Pope raises another question. If this proposal had already existed, why was it not brought up sooner? The response from the advisor is direct but uneasy. Grat had attached conditions so severe that they seemed impossible to fulfill. 10,000 sacrificial offerings. The strategic recall of support posts scattered across multiple fronts. And a non-aggression pact spanning 5 years. The monocled man hesitates as he says it, his voice tinged with disbelief. The demands, in both number and scope, are immense, perhaps even unreasonable. The Pope considers this. Then, calmly but with precision, he asks what Grat's true motives might be. Why place such a steep price on this deal? The advisor takes a breath and then answers. He's heard whispers that the second command seat has been vacated, the result of internal strife, specifically tied to Hermes's elimination of Rotak. With such a power vacuum, Grat might see a chance to ascend, to claim that seat for himself. And to do so, he may be attempting to manipulate the fragile balance between Hermes and the Demon King. The Pope ponders this out loud. 10,000 sacrifices, and perhaps more than just bodies, maybe land as well. A territorial gain masked beneath political strategy. But the monocled advisor responds carefully. It's not the land that's troubling, he says, it's the staggering demand for sacrifices. That level of loss could shake even the strongest foundations of the empire. The Pope then wonders aloud, why is Grat, of all people, seeking so many resources and services from within the empire's reach? Before another answer can come, the Pope rises slightly from his seat and delivers his verdict. With a voice of finality, he commands that the agreement be accepted. His conviction takes the advisor by surprise. The firmness in the Pope's decision is unshakable. The Pope begins to explain his reasoning. This might be the only opportunity they'll ever have to crush every looming threat in one bold stroke. To sever the heads of every rival in a single campaign. Even more crucially, this arrangement could elevate their spy into a vital, strategic position within the very core of the Demon King's army. And that, above all else, is an advantage they cannot afford to lose. No matter the cost. Be it 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 sacrifices. However, the Pope warns, such a scale demands meticulous planning. Every step must be executed flawlessly. The margin for error is now non-existent. No further failures will be tolerated. With that, the Pope issues his final order. Summon the legendary warriors of every region. The time has come. Every blade, every spell, every oath must be prepared, for the final battle is about to begin. Sometime later, within the shadowed walls of Gadrick Fort, Grat welcomed the arriving members of the Third Command. His face wore a smile, but it was clearly forced. His exaggerated enthusiasm poorly disguised the tension lingering beneath. He appeared to agree with their mission, to vacate Gadrick Fort as ordered by Hermes. On the surface he was cooperative. But it didn't take long for the cracks to show. Barely a few words in, Grat's tone shifted. Something wasn't right. His eyes narrowed and a hint of concern bled through his voice. Riadrun, sharp as ever, cut straight to the point. He demanded to know what kind of issue Grat was referring to. Grat then launched into a detailed explanation. According to him, the nearest human army had been behaving oddly. Their troops had been shifting in strange patterns, and massive quantities of supplies were being relocated. From that movement alone, Grat deduced something dangerous. They were likely preparing a full-scale siege on the fortress. It wasn't a guess. It was a calculated warning. Riadrun, concerned but focused, immediately asked what countermeasure had been planned. With a grim look, Grat laid out his strategy. He was preparing a segmented wave offensive, designed to strike preemptively before the enemy could tighten their hold. But to execute it properly, he needed support, solid reinforcements to hold the line until Hermes's main force could arrive. According to Grat, the 8th Division had been suffering from ongoing complications, minor setbacks here and there, that left them undermanned and overstretched. They were in no shape to hold out on their own. Riadrun gave his word. The Third Command would provide the necessary backup. Then he asked if the rest of their team would also participate in the counterattack. Grat hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He claimed their presence might slow things down. Their involvement, he argued, could be more of a liability than an advantage. With an urgent tone, he volunteered to assign roles himself and made it clear. Everyone was to get some rest and prepare for the operation ahead. Later that evening, in the quiet of their quarters, Choi and Rachel sat in conversation, tension still thick in the air. Choi, clearly conflicted, turned to Rachel once more with the same question he'd asked before. What did she really believe it meant to be a hero? Rachel immediately sensed where this was going. She braced herself, knowing full well that Choi's mind was already spiraling into another round of reflection. He spoke slowly at first, then with growing emotion. He was a hero, but he was fighting humans. And that truth was tearing him apart inside. Rachel's response was calm, even a little distant. She said there wasn't much they could do, it was just how the situation had turned out. But Choi wasn't satisfied. He was taken aback by her resignation. Rachel, who used to speak endlessly about heroism, duty, and righteousness, now seemed strangely indifferent. When had that changed? Rachel simply smiled and asked when, exactly, had she ever said those things? Choi didn't hesitate. He recalled how she had once promised to guide him to defeat the Demon King and protect humanity. But something had shifted inside him recently. Choi admitted he'd started to see things differently. A hero shouldn't exist solely for humans. And more than that, heroes didn't always follow the right path. Sometimes they chose wrong. At that moment, Abelson spoke up, breaking his silence. He said he'd once read that heroes existed to fulfill the will of all. Choi blinked, confused. What did that even mean? Abelson elaborated. He'd seen ancient writings that claimed heroes were born to secure the happiness of the absolute majority. That was their true calling. Those words triggered a buried memory. Choi's commander had once told him something similar, that in his eyes, Choi was already a hero. It made him question what majority truly meant. Did it include non-humans too? The saint nodded. She said it likely did. Humans, she explained, often believed their happiness represented the happiness of the world. But maybe that wasn't true. Maybe human joy didn't equal universal peace. Choi's brow furrowed. Were heroes supposed to be responsible for the happiness of every intelligent life form? The saint didn't flinch. She said that might be exactly the case. And maybe that's why Choi was different, why he was a hybrid hero. That answer left him silent, his thoughts consumed by the gravity of that role, what it meant to protect the happiness of the absolute majority. At dawn, the assignments were finally handed down. Riadrun would operate solo, an independent unit. Roiger, meanwhile, would lead the observation team. According to intel gathered by the analysis division, he was tasked with triggering a direct engagement once the enemy was detected. His unit would engage immediately upon visual contact. The 8th Division had their role as well. They were to intervene at the end of Riadrun's skirmish, acting as support during the fallout. As for the trio, Choi, Abelson, and Bobo, they were stationed in the rear guard. Their duty was to defend the fortress's stockpiles and resources. Following instructions, the trio moved into what appeared to be a mess hall. It was a modest section of the 8th Division's domain, repurposed for quiet waiting. There, surrounded by crates, benches, and distant clatter, they awaited the moment the real battle would begin. Choi didn't wait long before voicing his discontent with the orders they had been given. There was something wrong, he could feel it in his gut. Something about the plan, the placements, it didn't sit right with him. Rachel, catching the seriousness in his tone, leaned in and asked what kind of bad feeling he was talking about. Choi paused. His eyes scanned the room as his thoughts raced. Then it clicked, he had noticed something strange about the group formations. When he compared them to the original setup that Rems had authorized, it became clear. Everyone had been split apart and sent in directions completely opposite from their intended formation. Rachel tilted her head, trying to wrap her head around the logic. Her face contorted with confusion, her usual confidence momentarily lost. She mumbled something, half thinking aloud, trying to figure out what it meant for them all to be positioned on opposite ends. But her puzzled expression said it all, she didn't get it. That's when Abelson stepped in, her voice calm but heavy with implication. She explained that Riadrun had been dispatched to a dangerously hostile region. Roiger, though not far behind in terms of risk, was placed in charge of the observation team, putting him right in harm's way. And yet, the three of them, Choi, Rachel, and Abelson, were stationed somewhere completely secure, far from danger. Rachel frowned in disbelief. That couldn't be right. It had to be because they were guarding a saint, that had to be the reason, she insisted. Protecting a saint should be an honor, something positive. But her argument rang hollow as the logic unraveled. Choi slowly stood up, still processing. He pointed out the strange contradiction. Riadrun and Roiger had both been pushed to the front lines, even though it had been said that the enemy forces weren't particularly powerful. And yet, 3 capable team members had been left behind, to guard supplies. Rachel's eyes widened as the realization sank in. It made no sense. Why leave behind someone as strong as Choi? Anyone could have stayed back to protect Abelson. It didn't need to be all 3 of them. Choi nodded. That was exactly what had been gnawing at him. Without another word, he began walking away. Rachel stood up abruptly, startled, and asked where he was going. Was he planning to disobey his assignment? Choi didn't stop. He said that Bobo was perfectly capable of handling things here alone. And as for him, he couldn't ignore the growing unease any longer. He had to see what was happening on the front for himself. Abelson hesitated for a heartbeat, then spoke up with determination. If Choi was going, then she would go with him, if he would allow it. Choi turned, his expression softer now. He told her he wouldn't object, but asked if she was truly sure. Staying with Bobo was still a solid plan. But the saint was firm. She said she could help him, and she meant it. Choi reminded her that he could move faster using his transformation. He wouldn't just sit around and slow anyone down. That wasn't the issue. But something else, something deeper, was bothering him. Abelson looked confused by his words, but before she could press, Choi shook his head. He told her to forget what he said. As long as she felt well enough to keep up, then she could come along. And with that, he announced his intent to head toward the battlefield. But before he could take a single step further, armed guards stepped in his path. Their orders were clear. Choi was not allowed to leave the zone. Not without explicit authorization. Thinking fast, Choi cracked a half-smile and claimed he just needed to use the bathroom. But then, sarcastically, he asked where it even was. He promised he'd be right back. The guards didn't budge. One of them repeated the directive firmly. Choi was not to leave under any circumstances. That shook Choi. The level of control, the extreme effort being made to keep him here, it felt too calculated. His anxiety intensified. Something was deeply wrong. And all he could do now was silently hope that Riadrun was okay, and not completely on his own. Meanwhile, far from the safety of the fort, Riadrun was already in the thick of it. He was breathing hard, his body marked by battle, facing off against a gray-haired hero wielding a blade. The clash had clearly begun, and it hadn't been an easy fight. Then another voice entered the fray. A red-haired warrior appeared, observing the fight with a smirk and calling Riadrun by his infamous nickname, the Red Nightmare. He praised Riadrun's performance. Even though Byron, the gray-haired one, was still just a rookie, the newcomer admitted he hadn't expected Riadrun to hold off two heroes. Byron scoffed. He said that if he hadn't let his guard down, he could have defeated Riadrun on his own. But the red-haired hero snapped at him, telling him not to get cocky. He reminded Byron that he was still green, and now wasn't the time for boasting. Then came the order, end the Red Nightmare. At once he called in the Holy Magic Unit. From the shadows, a wave of soldiers surged forward, taking formation with precision and discipline. Riadrun's eyes widened. It had been a setup from the beginning. All of it, a trap. And in that crushing moment of betrayal, the truth hit him like a blade to the back. Grat was the traitor. Back at Gadrick Fort, Choi and Abelson made their move. They slipped past the guards, pushing into the night at full speed. Soldiers tried to intervene, but the two were too fast. They left Bobo behind, not with worry but confidence. No one would dare harm him. Everyone knew that dog belonged to Rems. That knowledge gave them the freedom they needed. And as Choi surged forward, his breath quickened, not from exhaustion, but from the growing dread pulsing in his chest. He just hoped it wasn't already too late. Back to the siege against Riadrun, he realizes that beyond the two heroes, the other knights are armed with magical tools, and that is clearly excessive considering he is alone. The red-haired hero agrees with Riadrun's words, but they cannot let Hemis's most favored subordinate escape, and that statement makes Riadrun uneasy as he realizes she is the hero's true target. This gives Riadrun extra motivation to fight, and the red-haired hero notices Byron's agitation, ordering him to stay cautious, as the plan is to drain Riadrun's energy before taking advantage of a better opportunity. After that, he commands the 2nd Regiment of Warriors to prepare for the assault. Riadrun, noticing all the organization, also becomes tense, ready to give them a proper battle. As soon as he activates his combat mode, which looks more like a Super Saiyan Level 3 transformation, the hero signals the 1st Regiment to attack. Now fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, Riadrun is immediately struck by a rain of arrows and braces himself to repel the overwhelming force launched at him. With a single punch, he manages to defend himself and even sends several of the arrows back toward the hero's army. The incredible strike is capable of using just the force of the wind to both shield Riadrun and turn the enemy's attack into one of his own. The hero then tells the remaining soldiers not to be afraid, as they still have the advantage in numbers while Riadrun stands alone. Several spear-wielding warriors then charge at Riadrun, who waits calmly for their approach. Riadrun then prepares to unleash one of his special attacks, called Destructive Explosion Wave, and with a single-hand motion he strikes the ground, causing massive devastation. He then leaps, letting the forming crater swallow the soldiers who had launched themselves at him. After jumping, he advances toward those who remained stranded among the crater's wreckage, neutralizing the warriors one by one. As he finishes off the last spearman by slamming his head into the ground, Byron becomes increasingly agitated from being forced to simply watch the battle. With Riadrun's chances of escape growing, Byron decides to break free from the red-haired hero's restraint and charges, attacking Riadrun directly. But he fails as the Red Nightmare easily dodges the hero's strike. Even so, Riadrun is surprised at how quickly the hero recovered and readied himself for battle, although it doesn't change much. From that point, Riadrun prepares to attack Byron, but the red-haired hero intervenes, pulling Byron away from Riadrun's strike and countering. Riadrun manages to stop the attack with the red-haired hero's sword by grabbing it and locking eyes with his enemies, taking the moment to strike both of them at once. He launches another destructive blow at the ground, causing a new crater. However, once the dust settles, the heroes are already far away, having escaped nearly unscathed from the attack but now stunned at how powerful Riadrun truly is, far beyond the expectations set by the intelligence divisions, leaving them frustrated. Meanwhile, Riadrun, still in his Super Saiyan form, begins to feel the effects of having used too much power. Having relied heavily on his demonic chi, he wonders how much further he can still go. But with little time to reflect, he is caught off guard by the hero sounding the signal for the 2nd Regiment to strike, taking advantage of the opening caused by Riadrun's moment of reflection on his energy use. Along with the 2nd Regiment's attack, the heroes themselves now launch forward with the other warriors, and Byron stays behind, irritated at how the red-haired hero always takes command. Riadrun, realizing the massive assault, prepares to unleash his destructive attack once more. However, before he can complete the conjuration, the heroes advance, drawing his attention and forcing him to defend against numerous strikes simultaneously. This distraction opens an opportunity for other warriors to strike with magical spears, and upon being hit, he almost instantly feels his power being drained. The spears possess the ability to absorb all of his demonic chi. As his energy is siphoned away, Riadrun finally succumbs to the enemy siege. The red-haired hero then explains how the spears function, stating that the intensity with which they drain energy renders even the strongest demons unable to move or launch a single blow. The red-haired hero now stands in front of the subdued Red Nightmare, declaring that the battle is over. As a precautionary measure, he orders his subordinates to drive more spears into Riadrun to ensure he remains in that state, and that as soon as possible, they should finalize the capture and take him as a prisoner. Upon hearing this, the hero Baron steps forward and grabs one of the warrior's spears, claiming responsibility for stabbing Riadrun himself and seizing the moment as if it were personal revenge. As he approaches, mocking the Red Nightmare situation, comparing him to just any other demon, completely subdued and defenseless, he readies himself to strike. But Riadrun, with his head lowered and eyes darkened, mutters something inaudible while attempting to summon a bit more energy to respond. Baron becomes curious about what Riadrun said and demands he repeat it. Instead of mere words, Riadrun repeats that he is the Red Nightmare of the Demon King's army. With those words comes a tremendously powerful counterattack that shreds Baron to pieces, ending the arrogant hero. The force of the blow is so immense that it not only eliminates Baron but also strikes several other spear-wielding warriors, leaving only a small team and the red-haired hero still standing. The red-haired hero, now in disbelief, wonders how someone so foolish could have become a hero and been assigned to such a critical battle. He reflects on how the army is now nearly annihilated, but emphasizes that Baron's defeat is not something to celebrate, even if he proved to be useless, though not entirely since the attack he suffered from Riadrun allowed the continuation of the plan, as those were the Red Nightmare's final energies. The hero then commands all remaining survivors to raise their magical weapons and proceed with the encirclement, forming a ring around Riadrun. But before the army can reorganize, the hero is struck by a devastating punch to the face. The blow came from none other than Choi, now extremely enraged and already on the battlefield, transformed into a half-demon and fully prepared to annihilate all the fools who orchestrated this trap for Riadrun. The red-haired hero is struck with such force that he rolls a great distance across the ground. Riadrun then notices Choi's presence, feeling relieved by the help. Choi explains that he had a bad feeling, which was the reason he rushed toward the location assigned to Riadrun. Seeing his companion's condition, he asks if Riadrun can still manage on his own. Riadrun responds that he isn't sure if he can handle things alone but expresses his gratitude for Choi's arrival. The red-haired hero gets back on his feet, noticing Choi's presence and quickly associating him with the rumored hero said to serve the Demon King. Meanwhile, Choi lifts Riadrun, trying to hurry and get them out of that place. The red-haired hero then reflects once more on how the soldiers had been wiped out, leaving no one else to help execute the plan. With that, it becomes clear Riadrun will surely escape, and the only options left are either to give up and let him go or to fight to the death. The red-haired hero chooses the most drastic option. The duo, realizing the hero won't give up so easily, watches as he activates his kamikaze mode, offering his soul to his god and radiating a flaming aura. Choi realizes he has seen this kind of transformation before, during the battle inside the Black Fortress, where one of the heroes conjured an untouchable fire that burned everything, but also consumed the hero's life. The red-haired hero continues with his transformation, and the power he gains is immense, visible from far away as a streak of blinding light. Riadrun realizes that although it is the same technique, this hero's strength makes the outcome entirely different, on a level far beyond those who fought Choi previously. The technique is called divine summoning, an evolved version of the fire that burns all, and it can only be conjured by sacred warriors who reach a certain level, as it is an extremely difficult technique to withstand. The red-haired hero hears Riadrun's explanation and confirms it, signaling not to compare him with the weaklings sent before. He asserts his superiority over the weakened duo, claiming he possesses the true power of a god. Riadrun concludes that just as promote is to demons, divine summoning is to the sacred warriors. The immense power provided by this invocation also comes with a deadly risk, as anyone who uses it is doomed to die. The red-haired hero is surprised by all the details given by Riadrun and confirms that once the power fades, he will die, because life is traded in exchange for sacred strength. But with that, both Riadrun and Choi will also die, making it worth it to perish knowing they will fall too. The hero finishes his words and charges toward the duo, striking directly at Choi with his sword. However, Choi blocks the attack without much effort, reflecting on how he managed to stop the blow easily, though the impact caused something unusual. The red-haired hero then explains that sacred power and demonic chi are polar opposites, and apparently Choi is no longer human at this point, as he is almost entirely consumed by demonic chi. The battle continues as the hero attacks and the duo defends themselves as best they can. The moment arrives when the red-haired hero decides to intensify his assault and claims that Choi is nothing more than a walking corpse, with nothing left to defend himself. What follows is a devastating explosion that creates another massive crater in the battlefield, hurling Riadrun far away and leaving him severely injured, while Choi still manages to withstand the blast and remains standing after the strike. Even with difficulty, as he turned his head to the side, he noticed that Riadrun had been far more affected, and his condition was much worse than expected. He observed Riadrun gasping, trembling as his body began to collapse under the effects of the battle. He then compared the side effects of the transformation and the attacks, effects that were tremendous. However, considering he himself was half-human, they were still less severe than what Riadrun, a pure demon, had to endure. This meant all effects on Riadrun were intensified, causing excruciating pain. Even so, Choi renewed his hopes, realizing he only needed to endure. Once the sacred power was exhausted, the red-haired warrior would be defeated. And if that opponent continued launching reckless strikes like before, he would burn out quickly. Still, Choi wasn't sure how long he himself could remain standing. He weighed between staying on his feet or provoking the enemy into unleashing more powerful attacks to burn through his remaining energy. In the end, fate was left in luck's hands, because no matter how much Choi could endure, there was no telling how long Riadrun would last. Just as Choi finished this internal reflection and refocused his gaze on the red-haired hero, he was surprised. His opponent was shaking, struggling against the effects of having already overused divine power. Going beyond expectations, side effects had already begun to manifest. Loss of vision, a ringing in the ears. Still, he wouldn't need those senses much, for he could feel the presence of demonic chi, making it possible to continue his attacks. Choi then caught the hero's attention, curious about something, and the hero asked what a walking corpse had to say. Choi questioned if the red-haired hero was having trouble seeing. The hero replied that he had wondered what Choi would ask, and confirmed it. Yes, he was going blind. But it didn't matter because he reiterated that he could still sense demonic chi even with his eyes shut. The duo then exchanged a remark, with Choi realizing this could be a disadvantage, even if the red-haired hero could still strike. Choi's behavior puzzled both Riadrun and the red-haired hero. Suddenly, someone wielding a bloodied club arrived on the battlefield. Choi prepared to deliver the finishing blow and declared that the red-haired hero was now nothing more than a random blind man, mocking him with an indifferent expression as he gave the command for Abelson to attack. She had approached from behind the red-haired warrior, gripping the club. We then flash back to a few minutes earlier. From atop a mountain, she had been watching the battle unfold, worried that the duo might die if things continued as they were. She wondered what she could do. Suddenly, someone grabbed the saint by the ankle, taking her by surprise. It was one of the heroes, pretending to be dead. The soldier explained that he had been waiting for Choi to move away so he could advance toward the saint and have the chance to take her with him. Abelson was unsure of what to do, considering she had no one left to lose her body for. However, realizing she was cornered, she knew she could no longer rely on others for protection. Reflecting on all the times Choi had protected her and spared her from a cruel fate, giving everything, even willing to die for her safety, she, in turn, had simply remained complacent, living under the same roof, day after day, never giving anything back to the one who always defended her. She had portrayed herself as fragile, and that had made Choi constantly worry. The saint then noticed the club nearby and decided that from now on, she would defend herself. She gathered courage and eliminated the soldier. The scene returned to the present moment, when she struck the red-haired hero in the head. With that blow came not only victory, but also the relief of knowing that she would no longer be a burden to the one she called the hope of the world. The scene shifts to a tense meeting between Grat and the army of the Divine Empire. Grat finds himself surrounded on all sides, the sharp edges of countless weapons pointed his way, and the eyes of the soldiers filled with hostility. The atmosphere is heavy, every breath drawn feels like a challenge, and Grat's confusion grows with every passing second. He cannot understand why they are treating him as an enemy. After all, by his own reasoning, he had done exactly what had been agreed upon. He had managed to contain Riadrun, keeping the dangerous demon in check. That, in his mind, should have made him a trusted ally rather than a target. One of the stern-faced leaders of the Divine Army steps forward, his voice echoing across the field. He demands that Grat remain silent and punctuates his order by calling him a vile demon, his tone dripping with disdain. The words sting, and the accusation lingers in the air like a blade yet to strike. Without hesitation, the leader goes on to accuse Grat of orchestrating deceitful schemes that had led to disaster. According to him, the demon's tricks were the direct cause of the defeat of both heroes sent to the front. The outcome, he claims, was nothing short of catastrophic for the Divine Empire. Grat listens in disbelief, realizing that he had been completely unaware of such events. His mind races trying to piece together the chain of events. How could this have happened? How could Riadrun, on his own, have been capable of defeating not only two heroes but also an entire army? Before Grat can think further or prepare a defense, the ground beneath them seems to vibrate with an unnatural force. The sky itself begins to change, a sudden burst of energy descending like a divine judgment. From above, a blinding light crashes down, striking Shang with unimaginable force and carving a massive crater into the earth. Dust and heat erupt in every direction. When the glare fades, the source of the devastating arrival is revealed. It is none other than Hemis herself. Her presence commands immediate attention, and as she takes in the scene before her, the rows of Divine Empire soldiers and the lone figure of Grat, she pauses, her voice calm yet sharp as she questions what exactly is unfolding here. The soldiers, quick to draw conclusions, link Hemis's sudden appearance to Grat's presence. Whispers ripple through the ranks, accusations forming faster than reason. They begin to suspect this is all part of an elaborate trap, one designed by Grat himself, in which every soldier here is nothing more than a sacrificial pawn. Grat, ever opportunistic, instantly seizes on their words. A sly smile creeps across his face as he steps forward, addressing Hemis directly. With exaggerated confidence, he declares that he had indeed lured every human here for her, calling it a grand offering. Not stopping there, he embellishes the lie, claiming these soldiers are the finest and most formidable force in the entire surrounding region of the human army. Hemis studies him for a long moment, her gaze unreadable. At length she acknowledges, almost reluctantly, that in one way or another he might have done something worthwhile for once in his life. Without further delay, she begins casting a skill, her voice ringing with authority. As a superior, she proclaims she would not deny herself such a feast so generously prepared by Grat. The air grows tense as the earth begins to tremble beneath their feet. Darkness creeps slowly but relentlessly across the battlefield, swallowing light and color. One of the soldiers notices movement in the sky and shouts a warning, but the moment is too brief to act. From above, a massive sphere of roaring fire plummets toward them, its heat searing the air long before impact. It strikes with cataclysmic force, annihilating every soldier caught in its path. There are no survivors. The once proud army is reduced to silence, leaving behind only scorched earth, shattered armor and rivers of blood. When the flames die down, Grat wastes no time. He rushes toward Hemis, his voice spilling over with exaggerated praise. He showers her with flattery, calling the attack beyond incredible, a strike so overwhelming it had single-handedly erased an entire army. He even goes so far as to call her an unmatched living legend, a figure without equal. But Hemis's patience for his fawning quickly runs thin. The false sweetness in his words grates on her nerves. Without warning she moves, faster than the blink of an eye. In one seamless motion she separates Grat's head from his body. His lifeless form collapses to the ground before the echo of the strike even fades. Only then does she speak, her voice now tinged with cold finality. She reveals that she had known for some time that Grat was the spy, even considering that he might have accomplices. She had watched as he foolishly created problem after problem, but in the end she had seen him for what he truly was, a compulsive liar, reckless, unafraid, and above all, acting solely for his own gain. Her only regret, she admits, is that she had not put an end to him sooner. With her business concluded, Hemis turns and leaves the battlefield. The scene shifts once again, this time to Fort Gatwick. Inside its stone walls, a meeting is underway. The day's agenda is the reorganization of the troops. Hemis takes the floor, speaking with precision while Choi, Riedrun, and Reuters listen closely. She begins by declaring that Riedrun will take charge of the remaining personnel abandoned by Grat, a task that will demand much of his time. To ensure the work proceeds smoothly, Reuters will act as his adjutant, providing direct support wherever necessary. As for Choi, Hemis had a surprise prepared, one that she revealed with a calm but decisive tone. She informed him that he would be taking the position of regiment commander, a role that would place him directly under her personal supervision. The announcement caught him off guard at first, but quickly sparked an excitement he could not hide. Still, curiosity got the better of him, and he questioned why he had not been placed at a lower rank, such as a simple battalion commander. Hemis's answer came without hesitation. She explained that she could not afford to waste a talent like his on something so limited. In her eyes, his skill set was far too valuable to confine to a mere battalion. This new rank would serve as both recognition and reward, for his hard work, his survival against all odds, and even for the strange way he had managed to entertain her along the way. Yet there was a condition, one that immediately shifted the mood in the room. Choi, as regiment commander, would move forward without the assistance of any troops whatsoever. The statement hung in the air, drawing puzzled glances from everyone present. No one could fully grasp the reason behind such an unusual arrangement. Riedrun, ever the curious observer, finally voiced the question lingering in everyone's mind. He asked if Hemis would share her plan, as he found it difficult to understand the purpose of appointing a regiment commander without any soldiers to lead. Hemis answered without so much as a pause. She explained that there was a possibility, however unlikely, that Choi might not require subordinates at all. She wanted to see firsthand how events would unfold if he were left to operate entirely on his own. Before anyone could press further, a firm knock echoed against the heavy door. A voice announced a visitor's arrival, and the timing was almost deliberate. It came just as Hemis mentioned that Moten would serve as a proxy commander. The door opened and Moten himself stepped into the room. With a small but purposeful smile, Hemis concluded her statement by requesting that the two men get along well. The moment provided Moten with an opportunity to greet Choi warmly, clearly pleased to see him again. Choi, however, instantly recalled the less than pleasant memories of the time this same man had caused him trouble during one of the tournaments in the past. With the formalities concluded, Hemis dismissed herself from the meeting, explaining that there were other pressing matters demanding her attention. The scene shifted to the quiet interior of Abelson's room. Here the atmosphere was markedly different, less formal but filled with a quiet intensity. Choi spoke plainly, admitting that he had been genuinely surprised by the saint's recent actions. He asked what had given her the courage to crush that hero's head in such a decisive moment. Abelson's reply came first in the form of a gentle smile, and then in carefully chosen words. She explained that she had felt a strong urge to act after realizing that constantly being shielded by Choi had made her complacent, lazy even, and it had begun to bother her deeply. Choi noted the change in her demeanor, a more proactive energy replacing her earlier passivity. He asked whether this meant Abelson would now join him in battles going forward. She answered without hesitation, if he needed her, she would fight. She reminded him that she possessed the powers of a saint and could summon strength similar to a divine invocation. The drawback, however, was obvious. Her physical endurance could not match the demands of long battles and she would tire quickly. Choi was pleased by her determination, even if it came with limits. He remarked, half in jest and half in truth, that she might one day surpass him entirely. There was even a hint of jealousy in his tone, knowing that as a saint she now wielded the highest level of divine power attainable. Abelson, however, responded with humility, saying she was not certain such power alone mattered. Fighting, she said, was never simply about possessing the greatest strength. Her words carried the weight of experience, coming from someone who had often found eccentric, unconventional ways to win against brute force. It was at this point that Rachel joined the conversation, her voice carrying a teasing undertone. She commented that Abelson's words almost made it sound as though Choi relied solely on dishonorable tactics and dirty tricks to win. Then, with a shift toward a more factual tone, she explained something that caught Choi by surprise. The position of battalion commander, she said, was equivalent to the rank of hero in the human hierarchy. Across the entire continent, there were likely only 1,000 humans who ranked higher than hero. By that measure, Choi was already within the top fraction of the most powerful individuals in human society. The revelation left Choi momentarily stunned. He had known his strength had grown, but to be counted among the 1,000 strongest in the world was something else entirely. From here, the focus shifted again, leaving the personal discussion behind. The scene transported itself to one of the holy cities, Benedict. The sight was grim beyond words. The city streets were lined with devastation, collapsed buildings, shattered defenses, and the lifeless bodies of countless soldiers. A dark trail of blood wound its way through the main avenues, leading toward the grand silhouette of a towering church. In front of its massive doors stood only two figures, Hemis and a lone survivor trembling in her shadow. Hemis took a moment to absorb the scene, her expression unreadable. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady and commanding. She told the man she would spare his life, but not out of mercy. It was so he could carry her message far beyond these walls, across the land, to every ear in his people's domain. The man's trembling intensified as she continued, explaining that from this day forward, she would wipe every single village of the divine empire from the map, one by one, leaving no survivors. And in that moment, the only thing left for the man to do was to fall to his knees and beg for a mercy he knew would never come. 500 years ago, the continent was plunged into chaos by endless wars. The Great Drazen Empire sought to expand its territory, swallowing smaller kingdoms that resisted. The conflict grew fiercer day by day until suddenly, a new region appeared in the middle of nowhere, accompanied by a massive pillar of light. Speculation quickly spread. Could this be the legendary supercivilization of Valington? A civilization that had vanished into the ocean without a trace 1,000 years before the Great War, once hailed as the apex of magical arts. Rumors suggested that if these were indeed the ruins of Valington, they might hold the key to reviving ancient magic, a power nearly lost when Valington fell. Every nation believed that whichever kingdom succeeded in reviving this magic would gain unmatched supremacy. Thus, each realm embroiled in war sent expeditions into the newly appeared land, hoping it would guide them toward a golden age of power. However, what the humans found, there was nothing like the ruins of Valington, nor the lost people of that civilization. Instead, they encountered beings from another realm, demons, hostile, lustful for conquest, and utterly alien to humankind. Faced with this common threat, humans ceased their wars against one another and united for the sake of survival. Their armies turned against the demons, beginning a new war, one that would last for centuries. At first, it was the demons who seemed destined to win. Their innate belligerence and overwhelming physical strength far surpassed that of humans. On top of that, they possessed the demonic chi, a force of cunning and power that tipped the scales in their favor. When all hope seemed lost, a new light emerged. Clerics, healers and priests who had until then served as non-combatants, declared their intent to join the battlefield. With them came divine power, a force capable of countering the demons. Their presence was decisive. Not only did it balance the tide of war, it also spread the influence of religion across the continent. From this, the divine empire of Gartran was born, a union of faithful nations bound together by belief. Over the next 2 centuries, the power of faith grew stronger, and the number of combat clerics multiplied exponentially. Humanity, once outmatched, eventually surpassed the demons, gaining complete military superiority. It was during this period that a new figure emerged, the greatest contributor to the war against the demons. He became a legend known as the Pope. Through his unparalleled martial skill, he trained countless knights and soldiers, and even summoned heroes from other worlds. Under his leadership, demons were driven to the edges of the continent. A new age of peace dawned. But peace brought with it a new problem. During a great council with leaders from every region, the Pope raised the issue. He asked if they knew why humanity once again faced danger after so long. And he answered himself, it was because the demons had not been completely annihilated when the chance had been given. Instead of eradicating them, the humans had chosen to prioritize rebuilding their ruined cities. This was not wrong, for the well-being of the people had to come first. Yet, in the end, the survival of the demons meant that all nations still bore the shadow of their threat, and each nation's way of life had been negatively shaped by that choice. Before the worst could happen, the Pope urged all nations to unite their strength once again and retaliate against the rising threat through a holy war. The divine empire of Gartrum would lead the charge, sparing no effort, no resource and no warrior, with one ultimate goal: to consolidate an era entirely dominated by humankind. The scene shifts to a religious setting where a message is being delivered. The speaker warns that the demons once more threaten human life. 3 cities have already been annihilated within days, and no one knows which will be next. Perhaps, even as he speaks, he and everyone present could be the next to die, for the demons show no mercy, not even to women or children. The man then points to Father Levi, the sole survivor of Benedict. With a hollow voice, the priest confirms that everyone in the city was slaughtered in a single moment, while they were merely living their ordinary lives. Only he remains to deliver the message, but his soul, he confesses, was left behind in Benedict, dead alongside those he once cared for. He admits he has no reason to go on. The speaker resumes, stressing the cruelty of the demons, who grow stronger with each passing day. He declares that the Pope has proclaimed a holy war and refuses to stand idle in the face of this threat. He also announces that Asahel Bald, the legend of Gatling, has ended his long seclusion to take part in the war. Other nations too have promised to send forth their legends and heroes to serve the people. A large-scale offensive is already underway. Yet this alone will not be enough to eradicate the demons completely. For the future of the continent to be secured, every man and woman capable of fighting must lend their support and strength. Now more than ever is the time. The call goes out to all. Join the holy war, the will of God, which shall guide them onto the path of peace. The speech ends with a rousing cry, shared by all present, united in a single desire, to eliminate the demons once and for all. The scene shifts again. In private, the Pope speaks with one of his subordinates. He reveals that, though competent, Cardinal Elrond has failed gravely in recent times. His blunders have led to the deaths of 2 heroes and the failed capture of Riadrun, a disaster that achieved nothing while costing tens of thousands of lives. For this reason, the Pope orders that Elrond's duties be reassigned within 3 days. Once this is done, all his possessions are to be seized and he, along with his entire family, executed. The scene shifts once more, this time to Riadrun, who storms into a room abruptly, visibly excited by Hemis's arrival. Hemis greets her with mild surprise, remarking that she never thought she would see the day Riadrun entered a room without knocking first, joking that it must be driven by longing. Riadrun ignores the comment and immediately presses the issue. Why had Hemis attacked an entire city alone? Hemis replies calmly. She had indeed acted alone, but her actions were part of a greater plan, one that, in the end, would benefit all demons. By acting as she did, she forced the humans to deploy their legends, for no ordinary warrior could stand against her. Hemis explains that the legends of each nation are the pinnacle of their strength, and by eliminating these figures the demons would gain more time. Riadrun, now both nervous and confused, demands to know what she means by gaining time. Rising calmly, Hemis answers, the time she seeks to win is so that the hope carried by these new winds may grow. Looking out the window, Hemis spoke quietly to herself, addressing Moten. She wondered whether Riadrun had truly been convinced by her plans. Moten replied that Riadrun was likely unconvinced simply because suspicion was in his nature. Then he shifted the subject. He asked Hemis if she truly no longer had any intention of working alongside the Demon King. His concern was clear. No matter how strong she was, the path she intended to follow was dangerously reckless. Hemis answered firmly. There was no longer any chance of them working side by side. Even if their relationship could somehow be restored, it would surely come at a price, one she was unwilling to pay. She added that she bore no resentment, for she understood why the Demon King wished to avoid another war with humans. But then she attempted to clear Moten's mind, pointing out that the Demon King had recently begun making foolish choices, guided by meaningless feelings, worrying about things such as the deaths of subordinates, comrades, or even family members. Such thoughts, she declared, were useless. If someone died, it was because they were weak, and thus deserved their fate. In a proper hierarchy, those at the top, the strongest, should trample without mercy upon the defeated and claim victory. This, Hemis stated, was what she believed, and what the Demon King himself once upheld as the natural order of the world. For that reason, his newfound empathy was incomprehensible to her. She decided to confront his cowardly actions, but in the end she lost patience. Giving him one last warning, she turned her back on him, telling him to compose himself and return to his colder, truer self. Yet even then Hemis admitted to herself that she felt a touch of remorse. She was about to make a choice she would never have made in the past. Moten listened, quietly observing the inner conflict within his commander. Hemis lamented that perhaps, had she realized sooner what it meant to want to protect someone, she might have understood the Demon King earlier, and better. That thought led her to regret that better choices could have been made. She then turned to Frisch, apologizing for having dragged him into trouble. Frisch approached with a calm smile. "It wasn't such trouble at all," he declared. "It was an honor to carry out your orders." He was then revealed as the Pope's right hand. Hemis smiled faintly when she noticed that Frisch was still wearing his priestly robes. As he began to remove his disguise, he explained that after so many years as a cardinal, he had simply grown accustomed to them. Hemis handed him a letter, clearly glad to see him again after such a long time. She asked that he deliver it to Riedrun and Moten when the moment was right. She could have done it herself, she admitted, but if she did, she feared she might carry regrets afterward. Frisch accepted the letter with full understanding of his commander's will. Hemis then mentioned Choi. She instructed Frisch to make sure Choi would not die. Frisch was visibly surprised by her words. Hemis noticed and teased him, saying perhaps she was getting old, or perhaps she was simply worried about leaving Frisch alone, without anyone to support him in her absence. The next day in Gardrick Castle, the doors burst open. Choi, asleep, was jolted awake. Startled, he leapt to his feet, reflexively shouting with arrogance, "Who dares disturb the commander's rest?" But when he saw it was Riedrun who had woken him, his pride quickly faded. He lowered his tone and asked what was happening. Riedrun ordered him to leave immediately, to flee as far as possible. Shocked, Choi asked why such sudden orders were being given. Riedrun explained that the next day the human army would launch an assault on the castle. A massive battle involving the highest-ranking humans, their legends. Choi protested. Would it not be better for him to stay and help? Riedrun shook his head. The enemy's sole objective was Hemis's death. Though he did not doubt her victory, if anything happened to her, he would not be able to protect Choi alone. The scene shifts to the moment when a letter is slipped under the door of the room where Riedrun is staying. He picks it up and begins to read. Its contents reveal part of Hemis's past and the truth behind recent events. Hemis writes that the demons endured countless deaths and were ultimately forced into exile at the very edge of the continent. Yet, despite having cornered them completely, the humans never carried out a full extermination. There were many reasons for this decision, but the most significant one was the existence of the Holy Empire. For the Empire to remain valid, it needed the demons to exist. The Demon King exploited this convenience to form a secret pact with Gartrum. They agreed to maintain the front lines and preserve each other's territories. Thus, the very survival of the demons became tied to the humans' perception of a war, kept alive only through small-scale skirmishes and minor threats. This balance became a key element in maintaining unity among Gartrum and the other nations. Only Hemis was entrusted with knowledge of Gartrum's proposal. Yet she rejected it outright. To her, a proud death was far better than a life of servitude. The price she paid for this defiance, however, was exile. Using Rotaka's actions as a pretext, she was banished to the Black Fortress. Hemis clarifies in the letter that this long explanation was only the introduction. What truly matters now is what comes next. According to Frisch, the humans are preparing a massive attack, an unparalleled battle involving the legends and heroes of every human nation. While she faces this threat directly, Riedrun must protect the castle and take her place as its commander. She admits openly that she knows his current strength may not be enough to make this task easy. However, when the vote to select the next commander takes place, Hyuna and Ashjas will support him. This was arranged beforehand, and Ashjas in particular required no convincing. His affection for his nephew made it impossible to ignore such a request. "This," Hemis writes, "is all I can do for now. From here onward, everything rests in your hands. I believe you will handle it in the best possible way." She thanks Riedrun for making her confinement in the suffocating castle feel just a little lighter. As a postscript, she mentions Choi. She tells Riedrun not to worry about him. His path has already been arranged. Choi will leave the Demon King's army, and if all goes well he and Riadrun will meet again. For now however Choi must depart together with the saint. Later, preparations for departure are made. Riadrun assures Choi that once everything is settled and he has taken his rightful place, he will reach out through the communicator. Choi, uneasy and unwilling to accept what is happening so suddenly, nevertheless agrees to the plan. Suddenly someone calls out to Choi, drawing his attention. Abelson and Frisch appear. Hemis's aide steps forward, introducing himself and stating that he has been assigned to accompany them by Hemis's orders. He explains their next step. They must infiltrate human society and observe events as they unfold. During this time, Abelson will act as a priestess in training. Frisch distributes false identities for them all. He declares that both Choi and himself will disguise themselves as mercenaries. If there are no further questions, he says, everyone should board the carriage. Abelson climbs in first, followed reluctantly by Choi, who is still overwhelmed by denial, clinging only to the hope that everything will turn out well. Once inside the carriage, Choi asks Frisch where exactly they are heading. Frisch sighs, regretting that he had not explained it earlier. He clarifies, the regions of the Holy Empires are extremely dangerous, and Drazen is known for rejecting heroes. That is why they are moving toward the kingdom of Marriott. The next morning as the sun rose, Riadrun found himself alone in his new room. He sat in silence, thoughtful about the next steps he should take, his eyes fixed on the desk that had once belonged to Hemis. His mind wandered, reflecting on the many demons who had already died up until now. He knew that if things continued in the same way, the number of losses would inevitably grow. Riadrun, aware of the truth surrounding the war between humans and demons, reached a painful conclusion. All these losses had no meaning at all. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. It was Reugers, standing firmly and declaring that it was already time to depart. Riadrun, taking in one last breath of inspiration, raised his resolve and declared that from that moment onward, demons would be different. He would give his all to ensure that his will prevailed. The scene then shifts to the moment when Riadrun gathers his army. Standing before them, he demanded that everyone pay close attention to his words. He began his speech by exalting who they were, reinforcing that demons are a warrior race, born to fight, and that no other race would ever be able to tame them. For that reason he told them, they must face the battle to come without hesitation. And if necessary they must be willing to die for freedom, to die as the warriors they were for the sake of the future of their entire race. Riadrun raised his voice as he reached the climax of his words, declaring his own way of combat, and as he finished his speech, he emphasized with force and conviction that demons are warriors of pride. The focus then shifts to Hemis, who quickly realized that Riadrun had already begun his movements. With that, she too would have to begin her own, acting from her side. At the top of a mountain, Hemis looked down before leaping gracefully to the lower part. The moment she landed, she came across a man leaning calmly against a tree. The man spoke first, declaring that he had known she was on her way and had been waiting eagerly for their encounter. Hemis recognized him immediately and stated that it had been 150 years since their last meeting, remarking with some surprise that he had grown younger with the passing of time. Basil Scott, the legend of Drazen, was this man's name. Upon hearing Hemis's words, he explained that his youthful appearance was the result of having reached the realm of legends. Hemis, however, replied that she had been expecting a different human in Scott's place. The one she was truly searching for, it seemed, had been cowardly enough to hide and conceal his magic. Scott, unfazed, declared that Gartram's command was positioned at the exact opposite location from where he and Hemis now stood. With that assurance, he drew his sword, announcing that their fight would happen here and now, without any interruptions. Hemis understood his intention but remained unconcerned about the battle about to unfold. She answered his challenge coldly, saying that he should choose his words more carefully when daring to confront her, for she remembered well how, in the past, while lesser soldiers blocked her path, Scott himself had fled cowardly in search of survival. She then acknowledged that his bravery now was driven by his desire to cleanse his stained name. With that, she activated a magic that created her personal domain, known as the Boundary of Lamentation. Scott, undeterred, declared that back then he had been defeated by a technique he had never seen before, but that now things would be different. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged toward Hemis with full force. Hemis immediately prepared her attack, the Stars of Loss. Yet the strike had no effect on the hero, for he deflected every blow and continued his advance. He pressed closer and closer until he was nearly upon the commander, his sword now channeling a strike of immense power. At that moment, Hemis reflected briefly on his words. Perhaps this time, it truly would be different. As the attack drew near, the hero struck at Hemis, but she swiftly blocked the blow and mocked him, claiming that she had not noticed any difference in his strength so far. With a sneer, she ridiculed his lack of evolution. Their weapons clashed violently, the sound echoing with each strike, and in that brief moment the hero reflected on how his powers seemed to be evenly matched with hers. Realizing this, he concluded that all he needed to do was remain cautious of the magical projectiles raining down from above. These projectiles, known as the ability Tears of Lament, were conjured instantly by the commander. This time, however, they did not fall solely from the sky, they also erupted from the ground. Taken completely by surprise, the hero was forced into evasive maneuvers, dodging desperately while at the same time avoiding Hemis's relentless physical strikes. At one point she leapt into the air, preparing a devastating combined assault that nearly struck the hero's head. By the narrowest margin he avoided the fatal blow. The feat left Hemis impressed, for it proved that he had indeed improved, managing to evade attacks that once would have overwhelmed him. Irritated by her condescending remarks, the hero shouted for her to be silent. He reinforced his energy and steadied himself, preparing to advance once again. Their clash resumed with even greater intensity. Hemis, however, sought to break his spirit through psychology. With a cold smile, she asked him where he thought the next tears would come from, the ground or the sky. Amused by his visible struggle to cope with so many simultaneous threats, she declared that the moment he let his guard down, she would finish him with a single strike. Her words became reality almost instantly. Before the hero could even attempt to dodge, the ground beneath him erupted, releasing countless magical stakes that pierced his chest and pinned him in place. Stunned and defenseless, he could only grit his teeth. Hemis looked upon his suffering with sharp eyes, remarking that the mere fact he had managed to evade so many times before was proof of his progress. The difference between the man before her now and the one she had faced years ago was clear. Yet before she could continue, the hero's body began to blur and fade, as though he were being teleported elsewhere. For a moment, Hemis wondered if it had been a clone, but she quickly dismissed the thought. She was certain she had struck the real one. Meanwhile, the hero emerged from a portal, already charging with a new technique that took her by surprise. For the first time, she was genuinely impressed by his growth. Advancing with determination, the hero declared that he had saved this secret technique for precisely this moment. He launched his strike with all his might. Hemis, however, raised only a single hand to defend, blocking his assault effortlessly. She made it abundantly clear that the gap between their powers was insurmountable, for she stood 2,000 years ahead of him. With cold precision, the commander raised 2 fingers and aimed them at the hero's chest. A burst of devastating energy exploded forth, striking him directly and rendering him unconscious in an instant. He collapsed, unable to respond, his strength utterly spent. Cornered and stripped of every skill, the hero questioned if this was truly the end. Humiliation weighed heavily on him. He had not managed to land even a single decisive blow. At that moment, Hemis called out to him, demanding that he confirm if he was truly the famed legend of Drasen. Before he could recover from the shock, she made a request, something he had never imagined he would hear from a demon. Hemis explained that personal matters were unfolding, and she needed his cooperation. She asked that when he eventually met Choi in the future and fought against him, he would grant Choi mercy at least once. The hero was stunned, unable to comprehend why a commander like Hemis would lower herself to ask such a thing. But before she could say more, the sky split open and a massive surge of golden energy descended upon him. The overwhelming force struck with such intensity that the legend of Drasen was annihilated completely, his body erased, leaving not even dust behind to tell the tale. Hemis, caught off guard, analyzed what had just occurred. She was certain that the hero was now dead. Frustration welled within her, for she had deliberately granted him time to converse, only for their encounter to be interrupted in the most brazen and discourteous way possible. Raising her eyes toward the sky, she identified the only suspect who could wield such power, Azrael Bald, descending with his underling Morim at his side. He had originally planned to appear only after the group defeated Basel. However, realizing that such a victory was far beyond their reach, he concluded that he had no choice but to reveal himself earlier than intended. At that moment Hemis appeared, gripping her scythe tightly. Her gaze reflected doubt, questioning whether it was too cruel to act this way among humans, silently wondering if it was truly the right thing to do. But the answer was clear, it did not matter. Standing before her was none other than the legend of Drasen. Even if temporary cooperation existed, the truth remained that Drasen had always been the rival of the Holy Empire. Striking first and eliminating him was the wisest choice. After all, the death of a legend carried the weight of disaster on a national scale. From the top of a cliff, Asael observed Hemis below. He knew the destruction of the city had been nothing but bait to lure him to that place. Her response confirmed his suspicions, recognizing him as the very legend of Gratin. Asael, resolute, revealed that nothing happening there was by chance. A long and meticulous preparation had led to this very day, a plan designed for this precise moment. Behind him, Morian stood with her radiant aura, flanked by a vast army aligned at her side. Morian brought her hands together before her lips, in a gesture resembling a solemn prayer. In her thoughts, the conviction was absolute. The second battle was about to begin. Hemis sensed something strange in the air. The pillar before her did not act as a simple defensive barrier. Instead of merely containing her energy, it repelled the field of power she attempted to expand, as though the very space rejected her influence. That pillar carried sacred power accumulated over time, now releasing a golden aura that spread outward, neutralizing her presence. Above, Asael raised his sword before the army. The strategy was clear. The saint would maintain the pillar, while the knight's mission was to protect her with all their might. The soldiers took position, resting their hands on the swords planted in the ground, their heads bowed in reverence. From the exact spot where each of them stood, golden flowers bloomed, as if manifestations of the sacred power itself. At Asael's command, they raised a barrier to ensure Hemis had no chance of escape. The golden sphere, wrapped in lightning-like energy, glowed with blinding intensity, spreading its dazzling light across the field. Hemis shielded her eyes with one hand, struggling against the glare radiating from both the pillar and the sphere. Before her, she recognized a barrier unlike anything she had ever seen. In her hands, her scythe dissolved into black smoke, with faint sparks scattering through the air. The force of repulsion was undeniably strong, and her domain began to collapse before the sacred power. Furthermore, the shield she managed to maintain at that moment was but a shadow of its former strength, offering no true protection. When her face emerged from the light once more, something had changed. With a decisive gesture, she ripped open the stitches that sealed two deep cuts stretching from each side of her mouth to the ends of her face. Between the slits, her sharp fangs were revealed. A macabre smile formed. Hemis taunted her opponents, making it clear that without the great handicap she had imposed upon herself, they would not have even dared to face her. Hemis took position, holding the cord made from the stitches of her mouth, and fixed her gaze on the enemies atop the cliff. With a swift motion, she rushed forward, lashing her whip toward Asael, who leapt from above to defend, raising his sword. She struck from one side, then the other, each whip crack swift and precise, while he continued to block with his blade. One strike came dangerously close to his face, slicing the air with a sharp snap. Seizing an opening, Asael advanced, attempting a counterattack. With a shout, he delivered a deadly command, thrusting his blade forward. Yet the strike never landed. At the moment of impact, Hemis had vanished. Asael's eyes widened in shock. Hemis had completely dispersed. From above, Morian called to him, urging him to look up. When he lifted his eyes, Asael saw Hemis hovering above, chanting an incantation. A searing red light wrapped around her figure. It was Hellflash, the evolved form of Hellflare. On the ground, Asael bent forward, frustrated, aware of the overwhelming power pressing down on him. High above, Hemis pressed her hands together and unleashed her might, sending a direct impact crashing down on Asael as if it descended from the heavens themselves. But the attack was halted. Asael gripped his sword with both hands before him, fully blocking the surge of energy. The force etched a deep V into the earth where it clashed against his defense. Hovering above, Hemis clenched her fists, observing the scene. She reflected on his strength. Even as a defensive authority wielder, she had not expected him to emerge without a single scratch. Asael, dripping with sweat, stood firm, his sword still raised as though his entire body channeled resistance against the colossal strike. Hemis immediately realized the effect manifesting before her. The sacred barrier was absorbing the demonic energy of her attacks, lessening their impact and preventing any true damage. A high-level defensive authority wielder, a saint, and a colossal shield powered by the sacred force of hundreds of warriors. Morian remained bowed, eyes closed, hands clasped in absolute concentration, channeling all surrounding energy into the barrier. For Hemis, the sight was infuriating, a battlefield prepared to perfection for a long, exhausting confrontation. In her right hand, violet sparks began to crackle, glowing with rising intensity. For a brief moment she seemed to weigh her options, questioning what her next move should be against such an impenetrable defense. She felt the burden of the situation. The demonic energy spent against Basil had been heavier than expected, making each movement harder. With only half her strength, breaking that shield was impossible. As she stared at the white-haired man before her, she realized she had now taken Basil's place, facing the very trial he had endured. Suddenly, a flash of memory crossed her mind. The battle resumed at full force. After trading several blows, Asael pressed forward with determination, gripping his sword and declaring his intent to end it once and for all. With his full strength, he drove the blade into the ground, unleashing an immense power of divinity, sword of revelation. At the point of impact, golden light erupted, so intense that shards of stone tore from the ground and scattered into the air, clouds of dust rising around them. Before Hemis, a crimson sphere began to form, pulsing with condensed energy. She watched the technique with both recognition and defiance. Despite the display, she showed no fear. The maneuver was familiar, yet she was far from believing the battle was over. The sphere advanced slowly toward her, as if it had a will of its own. Her claws, sharp and golden, shimmered with a menacing gleam. Then, suddenly, blood gushed from the upper part of her body, forcing her to arch backward. The kneeling soldiers, their swords still planted in the ground, witnessed the scene in utter disbelief. Morian's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed that he had struck down the glutton. Asael stood equally stunned. His sword still pierced the earth while before him Hemis lay bloodied, collapsed, unable to move. Trembling, he returned the blade to his waist, struggling to accept what had just occurred. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as he murmured to himself, questioning whether it had truly happened. His gaze fixed on Hemis's hand, adorned with golden claws, motionless upon the ground. Suddenly, before Asael could even realize that she was still alive, he found himself caught between the fangs of Hemis. She lunged forward with a monstrous maw, bursting open from the wound Asael had inflicted on her moments earlier. In a single motion, the legendary hero became nothing more than a morsel for the glutton. Only a fragment of him remained, leaving the scene both grotesque and astonishing. The saint, unable to believe what had just happened, cried out desperately for Asael, her voice filled with disbelief. Hemis, brimming with confidence, returned to her original form, mocking the situation and ridiculing the shock she had caused. She then reflected on how dire her circumstances had become, forced to feign death and rely on a strategy once used by Baal. Yet, with a sardonic tone, she joked, asking what everyone thought of her magic trick. But her composure soon faltered as she began to spit blood. It was then that she admitted the empire was indeed far stronger than she had anticipated. The saint noticed the blood and speculated whether it was caused by Hemis's wounds, or perhaps the result of being unable to digest a paladin. Without wasting another thought, the saint commanded all the warriors to begin multiple enchantments, while she alone maintained every barrier. The warriors obeyed, dividing themselves as they prepared their incantations. Meanwhile, Hemis stood still, drained of strength, unable to muster any form of resistance. She reflected on how the digestion had been far slower than usual, likely suppressed by the sacred barrier. When she lifted her eyes, she saw the attack was nearly ready. In that instant, she understood that her end had already arrived. With a tone of acceptance, the commander declared that her role had been fulfilled. She entrusted the future to those in whom she had placed her faith. Unable to resolve everything on her own, her only hope now was that her allies would succeed. The saint then unleashed the strike, a radiant beam of sacred energy, that struck the commander directly. Hemis accepted it calmly, seated and unmoving, yet content that she had never surrendered to a destiny of servitude. The battle at last came to an end. All that remained from the devastating clash was the shattered and broken ground, a scar left upon the earth itself. At the center of it all lay a vast crater, silent and empty, with no trace whatsoever of Hemis. The saint, breathing heavily and at last somewhat relieved, allowed her thoughts to wander. Her mind returned to Asael, who had acted like a reckless fool. He had let himself be carried away by the fleeting belief that victory was already his. That overconfidence had left him vulnerable, and in the end, it had cost him dearly. His fate had been a terrible one. She also pondered the weight of his loss, the fact that Asael had been taken from them so early in the sequence of events now unfolding. Losing him at such a moment cast a shadow that she could not shake. Beyond that, she knew in her heart that the Pope himself would be gravely disappointed by what had transpired. A warrior broke the silence, asking her what course of action they should take next. The saint turned slowly to the gathered army. With a firm voice, she instructed them to return to the capital for now. She then warned them to listen carefully, to etch into their memory the words she was about to speak. She declared that the tale to be carried forward, the only tale to be remembered, was this. Sir Asel, together with Sir Basil of Drazen, had fought with unmatched valor. For the sake of the empire of Gartram, the two had perished side by side with the gluttonous foe. Both had met an end worthy of the highest honor, befitting the titles of living legends. And with that solemn declaration, she commanded that no other version of the story must ever be told. The scene then shifted elsewhere, to the battlefield where Riadrun now stood. He had cut down every last soldier who opposed him, and still he remained tall and unwavering. It was then that Moten arrived, his steps echoing with authority, and he praised Riadrun's performance. Moten declared openly that none of those fallen soldiers had ever been a match for Riadrun's strength. Riadrun brushed off the praise, insisting that compared to Moten himself, his own journey was still long, his growth still incomplete. Moten, however, did not waver. He reinforced that his words were not spoken lightly. His praise was no exaggeration. For it was plain to see that within only a few short years, or perhaps even before the end of the current year, Riadrun would rise beyond him. That claim left Riadrun astonished, his heart shaken by the weight of such certainty. With solemnity, Moten drove his sword into the ground. He revealed then that the link he had once shared with Rems had vanished completely. Riadrun, startled, connected the signs and spoke aloud the fear that the worst might have happened. Moten confirmed his suspicion. Riadrun pressed further, asking what Moten's path would be from here. The knight did not hesitate. He declared that Rems was his one and only lord, and that he would continue to follow her final orders. His loyalty, he affirmed with unshakable conviction, would not falter whether she still lived or whether she had already passed beyond this world. Riadrun then asked what her final instructions had been. Moten explained carefully that she had charged him with protecting Riadrun, ensuring his safety until the day he succeeded in becoming a commander. From that day forward, Moten himself would take up the duty of aiding him, guiding his training, until Riadrun had gathered the strength and the wisdom required to rise above all others and become the most powerful among commanders. Powerful enough to change the rotten and corrupted state of the demon race itself. Standing face to face, Moten extended his hand to Riadrun, sealing their pact with a promise that he would remain forever as his ally. The scene shifted once more, this time to a grand place of worship, where the Pope himself stood before the gathered faithful. His voice echoed through the sacred hall as he delivered grim news. One of the greatest pillars of the Holy Empire had fallen. He announced that Asael had become a martyr, a man who had given more than 2 full centuries of his life to service. With sorrow heavy in his tone, he mourned the passing of a comrade who had shared so many years alongside him, and alongside the legendary Sir Quinley as well. The Pope then declared that Asael was a man who had lived with devotion to God beyond comparison, greater than anyone else could ever hope to achieve. To his very last breath, Asael's thoughts had been for the well-being of the people of the Holy Empire. He revealed that in the moment of his death, Asael had lifted his final prayer, asking that the remaining days of the sacred people might be spent in safety and in peace. The Pope then called upon all present to pray in remembrance of Asael's deeds, to ensure that his sacrifice would never be forgotten. His words carried a warning. The day would surely come when divine punishment would descend upon all those who opposed God. At last, with sorrow etched upon his face, the Pope reflected on how often he had warned against lowering one's guard in times of advantage. And so he lamented the tragic end of the legendary hero, Asael, whose fall would forever weigh upon the hearts of the faithful. The Pope was suddenly interrupted by a messenger reporting that Drazen had sent someone to Marriott, requesting access to investigate the battlefield where Hemis had been fought. The Pope remarked that they must be searching for the truth about Basil's death, but noted that the cleaning service had already been completed and nothing remained to be found. Even so, he instructed the man to secretly contact Marriott and have Drazen's request denied. The man bowed for leave, having understood, but the Pope asked him to wait, for he had another question. He inquired about the whereabouts of Abelson and Choi. The man explained that neither of them had been sighted, not even during the recent battles. He found it particularly strange that Choi had not appeared, as there would have been no reason for him to avoid the front lines. He suspected that Hemis had removed him from the Demon King's army. The Pope then faced the reality that even in the final moments, Choi remained a thorn in his side. Since Choi had not appeared during Hemis's moment of crisis, the Pope ordered the man to search the entire continent if necessary, but to find them both. He warned that if anyone dared to hide them or offer them shelter, they would suffer divine consequences. The scene then shifted to the carriage of the group, or rather the quartet, where Choi and Rachel were muttering complaints but were quickly interrupted. Rachel was asked to check whether the disguises were ready. She was surprised at how quickly they had been prepared. Looking at Choi, she noticed his newly dyed cold red hair, evaluated it, and asked him not to make a mess of things. Abelson then appeared, announcing that she had finished her disguise as well, and asked for everyone's opinion. Choi reacted with typical exaggeration, his eyes nearly popping out, declaring that Abelson looked stunning, like a princess from a fairy tale. Abelson laughed, thanked him for the compliment, and replied that she might not be from a fairy tale, but she truly was a princess, one of Marriott. Choi quickly snapped back to reality. Frisch was astonished that Choi had not connected Abelson's surname to the kingdom, which happened to be their current destination. Rachel admitted she would have liked to defend Choi, but he had been far too foolish this time. Choi then bent forward toward Abelson, apologizing for not realizing sooner that she was a princess. She assured him it did not matter and asked him to continue treating her as before. Choi muttered that he was Korean and carried something like a slave mentality. He then reflected on the fact that being a princess meant Abelson must have influence in Marriott. Abelson answered that she was not sure, explaining that she had already spoken to Frisch about it, but if possible, she wished not to reveal her identity or even return there. Choi, surprised, asked why, only to receive a blow to the head from Frisch, who called him an idiot, with Rachel echoing the insult. Frisch explained that one of the greatest empires of the continent was hunting him, and Abelson had no intention of letting anyone else suffer on her account. Abelson added that it was not as though she would never return, but if the situation became critical, she would have to find a way to ask for help, because in the end they were still her family. The scene then shifted back to the battlefield where Hemis and the heroes had clashed. A sharp crack echoed among the stones, and from within the ruins a dark aura began to rise. Whether this was a good sign, or not, remained uncertain. Already within human territory, the trio continues their journey deeper into the forest. Choi, worried, checks his system once again, intrigued by the fact that it is not functioning. Rachel notices the hero's concern and asks what is going on. Choi then explains the situation, saying that, strangely, ever since they entered human territory, the hero system has stopped working. The only thing displayed is a screen full of glitches and scrambled text. Rachel doubts the situation, saying that the system is far too intelligent to break down like that. Choi reports that he has been feeling something strange for some time now, as if someone were watching his steps and creating obstacles in real time. Rachel defends herself against Choi's remark by saying that, since she cannot see the system, she cannot be very sure. Perhaps the reason for the system bug is the fact that they are taking a completely different path compared to other heroes. Choi is such an irregular existence that the system simply could not withstand it. In other words, a depraved user of demonic energy who goes against humans. Choi focuses only on the word depraved, noticing that Rachel does not mince her words. Rachel concludes by saying that, despite everything, considering that she has not yet received any order to abandon Choi and return, this may mean that he is doing a good job. Frisch, overhearing the conversation, interrupts the chatterboxes, telling them to stop. He warns them that they are almost arriving at the village located closest to the borderlands, Khitan Village, Kingdom of Marriott, Viscount Andef. Abelson becomes curious and asks if this would be the first time he has entered a human village. The hero replies that yes, since he began his journey in a strange place thanks to someone, but that, in the end, he managed to get a chance to be a hero properly. Knowing this, Abelson points out that Choi will probably be disappointed. The hero's first time in human territory will be in a place far from wonderful. Meanwhile, guards approach the group, requesting identification, while Frisch promptly complies and describes the group as consisting of 3 mercenaries in search of paid work. Choi is surprised by the objective stated by the man, especially considering that the region is the demon border. Frisch ignores the surprise, replying that the objective will become clear once he sees where they are entering. Ahead lies a catastrophic scene, people in misery and ruins as far as the eye can see. Rachel steps forward and notices posters placed on notice boards. The poster contains discouraging information, stating that the region suffers from taxes, endless labor tasks, taxes and more taxes, and also a bit more taxes. Abelson receives the information with great anguish, especially because it is a region belonging to her family. Frisch notices Abelson's reaction and questions why she is embarrassed, asking her to be honest ironically. With Abelson's hesitation, he himself explains, saying that the imperial family is exploiting the people there, draining every last drop from everyone under the pretext of an imminent war. He adds that what is happening there is not a problem unique to the Empire of Marriott, and that he knows the situation exists in other empires, having learned this during the period when he worked as a cardinal. It is common for rulers in Garden to exploit the people through the fear of wars, inciting them while filling their own pockets. Abelson listens to the explanations without believing the direction the kingdoms are taking. Later, Abelson is sitting, reflecting on the reality of the people beneath the statue of a knight. The saint's thoughts are interrupted when someone surprises her, calling out to her. It is Choi who arrives, surprising Abelson, who in turn asks him where Frisch and Rachel are. Choi sits beside the saint and asks how she is feeling. Abelson answers honestly, saying that her mood has not improved at all and that, in fact, she feels angry. Choi tries to joke, saying that she has every right to be after hearing so many atrocities. Abelson clarifies that the feeling is not directed at Frisch, but at herself. She could have tried to argue something that defended the empire, but it was impossible. Nothing she could say would be capable of defending Garden from what it has been doing to the people. Choi is shocked upon hearing the saint and begins to wonder what to do to help her get out of this situation. But the options that come to mind are not the best for the occasion. Before he could reach a decision, Abelson calls his attention. Trembling at the thought that he had said something wrong, he replies already apologizing, even though he had not said anything. This leaves Abelson confused. Choi realizes that it was not a sermon. Abelson is equally frozen by the confusion. The saint then, with a smile on her face, explains that she remembered an old story and thought it would be interesting to tell it to the hero. Abelson then begins the tale about a hero who was a legend of Khitan, which, although it seems like a humble village now, once lived through a time of glory. The hero's name was Lofer Dozer, whose legend dates back centuries, when warriors who fought bravely in the war against the demons began to be called heroes and legends. Lofer was the greatest of heroes during his era. His fame spread beyond Marriott and across the entire continent. Among many, Lofer was one of those who most deserved the fame of the title for his deeds and his character. An unblemished warrior, a lover of his homeland who respected the weak and was compassionate. As all things come to an end, Lofer's did as well at the premature age of 37, to everyone's misfortune in Khitan. Choi asks if there is a reason why he died young and in Khitan. Abelson continues the story, telling that 1 year before the war ended, the demons' offensive suddenly intensified, probably as a final desperate move. The imperial family of Marriott ordered Lofer to abandon Khitan and retreat, something that was not well received by him. The result was that the hero, for the first time, set himself against an imperial order. He firmly upheld the premise that his people must be protected by the nation, and for that reason he would not allow Khitan to be abandoned. After his declarations, Lofer went into battle, repelling the demons' assault. Having done so alone, without any other warrior by his side, he left his story etched into the people of Marriott. Choi feels the weight of the story and carefully keeps the hero's name in his mind. Abelson continues, reflecting on what Lofer's reaction would be if he were still alive in the present day, witnessing the situation in which the people now find themselves. Moments later, night falls. The pair walk through the streets, with Abelson thanking Choi for his company, saying she feels relieved thanks to him. Choi says there is nothing to thank him for, as the only thing he did was listen to the story. Abelson explains that the mere fact that he was with her already brought enough comfort. Apparently, a certain mood was beginning to form. But suddenly, screams seize the pair's attention. Two men rush out of an alley in a panic, shouting desperately that there is a body there, a dead person, calling for the authorities. Choi immediately quickens his pace to check the situation and asks Abelson to stay on guard. It does not take him long to realize that what lay ahead was not something simple. It was not a mere corpse before them. The blood around it was arranged in a strange way. Abelson approaches, worried. Choi reassures her and points out that the officials will arrive soon, since the danger has already passed. However, he reveals that something is not right and asks Abelson to take a closer look as well, to confirm his suspicions. Abelson approaches, asking which part needs to be examined exactly. Choi notices a smell far too strong for a body that has just died, and there is a strange magical circle around the body. As he is not an expert in magic, Abelson will be able to investigate it better. As soon as the saint arrives, the warning is shouted, "Choi, be careful, behind you." Behind the hero, there is a zombified creature, ready to launch a surprise attack against him. Choi reacts and breaks free from the creature that was attacking him, putting some distance between them as he tries to understand what is happening. Abelson also reacts, rushing forward toward the creature to protect Choi from further harm. The saint strikes the monster on the head, incapacitating it immediately. Terrified, Choi asks what exactly just happened, questioning whether that individual is truly dead. The saint explains that it was an undead created through necromancy, an esoteric form of magic used by demons to exploit the dead. It is said that some demons employed this magic during the war in the past, but this is the first time the saint has ever seen an undead in person. Choi then compares the situation to something out of an American movie or TV series and asks whether there is a risk of infection if those things bite someone. Abelson replies that she is not sure, as there are no records of anything like that. Even so, being bitten by an undead is certainly not a good thing, so caution is necessary. The conversation is interrupted when soldiers arrive to investigate the disturbance. Upon encountering Choi and Abelson, they notice that the two do not appear to belong to the village and ask what they are doing there. Abelson attempts to respond, but Choi steps forward and explains that they are mercenaries who came to the village in search of work. The guards then discuss among themselves the possibility that they are indeed mercenaries, with one of them commenting that the pair certainly carry themselves like ones. The guard then asks the hero to present his mercenary insignia, and Choi promptly complies. After examining it, the man confirms that they are telling the truth, understands why the pair are there, and asks them to follow him. Shortly afterward, once everything has been clarified, Choi explains to Frisch what happened, including the fact that he accepted requests as a mercenary. Frisch is immediately displeased with the way they have been acting in the streets, spreading rumors that they are mercenaries and accepting random jobs, remarking that at this rate Choi might actually become a mercenary for real. Not long after, Edmar arrives in search of the mercenaries that the guild described to him as incredible. The description leaves Choi and Abelson slightly perplexed, causing the man to doubt whether they truly deserve such praise. To maintain his superior demeanor, Choi responds that they are, in fact, legendary mercenaries, and that people are fortunate to live in the same era in which they were born. After boasting a little, he apologizes internally to the saint, believing it was the best way to prevent their true identities from being revealed. He then continues the introductions, explaining that the guild instructed them to deal with the matter as quickly as possible, though he complains that they truly must take care of it. The saint feels embarrassed before God and silently asks for forgiveness for her companion's lies. The man states that now that he has confirmed the mercenaries' identities, he will get straight to the point. Choi then summarizes that, according to the village chief, residents have been disappearing one by one over the course of several months. What is strange is that these are not simple disappearances caused by people leaving because life has become too difficult. Not long after each disappearance, some bodies are always found around the perimeter of the village. Some of those bodies are placed atop family graves, others are pierced with strange staffs, and others bear unknown letters and crude patterns carved into their bodies. Abelson adds to the explanation, emphasizing that this is the first time she has ever seen anything like it. Choi continues, saying that the villagers recently sent a letter to the Lord, asking him to resolve the issue. However, the response they received was merely an order to relocate to a neighboring settlement, most likely because the Lord did not want to waste his effort on poor villages that could not even pay their taxes. As a result, the residents pooled together whatever money they had and sent a request to the mercenary guild. Trish understands what Choi explains and asks whether that was the reason Choi made them be treated as actual mercenaries. Rachel calls everyone liars, complaining about being abandoned and claiming that this is why they are being punished. Frisch then turns to Abelson, saying that Choi lying might be acceptable, but a saint lying is going too far. Regardless, both of them understand the group's situation, and it would be best for them not to draw too much attention from now on. Since undead are involved, this could attract the Demon King's army, and interfering recklessly would be unwise. Abelson asks whether Frisch could do something, even if only for a single day. She explains that she wants to help the villagers as much as possible before leaving. Choi notices her empathy toward others and declares that he feels the same way and also wants to help. Frisch states that their stay will be limited to 1 week, and that if they do their best during that time and the situation is still not resolved, the order is to leave. Choi accepts this condition and reacts with happiness, as does Abelson, who now breathes a sigh of relief at being able to help the villagers. The group then devises a plan dividing the village into 2 zones. Rachel and the saint are assigned to patrol one zone, while Choi and Frisch handle the other. Choi asks what Frisch will be doing in the meantime, and Frisch replies that he will keep watch at the village entrance in case outside mercenaries appear. 4 days later, Abelson returns to the room where they are gathered and is greeted by Choi, who remarks that she is late. She replies that she needed to check something beforehand and that she has something important to tell him. Choi grows curious and asks what it is. Abelson explains that it started during her patrol with Rachel earlier that day, and that she is now certain of something. The village has an unexpectedly high density of demonic energy in the air. There is always a small amount of human energy, demonic energy, and divine power depending on the land, and it is natural for one of these forces to be stronger or weaker. However, even if the guardian of a land is human, the demonic energy in such a place should be minimal. In this case that is not so, and it is unnatural. Frisch and Choi immediately mention that they have felt this energy before. Abelson adds that, regardless, this abnormal demonic energy is most likely the reason behind everything that has happened in the village. During the remaining days of their stay, they will investigate why this energy is accumulating there and report their findings to the village chief. Choi points out that even with this effort, it will not result in a complete solution and asks whether Abelson is fine with that. She replies that she recognizes she has already taken too much of the team's time and does not feel right asking to interfere any further. Frisch and Choi then conclude the meeting, stating that they will continue this effort for 2 more days, and that now that they have a clear direction, they should regroup and proceed with the plan. As night falls, the group decides to begin their work. Choi comments that Frisch also uses necromancy. Frisch replies that he does not, and that it is uncommon for necromancy to be used by members of the 3rd Legion. Choi is surprised by the mention of the 3rd Legion. Frisch then explains that Rems despises necromancy just as much as it despises chimeras, and that, honestly, necromancy itself is an extremely bizarre form of magic to use. Choi asks in what sense. Frisch then turns his gaze toward the saint, asking whether she ever explained the use of necromancy to Choi. Ava simply replies that she did not, as she does not know many details about how the practice itself works. Frisch then mentions that only a small number of demons ever used this type of magic, and even then, it failed to produce satisfactory results. Because of that, necromancy left very few records among humans. He goes on to explain how it works in practice. It is an ability that turns the dead into undead in order to command them. During the war, bodies scattered everywhere were exploited for this purpose. At first glance, it appeared to be a grand form of magic capable of increasing army numbers. However, low-rank undead were far too stupid, requiring the caster to control each one individually. Attempting to command undead amid the chaos of battle left the caster full of openings. In the end, even when high-level undead were created, it was enough to surpass the abilities of the one controlling them for the undead to break free. There were even cases where the undead turned against their own summoner. Once control was lost, the undead would attack anything alive nearby, without distinguishing between friend and foe. Choi understands the explanation and agrees that it truly is a bizarre form of magic to conjure. Frisch adds that during the war, this resulted in significant friendly fire. Before the conversation can continue, a strange energy draws their attention. Abelson immediately points out the presence of another demon near the group. Frisch is surprised by the saint's sensitivity to demonic energy and asks where the demon is. Choi also asks from which direction the energy is coming, and she answers that it is emanating from the statue plaza. The group quickly heads toward the plaza, where they find an individual performing a spell on the ground. They stop, and Choi asks whether that person is the source of the demonic energy. Abelson confirms that it is, but asks them to wait, explaining that they cannot kill the individual yet, since what matters most is discovering what that creature is doing there. Frisch then asks what she plans to do, but Choi interrupts, saying that he will try to handle the situation himself and asks to go alone. The individual casting the spell senses their presence and remarks that, for a human, Choi possesses a very strange aura. Choi realizes how sensitive the individual is. The caster then stands up and announces that since they are not coming any closer, he will go to them instead. Choi is surprised by the man's reaction, but before he can take any further action, Choi initiates his plan and shouts for no one to attack the individual, declaring that he is an ally. This leaves his companions confused, as it seemed Choi was about to start a fight. The individual is also confused and asks what the hell is going on. Choi then loudly declares that he is Ryansak, the regimental commander of the Demon King's army, 3rd Legion, and demands that the individual state his own name and rank as well. The moment Choi issues the order, the man in the hood hesitates. He turns the command over in his mind, unsettled by the fact that the demand for identification comes from a human, one who was recruited into the demonic army and made infamous through countless rumors. Doubt lingers. The last time the man had contact with his regiment, Choi had been nothing more than a company commander. Obeying him now feels uncertain. Abelson senses the tension immediately and questions inwardly whether Choi's attempt to mislead the man is the right course of action. Frischl, however, chooses a different approach. Without hesitation, he steps into the role, presenting himself as the leader of a regiment within the 3rd Legion. With measured authority, he points out that the man before them does not appear to belong to the 3rd Legion at all, reinforcing the demand that he properly identify himself and state his affiliation. The situation leaves Abelson deeply unsettled. From her perspective, both of her companions are blatantly lying. Frischl, however, remains focused on a single objective: resolving the matter quietly without allowing the village to suffer any collateral damage. He calmly advises that if the situation escalates, the saint should withdraw and contact the village chief, requesting an immediate evacuation as a precaution to protect the civilians. At that point, the hooded man slowly reveals his face, his expression tinged with suspicion. He finds it unsettling that Choi and Frischl are acting so calmly while walking among humans. Frischl responds without missing a beat, stating that they are operating under a secret mission issued directly by Hemis himself. Any information beyond that, he claims, is classified and cannot be disclosed. The mention of Hemis carries weight. The hooded man acknowledges the authority at once, and Frischl takes the opportunity to repeat his demand for identification. Reluctantly, the man admits that he belongs to the 4th Legion. The realization strikes Choi immediately: this man is a subordinate of Park Hyuna. The hooded man's composure shatters as anger surges through him. He declares that Hyuna is not the rightful commander of the 4th Battalion, insisting instead that the position belongs to Lord Onyx. Choi and Frischl exchange a brief whisper. Frischl explains that Onyx was once the 4th commander, but lost his post after a decisive defeat and was demoted to vice commander. He also notes that the hooded man's reaction is hardly surprising. Many demons refuse to accept a human hero as their superior, and even within the Demon King's army, the chain of command is riddled with tension and resentment. Noticing their hushed exchange, the hooded man demands to know what they were whispering about. Choi dismisses the question, telling him it is nothing important and that he should not concern himself with it. Shifting the conversation, Choi recalls the man's earlier remark, that when he left his unit, Choi was still just a commander. That detail suggests the man has been away from his homeland for a long time. Seizing the opportunity, Choi softens his tone and offers words of understanding, suggesting that much time must have passed and that the man has likely endured many hardships along the way. Frischl mirrors the sentiment, acknowledging the difficulty of solitary assignments and expressing that he understands what it means to carry such burdens alone. The hooded man's resistance gradually fades. Moved by the unexpected empathy shown by the two, his posture relaxes. Before long, the three of them form a loose circle, their guard lowered, and begin speaking more freely, unraveling the reasons that brought the hooded man to the town in the first place. The hooded man hesitates, weighing his words carefully as if measuring the risk of speaking against the comfort of silence. Sensing the opening, Choi presses forward, calmly pointing out the obvious, that the man harbors no fondness for the current Legion commander. If all he wants is a moment to vent his frustrations and speak ill of Hyuna, Choi assures him that both he and Frischl are more than willing to listen. Choi goes further, adding that Hyuna's personality is genuinely deplorable, something he can personally attest to after a recent encounter with her. Frischl follows up by noting that the relationship between Hemis and Hyuna is severely strained, then casually asks whether the hooded man was aware of that fact. Without giving him much time to respond, Frischl mentions that their own presence in the city is tied to a mission as well, and that sharing information would be wise so neither operation interferes with the other. As the hooded man pauses to reflect, the two remark that he seems disconnected from the latest developments in the lands ruled by the King of Amon. Frischl explains that this kind of isolation is common for those assigned to solitary missions, often leading to long stretches without contact or updates from the main force. That observation seems to lower the man's guard. After a brief silence, he finally begins to speak, revealing that his mission involves testing a magical device capable of converting mana into demonic energy. The revelation visibly surprises Choi. The hooded man elaborates, explaining that when demonic energy is injected into the device, it triggers a reaction that converts surrounding mana into additional demonic energy for a fixed duration. The result is an environment heavily saturated with energy and yin, an ideal condition for necromantic practices. He adds that the device itself was created through a joint effort between Onyx and Rotak. Over the span of several months, they buried close to 100 bodies while constructing a massive magic circle centered on the village. Recently, the plan began to bear fruit, with zombies appearing on their own without direct summoning. The hooded man explains that he was sent to observe the results, gather data, and oversee the progression of the experiment, until he crossed paths with Choi and Frischel. Choi then asks what is meant to happen once the preparations for the circle are fully completed. The hooded man responds that there are rumors tied to the village, stories of a legendary hero connected to its past. The ultimate objective is to resurrect that hero as an undead. Frischel immediately thinks of Lothar Dozer and questions whether necromancy has truly advanced to the point where someone who died so long ago can be brought back. The man replies that summoning such a figure is certainly possible. Control, however, is another matter. He admits that the operation remains experimental, with no absolute guarantees. Noting Choi's apparent hostility toward Hyuna, the hooded man decides to divulge more. He states that if the experiment proves successful, the next step is to turn Park Hyuna into an undead as well. The statement jolts Choi to his feet, shock written across his face. The man calmly continues, explaining that such an undertaking would require an enormous number of magical devices, but if it succeeds, there would no longer be any need to entrust the position of commander to individuals of other races. In that scenario, his master, Lord Onyx, would be free to reclaim his rightful place as commander of the 4th Legion. With that, the hooded man concludes the conversation, expressing his hope that the paths of the two groups will not cross again. Choi shifts his gaze toward Frischel, and Frischel meets it without hesitation. No words are exchanged, no signals given, yet an unspoken agreement is reached in an instant. Their movements align perfectly. They strike at the same time, clean, precise, merciless. The hooded man is decapitated, and his heart is pierced before his body even has time to collapse. In the final fragments of his consciousness, disappointment settles in. Not fear, not hatred, only the bitter realization that he had been outplayed by the very people he thought he had manipulated. The moment his life ends, the magical device loses stability. Its core pulses erratically, energy spilling outward as it ricochets across the plaza, scraping stone and scattering sparks before crashing violently into the statue at the center. The device shudders once, then falls silent. Frischel breaks the stillness, noting how curious it is that, without exchanging a single word, they both aimed for the same result. Choi admits he did not expect their instincts to align so perfectly. Frischel follows by stating that the interests of the Legion mean little to him compared to those of Lord Hemis. He adds that he would much rather see Hyuna remain a passive, unambitious commander than allow chaos to rise through internal power struggles. Choi lets out a slow breath, tension finally easing from his shoulders. From his perspective, the legal problem is over. The summoner is dead, the device neutralized, and they can leave the city without guilt weighing on them. If they manage to dismantle the remaining magic circles, the undead will disappear entirely, and the demonic energy saturating the village should return to normal levels. Confident in that conclusion, neither of them notices the subtle shift in the air behind them. As they walk away from the plaza, a strange mist begins to thicken in their wake, spreading silently across the ground. Choi casually remarks that after this incident, his relationship with Park Hyuna will probably improve, if only slightly. His words are cut short. A massive beam of green light erupts behind them with a thunderous roar, shaking the air itself. The sudden surge of power forces both Choi and Frischel to stop in their tracks, shock flashing across their faces as they turn back toward the plaza. Far from there, Abelson stands before the village chief and the gathered residents, calmly issuing instructions. Suddenly, an unnatural silence settles over the crowd. She pauses, sensing something deeply wrong, and wonders whether she should continue. That doubt vanishes the moment the green light pierces the sky. Recognizing its origin at once, the hero's statue, she immediately decides to return to Choi and Frischel. Before moving, she warns the villagers not to enter the town under any circumstances and orders the chief to contact the nearest temple without delay. Back at the center of the village, Choi struggles to make sense of what he is seeing. The summoner is dead, he is certain of it, yet the ritual continues. As the dense mist slowly begins to disperse, Frischel narrows his eyes, noticing a shape forming at its core. Something stands there, solid and unmistakably real. From within the fading fog, the summoned undead finally speaks, its voice heavy with age and authority. It demands to know whether its homeland is still a safe place. Choi and Frischel are left momentarily speechless when they come face to face with the legendary hero. The weight of Loper's presence is unmistakable, and for a brief instant, Frischel focuses less on the situation itself and more on predicting how Choi might react. Breaking the silence, Choi forces a smile and speaks with surprising enthusiasm, stating that they are in Marriott, more precisely in Kaitan. Loper reacts with visible confusion. He questions why monsters are freely roaming the territory of the kingdom of Marriott, especially when Choi has promote active. The question leaves Choi cornered, his mind scrambling for a reasonable explanation that does not immediately spiral into contradictions. Before he can form an answer, Abelson rushes in, calling out to both of them with urgency. She stops short the moment she notices the unfamiliar figure standing beside Choi and Frischel. Shock briefly overtakes her, but recognition follows just as quickly. Realizing who the man is, the saint wastes no time. She steps forward, formally introducing herself to the hero. Presenting herself as the successor to the throne, she respectfully asks for permission to speak with Loper. To reinforce the legitimacy of her claim, Abelson produces the Royal Medallion of Marriott. The artifact radiates faint magic, unmistakable to those who know its origin. Loper immediately recognizes it as a relic granted solely to members of the royal family. Without hesitation, he kneels before her. He then introduces himself as Loper of the Lightning, Royal Warrior of Marriott, and offers his respect in proper form. Choi, visibly relieved and pleasantly surprised, quietly remarks to Frischel that the situation is unfolding far better than he anticipated. He observes that Loper appears fully sane and physically intact, showing none of the instability or decay expected of an undead. Frischel, sharing the surprise, comments that necromancy remains poorly understood and speculates that Loper's status as a legendary hero may have resulted in an abnormal outcome. Meanwhile, Loper calmly asks what transpired during the time he was dead and why the princess is now traveling in the company of demons. Frischel studies the hero's posture and composure, quietly wondering how he is processing such revelations with such ease. Abelson answers briefly, explaining that the story is a long one. She then asks Choi and Frischel to return to the hotel and begin preparations to leave the village. As they walk, she assures Loper that she will explain everything in detail along the way. Sometime later, as the group continues their discussion, Loper reflects that the world seems to have changed far too quickly since his death. Choi asks whether he is truly certain about accompanying them. Loper replies that he swore loyalty to the royal family long ago, and trusting that Abelson is acting in the best interests of Marriott, he intends to follow her. Choi challenges that resolve, pointing out that Loper's oath was made in an era long past. No one from that time remains alive, and there is no one left who requires protection out of obligation alone. Loper listens carefully, unshaken by the doubt, before answering that above all else, he fights so that Marriott may remain a good place to live. As he speaks, memories surface, his family and most vividly his daughter. He remembers her as a determined child with a strong spirit, much like his own in his later years. He recalls her running through the kingdom, proudly proclaiming that her father was the greatest warrior in the land. Her greatest dream had been to become the finest tailor in all of Marriott. Yet, considering the age they now live in, she must have left this world long ago. Even so, Loper remains certain that his daughter grew into someone deeply loved by those around her. That belief alone gives shape to his resolve. His ambition is no longer tied to glory or recognition, but to becoming the one who protects everything she once cherished, even in a world that has moved far beyond his time. Abelson is visibly surprised to learn that Loper had a daughter. When he tells her that the girl's name was Rosa Tozer, she listens intently. Loper's voice softens as he adds that Rosa most likely changed her surname to Crossel after his death, since she would have been raised by her mother's family. At that, Abelson points out that the current royal commander bears the surname Crossel. Loper dismisses the idea with a quiet shake of his head, calling it nothing more than a coincidence. Crossel is not a common name, but with so many decades having passed, he finds it impossible that one of his grandchildren could still be alive. Abelson gently counters, recalling that as a child she heard stories about the commander's mother being a tailor, and that the commander himself is skilled in knitting. She also adds that he is regarded as the second legend of Marriott. Legends, she reminds him, do not age as ordinary people do. Given that, the possibility of a surviving descendant is not entirely out of reach. Loper considers her words, then replies that if the man truly is his grandson, he must be someone worthy, someone who carried the hero's lineage with pride and discipline. The thought alone stirs a quiet curiosity in him, and he admits that he would like to meet such a person one day. Nearby, Choi quietly remarks to Rachel that he is relieved Loper did not become a mindless undead bent on destruction. Rachel shares the sentiment, thankful that they are not caught in some cruel twist where the kingdom's protector turns against his own people. Loper himself adds that the idea of him being responsible for the destruction of Marriott is absurd beyond measure. His thoughts drift back to simpler days. He recalls how his wife loved the candy shop in the fourth block on the street across from the palace. His daughter, on the other hand, adored the yarn shop 2 blocks down. As he speaks of these memories, a strange presence begins to creep closer. An unfamiliar energy presses against him, subtle at first, then increasingly oppressive. With every word he speaks, it draws nearer. The change comes swiftly. Loper's voice falters, then breaks entirely, replaced by something warped and inhuman. His body bends forward as though crushed by an unseen weight, overwhelmed by a force whose nature cannot be clearly identified. Choi notices the shift immediately and feels frustration surge within him. Deep down, he had known that relying on fortune alone was never going to be enough. Frischl reacts at once, taking command and ordering everyone to distance themselves from Loper while they assess what is unfolding. The hero struggles violently against the curse, his body racked with agony. Choi asks Frischl what he believes is happening, and Frischl answers grimly that Loper will likely attack anything that breathes within the village and its surroundings. Worse still, if left unchecked, instinct will drive him toward the capital, a place teeming with civilians. There is only one choice left: to fight. They lack the strength to truly suppress a legend, but escape is no longer an option. Driven by resolve, Abelson steps forward and orders the others to flee, declaring that she will handle the situation herself. Frischl responds with calm reason, stating that this is not something Abelson can manage alone, and that such a burden should fall to the temple or the royal family. Still, considering that undead forces are fundamentally opposed to sacred power, and that Loper may not be at his peak, it may be possible for her to confront him directly. Choi notices Abelson's trembling hands. She knows, just as he does, that she may not be able to stop Loper. Even so, Abelson steadies herself and declares that her greatest motivation is protecting her land as the Princess of Marriott. Choi immediately states that he will stand with her and join the assault. Frischl tries one last time to dissuade them, but Choi argues that allowing Loper to destroy his own homeland would be an even greater cruelty, turning the village into nothing more than a slaughterhouse. Realizing that their resolve will not waver, Frischl abandons any further attempts to dissuade them and commits himself to the fight. He shifts into position with practiced ease, vaulting onto a nearby building to secure the high ground while Choi and Abelson move in from the front. From above, Frischl keeps his eyes fixed on Loper, ready to react the moment the situation turns. At that instant, the possession completes its hold. Whatever restraint Loper had left is torn away, and his body is overtaken entirely. His presence changes sharply, the air around him distorting as raw instinct replaces reason. Almost immediately, his gaze locks onto Frischl's elevated position. Frischl recognizes the danger at once. The hero's instincts are clear: eliminate the backline first. He steadies himself, preparing for a direct assault. Loper lunges forward with terrifying speed, but before the strike can reach its target, Abelson steps in. She intercepts the charge head-on, planting her feet and blocking the blow with her shield as the impact reverberates through the street. Without hesitation, she channels her sacred power. Radiant energy surges outward as spectral chains manifest, wrapping around Loper's limbs in an attempt to bind him. At the same time, she gives Choi the signal to move. Choi explodes into action. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, seizing the opening created by the restraints. In one swift, decisive motion, he grapples Loper, forces him off balance, and drives him into the ground with a crushing physical strike. The impact sends cracks through the stone beneath them. Even as Loper is slammed down, Choi remains keenly aware that this is only the beginning. A legend does not fall so easily, and the true battle has only just begun.